Serena, I love you. Can you be my girlfriend? I'm sorry, Jerome, she said. This is the day I confess my love to Serena for the 99th time. Even though she has rejected me 99 times, and even made me the laughingstock of the whole school, I still don't want to give up. Maybe the 100th time will be successful? So today, I started to confess my love for the 100th time. It was raining heavily. I thought that such weather would make people more easily moved. I stood downstairs of the girls' dormitory and said, Serena, I like you. Be my girlfriend. However, she still refused me and turned away, with the crowd of onlookers whispering. Oh my God, this is the 100th time. Jerome is really persistent. Hey, Serena, if you don't agree, you will really become an iceberg beauty. If it were me, I would have been moved to tears a long time ago. Serena returned to the dormitory, her heart pounding like a drum, but she pretended to be calm. Wait a little longer. I will definitely agree to him, the 101st time. Serena, what are you doing? This is the 100th time. Scarlett, her best friend, couldn't help but complain. Yeah, if you keep hanging like this, even I'm starting to get excited. Another best friend followed suit. Serena curled her lips and said proudly, wait a little longer. Proposing for the 101st time is a very romantic thing. Besides, who am I? I'm the most beautiful girl in our school. Although he and I have known each other since childhood, he won't cherish it if I let him get it so easily. In fact, Serena hesitated. She was a model student and planned to continue her studies at Peking University and even get a postdoctoral degree. Falling in love might disrupt her plans, and she couldn't make up her mind easily. I stood in the rain, my vision gradually blurred, but suddenly I felt a slight bump above my head. It was the umbrella blocking the rain. I looked up and saw that it was the cold school beauty who never approached people in school. Arya. Don't get wet in the rain, you'll catch a cold. Her voice was cold, yet with a hint of tenderness. Arya, a transfer student, is one of the four most beautiful girls in the school. She is stunning in appearance, but cold in character, and all the boys who pursue her are rejected. But now, she is standing in front of me and holding an umbrella for me. Why are you here? I asked in surprise. She seemed a little nervous and whispered, I'm here to return the umbrella. It was raining last weekend, and you lent it to me. Thank you. I remembered that day when I did hand the umbrella to a girl, but I never expected that person to be Arya. Now that she came to return the umbrella, I couldn't refuse, so I shared an umbrella with her and walked to the boys' dormitory. The umbrella was small, so I tilted it more towards her side, not wanting her to get wet. Under the umbrella, she whispered, You can come closer, don't mind. After that, she took the initiative to hold my hand holding the umbrella. I was slightly stunned, and my heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. This was the first time I had such an intimate contact with a girl. Serena, who was far away, saw it clearly, and her face became uglier and uglier. She probably didn't expect that after rejecting my proposal for the 100th time, I would share an umbrella with Arya. Serena seemed to be struggling in her heart, but she didn't rush over in the end. She just stood there coldly. I knew she was looking at me, but I chose to ignore her. Arya walked with me to the downstairs of the dormitory, said goodbye to me briefly, and left, and I went into the dormitory without looking back. There were crowds of people downstairs in the dormitory, as if the whole school had come to watch the fun. Today is the day that Senior Jerome is going to confess his love for the 101st time. Who would want to know if the school beauty will agree? After all, even the teachers in the whole school are paying special attention to Jerome's confession. Don't say it, this senior is really ruthless. He has persisted for almost 3 years. Isn't this more touching than an idol drama? However, Serena in the dormitory had already changed 7 or 8 sets of clothes and was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Scarlett, why hasn't he come yet? Today is such an important day. Why are you so nervous? We haven't even been together yet, and this is it. Scarlett rolled her eyes. But when it was 7 o'clock, Jerome still didn't show up. Serena was anxious. Is he safe? Little did I know that this model licker was sleeping soundly on his bed in the dormitory. I finally made it to the 100th confession mission. Thanks to the reward from the godly rich system, I am now a rich man. Jerome opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I glanced at the time and stretched lazily. TSK, the school beauty thing, is not that important. Dad's medical expenses have been settled. That's the big deal. Looking back at my first year in college, I was just an ordinary college student. On the day of enrollment, 2 major changes occurred in my life. The first change was that I learned that I had a childhood fiancé, and she turned out to be the campus beauty Serena whom I had liked for a long time. The second turning point was the binding of a system called Reject freeloaders. The system was activated under a very strange condition: to propose to your fiancé 99 times. I didn't take the system seriously at all at the time. I just wanted to marry Serena home. So, I resolutely started my journey of proposing to her. To be honest, I thought that if I proposed to her 8 or 10 times, I would be able to impress her. After all, I am a sincere person. At first, I liked her sincerely, and the first time I confessed my love to her, I did so with the intention of proposing to her, but I was too shy to do it. Propose? Too difficult. I have no experience. I am so green and clumsy that I even stumble over the lines when proposing. But I've been rejected so many times, and I've gained enough experience points. I also know clearly that if she really likes me, she would have agreed long ago. Am I shameless? I have self-respect too. She's such an arrogant woman. She doesn't know how to cherish my sincerity. If it wasn't for the reward for completing the mission and saving enough money for my dad's medical treatment, I wouldn't bother to care about her anymore. I've been chasing her for so long, but in fact, I've already let it go in my heart. If she has this thought, I might as well go to the hospital and accompany my dad. At least my dad deserves it. Suddenly, his roommate pushed the door open and came in. Ma, let's go and confess our love. Everyone is waiting. Confession? Bullshit. I'm not going, he replied casually, and his roommate almost thought he was hallucinating. On the other side, the crowd watching downstairs in the dormitory were waiting in boredom. You're not really giving up, are you? No way. This is the 101st time. Senior Jerome has given up the last dignity of us bootlickers. Jerome, who always came rain or shine, actually didn't come today. This unusual behavior made it difficult for everyone to accept it. Serena, who had put on makeup and dressed beautifully upstairs, looked at the empty downstairs with mixed feelings. I should be more patient. After tonight, Jerome and I will be a real couple. Some classmates were talking about it. I didn't expect that the school beauty would have such a day. She once embarrassed Jerome in front of the whole school, and now it's her turn. But why would a poor boy like Jerome ignore the school beauty? The crowd on the playground gradually dispersed, and the cold wind made people shiver. Serena stood there, with a look of loss and hesitation in her eyes. I knew she must be wondering why I didn't show up. I also knew that she never really understood my heart. I was in the study room, trying to numb myself with studying. At this moment, the light in the classroom was suddenly blocked by someone. A familiar voice rang out. Why didn't you come to the playground today? I raised my head and met her nervous and flustered eyes. At that moment, my heart trembled, but then I calmed down. I like her, but I also know that if I continue like this, it will only hurt me more. I don't want to go. I pretended to be calm, lowered my head, and continued to flip through the book. She was stunned with panic in her eyes. Where is your DR diamond ring? Today is the day of the 101st proposal. As long as you propose to me, I will consider accepting you. Considering agreeing to my request, my heart sank. What a familiar scene, what a sarcastic tone. I took out the ring that had been with me for a long time and said softly, I bought this with the money I saved from working for several months. I wore it all the time so that I could wear it on your hand one day, hoping that one day you would change your mind. But now, I understand that you have never changed. Then I turned around and threw the ring out of the window without hesitation. Why did you throw away the ring? It's mine. She ran to the window in a hurry, but the ring had already disappeared in the wind and rain. Have you put it on? If not, it doesn't belong to you, I said calmly, suppressing all the pain and reluctance. Serena, let's break up the engagement. I turned and left the classroom. Her tears and her cries did not stop me. Back in the dormitory, I packed my school bag and prepared to embrace my new life. However, what I didn't know was that my determination at that moment would bring about an even bigger storm. Serena eventually realized that she really liked me. However, before she could take the first step, Arya showed up. Arya, who is recognized as the most beautiful girl in the school, approached me on her own initiative, even though she was usually cold and aloof. She told me that she liked me and wanted to pursue me. Serena was completely panicked when she heard the news. She found Arya and confronted her. Why do you like Jerome? You know he likes me. Arya's eyes were firm, and she did not give in. I like him because he deserves to be loved. And you? You hurt him again and again, and rejected his sincerity again and again. You don't deserve it at all. Arya's words pierced Serena's heart like a knife. She finally realized how difficult it was for me to persist, and how cruel her indifference was. That night, Serena ran out of the dormitory with tears streaming down her face. She understood what she had lost, and she also understood that if she didn't make changes, she would never have the chance to win me back. After returning to the dormitory, I found that some of my 3 roommates were talking on the phone with their girlfriends, while others were immersed in playing games. When they saw me enter the room, they all surrounded me as if they had seen a ghost. Alan was the first to speak. "Jerome, where have you been? The campus network exploded with rumors that you didn't go to propose today." David quickly agreed. "Yeah, Campus Belle Xia was waiting for you in the playground early today. Didn't you know? This is a great opportunity." Hogan was so anxious that he stamped his feet. "Go find Campus Belle Xia. Maybe she wants to say yes to you." I glanced at them and said calmly, "No, I won't propose to her again. I've already thrown away the ring." As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Alan put his hand directly to my forehead. "Do you have a fever?" "Go away, I'm fine." I shook off his hand. "I just figured it out. Throwing away the ring is saying goodbye to the silly me in the past. From now on, she and I will have nothing to do with each other." "Is this true?" David couldn't believe it. "What if she comes to pursue you?" I sneered. "She is proud and arrogant. How could she pursue me? But even if she really pursues me, I won't accept it." Just then, David's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and found that it was Serena's best friend Candy calling. She asked hurriedly, "Is Jerome with you? Let him answer the phone." After picking up the phone, I heard Candy's anxious voice. "Jerome, come to the teaching building quickly. Serena is in trouble." When we arrived at the teaching building, the rain was getting heavier. Under the beam of the flashlight, Serena was kneeling in the grass, searching for something with her hands, and the rain was sliding down her cheeks. Several girlfriends tried to persuade her to leave, but to no avail. "Jerome!" She saw me with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I'm looking for the ring. As long as I find it, you will be with me again, right?" Looking at her stubborn figure, I felt very complicated. I almost gave everything to let her wear the ring, but now she is risking her life for that ring. "Serena," I interrupted her coldly. "It's raining. How long are you going to fool around? Is it so fun to make everyone get wet in the rain with you?" "I won't leave." She raised her head while choking with sobs. "This ring is the result of your hard work, and it is also my happiness. If I can't find it, I will never leave." If I had heard this sentence in the past, I might have been so moved that I almost jumped up, but now I just feel tired. "Even if you find it, we can't go back," I said coldly. Her eyes were red, and tears mixed with raindrops fell. "I like you, Jerome. Why can you propose to me 99 times, but not give me even one chance?" I lowered my eyes and said firmly, "I proposed to you 99 times because I wanted to have a clear conscience about my love. I rejected you because I wanted to be true to my dignity. Life cannot be rewound, and my feelings will not turn back." I turned and left, and I heard her crying from behind. "Jerome, I like you. I will chase you 100 times. And if I can chase you one more time, I will have a clear conscience." Hearing this, my heart trembled violently, but I didn't look back. I no longer need your belated affection. After returning to the dormitory, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host. Reject Serena and get a G in Glinjuin duplex Sea View Villa." I lay on the bed in the dormitory, feeling a little complicated. The system just rewarded me with a duplex Sea View Villa in Glinjuin, which is the most luxurious location in the city center and a sky-high price property. Although I felt a little more comforted, I still felt tired when I thought about the past. My roommates gathered around me as soon as I entered the door. Alan looked surprised. "Musi, that's the goddess Ya you've always dreamed of, and now she's chasing you. Do you really not like her? Or are you just angry?" I shook my head and said in a low voice, "Some wounds, no matter how long it has been, will still hurt when you touch them. Some people, no matter how long it has been, will still hurt when you think of them. It's not that I don't love them anymore, it's just that loving them is too painful." Serena's image appeared in my mind. She turned back, but my heart was already torn. David sighed. "Musi, have you thought it through? This is the school beauty Xia. I think clearly." I answered coldly. "She can come and go as she pleases, and I am not her toy. Even if she likes me, I will not look back." At this time, David mentioned those small but heartwarming things. Someone put stomach medicine in my mouth, secretly clocked in for me, and someone sent me medicine for burns. They asked me if I knew who did these things. I shook my head, and those things had long been ignored when I was exhausted. Oh, what a missed good girl, Alan said regretfully. Maybe. I forced a smile. But I don't want to fall in love right now. There's nothing wrong with being single. I'd rather be alone than to settle for something less than perfect. They shook their heads, thinking that I must still be obsessed with Serena, but I knew in my heart that it was all over. The next morning, I woke up hungry. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard David talking to the phone in bed. Baby, are you hungry? Don't worry. I'll buy you breakfast and send it to you later. I rolled my eyes and climbed out of bed to go to the cafeteria. At this time, Alan and Hogan also started to order food, one for porridge and steamed buns, and the other for rice balls with pickled mustard crisps. David was even more impolite. By the way, bring tofu pudding and steamed buns for my baby. Okay, I'll bring it to you. I picked up the meal card helplessly. Just in time, the system had also released a cafeteria sign-in task, so I killed two birds with one stone. When I went out, the cold air hit me. It had only been a few days, but the weather was so cold that it made me shiver. When I walked into the cafeteria, a warm feeling came over me, making me feel particularly comfortable. There were not many people in the cafeteria in the morning, and most of the students had not yet gotten up. Just as I was about to order, a message suddenly popped up on the system panel. A new task was displayed on the screen. The system's prompt sounded in my ears. Congratulations on successfully signing in at the cafeteria and receiving 500,000 renminbi. 500,000. I was a little upset because of the fatigue of running errands for breakfast, but now I feel relieved. Just as I was about to order, the corner of my clothes was gently pulled, and a tingling feeling hit my heart. I looked down and saw it was Arya. Today she wore a light blue long-sleeve dress with a white flannel coat, which made her look pure and bright. Especially her legs wrapped in black stockings, which were slender and straight, like the heroine in a comic book. Compared with her usual coldness, she was more gentle and friendly today. There was a hint of tentativeness in her voice. Can you lend me your meal card? I was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously handed her the card. This one? Of course. Arya took the meal card, smiled, and quickly explained, I was in a hurry to go out and didn't bring my card. I will transfer the money to you after swiping it. Arya, who is usually cold and icy, actually smiled at me. At that moment, I almost forgot that she is a recognized beauty. She quickly swiped her card to buy a bacon and vegetable pie and a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk. After paying the card, she looked up at me and suddenly said, Can I add WeChat? Huh? I was stunned. I didn't expect Arya to ask for her WeChat. Although there were girls who took the initiative to add me before, this was Arya. She actually took the initiative to contact me. Seeing that I didn't respond, she blushed and added, I'm going to transfer the money to you. I smiled and said, Forget it. You don't have to pay back this small amount of money. Just consider it as my treat. But she insisted, No, $5 is still money. Her seriousness made me feel helpless, so I opened the WeChat QR code and said, Okay, scan it then. When Arya took out her phone, I noticed that her hands were shaking slightly. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were shining with excitement. After adding WeChat, she quickly transferred money to me and also noted a name, 1%. I couldn't help but take a second look. She lowered her head and explained, Because you are 1 in 100. I was stunned for a moment and felt something strange in my heart. After I packed my breakfast, Arya saw me carrying a few bags and offered to help. I quickly refused. No, I can do it myself. But she insisted, It's a matter of reciprocity. You just helped me. Now it's my turn to help you. She said it seriously, and I couldn't refuse, so I just followed her back. On the way, I looked at her carefully for the first time. She was not very tall, just up to my shoulders, and she looked like a little bird. Occasionally, her arm accidentally touched me, soft and warm, which made me a little nervous. Along the way, she looked at me from time to time, occasionally with a shy smile. I couldn't believe that such a cool and aloof girl in school would show such a gentle side to me. The students around were already going wild. Oh my God, the cold school beauty is with Jerome? And look, she even took the initiative to help Jerome carry his things. This is too much. Didn't Jerome just get rejected by school beauty Xia 100 times? It seems like there is really a spring for licking dogs. School belle Xia doesn't love him, but school belle Lung is attracted to him. Who said it wasn't? No wonder he didn't propose for the 101st time. Who wouldn't be tempted by the cold school beauty? I think the cold school beauty seems to be attracted to him. Finally, Jerome is not wishful thinking. Jerome is really lucky. I used to laugh at him for being a slacker until he ended up with nothing. It turns out that Jerome is the smart guy who is everything he wants. I am the real single guy. On campus, I've long been accustomed to all kinds of looks, from Serena's 100 rejections to walking with Arya today, all of which have helped me evolve from a social phobic to a socially adept. Go your own way and let others talk. Arya walked me to the dormitory downstairs and handed me the bag in her hand. I thanked her. Thank you for your help. I'll go upstairs first. Bye. Bye. She responded softly, with reluctance in her voice. When I turned to leave, I could feel her eyes following my back. I felt a little complicated, but was quickly interrupted by the aroma of breakfast. When I got back to the dormitory, I had just put down my breakfast when I was surrounded by my 3 roommates. Alan held up his phone, looking like he had caught some big news. Musy, you're amazing. You kept it a secret. What's going on between you and the school beauty lung? I looked at my phone, and sure enough, the hot posts on the campus network were all photos of Arya and I buying breakfast together. Where did it come from? I asked, frowning. The campus network is going crazy now, Alan said excitedly. Everyone is guessing whether you and the campus beauty lung are together. Hogan began to use his imagination. Musy, this is Arya. Her family is rich and she is beautiful. She could be a live-in son-in-law. She is a winner in life. David looked envious. I think what's more important is that the school beauty is pretty and has a good figure. If it were me, I would want to be with her every day. Are you guys done yet? I rolled my eyes helplessly. Don't let your imagination run wild. She and I are just ordinary classmates. Then she would take the initiative to help you carry breakfast? Hogan said while brushing his teeth, his mouth full of toothpaste foam flying. I think she's interested in you. Arya's behavior did make me a little confused. Her smile, shy expression, and even her initiative to add me on WeChat. When a girl takes the initiative, she probably has a crush on the boy. But I don't want to fall in love now. So, what if she's interested? Exam week is coming soon, and studying hard is the important thing. I knocked on the table, trying not to think about those messy things. Musy, you're such a blockhead, Alan said vaguely while biting a bun. Lung is a pretty schoolgirl with money. You really don't have any idea at all? I didn't respond, I just lowered my head and ate my breakfast. When you like someone, it's not because she is perfect, but because you want to be good to her. I don't have that feeling towards Arya, and other people's opinions can't influence me. After breakfast, I was about to pack up when my phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Arya. Chapter 12. First Stolen Kiss. I received Arya's WeChat message. Are you there? Her message was brief, but it made me stop writing. Yes. I replied quickly. A few seconds later, she sent another message. Can I ask you for a favor? It may be abrupt, but I really have no other choice. If it's difficult, you can refuse. This made me a little confused and curious. What on earth could make an iceberg beauty like Arya unable to speak? What's up? A moment later, she sent me a message that stunned me, and my face turned red instantly. 5 minutes later, I stood in front of the store shelf, and the system prompt sounded in my ears. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and the reward is 200,000 renminbi. Even with the reward, this task still made me feel extremely embarrassed. I stood in the far corner of the underwear section, my eyes wandering between the various styles. Lace, pure cotton, ice silk lace. My mind was in a mess. I had no idea which one to choose. Are you buying it for a girl or for yourself? The boss suddenly came over. Of course it's a girl's. I blushed and almost yelled. Finally, I grabbed a pair of packaged underwear and quickly fled the underwear section to the sanitary napkin aisle. She had very specific requirements. Sophie, small wings, ultra-thin pure cotton, daily use, 240 millimeters. But when I looked at the dazzling array of packaging boxes, I was dazzled and had no idea where to go. Finally, I found my target in the corner of the pink package and quickly picked up the items to check out. 10 minutes later, I stood at the door of the women's restroom on the second floor of the teaching building, feeling indescribably complicated. Arya came out, her face as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." Her eyes were clear and a little shy, which made me reluctant to look at her any longer. But Alan's words suddenly came to my mind. Arya likes you. This made me feel a little flustered. It's okay, I'll go first. It's not appropriate to stand here. I rubbed my nose, trying to hide my embarrassment. Why? She raised her head and looked at me straight. There will be rumors, for example, that you like me, ahem. I said it stiffly, secretly cursing myself for suddenly being so straightforward. But she smiled gently, and the next second, she stood on tiptoe and gave me a light kiss on the cheek. They're right. I like you. My brain shut down instantly, and my cheeks were burning. Her eyes were firm and gentle. I don't like you for a short time. It's a decision I made after careful consideration. I like you very much, Jerome. I like you very much. My heart was beating like a drum. I tried to calm my inner fluctuations, raised my head, and said seriously, your confession is very touching, but I'm sorry, I haven't gotten over my last relationship yet, so I can't accept you. I thought she would be angry or disappointed, but she smiled and said, as expected, you are the boy I like. I was completely stunned. This reaction was beyond my expectations. She continued, I know you are a person who is serious about relationships. It doesn't matter. I will pursue you and will not give up. Her eyes were so determined that I was at a loss. You should go back soon. I'm leaving first. I fled in a hurry with my mind in a mess. Arya's confession, that kiss, her firm tone, all made me feel confused. What attracted her to me? I couldn't figure it out, but I knew that I couldn't bear this relationship for the time being. Arya looked at my departing back, touched the corner of her lips, and smiled sweetly. Jerome, one day, you will accept me. Chapter 13, How Can Jerome Afford It? After returning to the dormitory, I stood in front of the mirror and looked at my cheek. Although there was no mark left, I clearly remembered the warmth of Arya's kiss. I sighed, and my ears started to heat up again. This was my first time being kissed by a school beauty. How could I face her in the future? Arya showed no intention of giving up. Alan, are you constipated? It took you so long to come back. His teasing came from the bed. Get lost, I replied angrily. Are you looking for a beating? Don't be angry. Let's go to the cafeteria later. The food is almost gone, and I'm starving, Alan said confidently. Okay, let me wash my face. I went to the cafeteria with my roommates. They even brought their girlfriends, leaving me alone. I said in frustration, how can you, a bunch of couples, let me be a light bulb? David's girlfriend Xiaoya smiled and said, then you should get rid of being single. Didn't Lung Xiaoa walk with you? Is there a chance? Alan immediately added, of course, now the school beauty Lung is interested in our Musi and is with him. Is this true? Sudah surprise. Musi, you can do it. I quickly waved my hands. Don't talk nonsense. She and I don't have that kind of relationship. At this moment, Alan suddenly shouted, school beauty Xia. You're lying to me again. I turned around and saw Serena. She was wearing a short sweater and skirt with a literary style. Her smile was full of expectation and her eyes were fixed on me. Can we share the table? Asked her best friend Candy. Sure. David agreed immediately. I glared at him fiercely, but he smiled and said, what's the problem with classmates eating together? Helplessly, I could only sit down silently, and Serena sat next to me. The entire cafeteria suddenly exploded. Sure enough, Jerome is still obsessed with the school beauty Xia. What's up with that cold school beauty? Isn't she just a tool? A dog licker will end up with nothing. I tried my best to pretend I didn't hear the discussions. What happened next was even more surprising. Serena peeled a shrimp and put it in my bowl. You love shrimp the most, eat it. The cafeteria suddenly fell silent, and even I was stunned. In the past, I always took the initiative to peel shrimps, and she never got involved. Now, it was her turn to peel shrimps for me. Looking at the Band-Aid on her finger, which was obviously the wound left by the day when she was looking for the ring, I felt mixed emotions. She peeled the shrimp very carefully, but it was obvious that she was not very skilled. Her fingers were covered with shrimp juice, and she looked very cautious. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. She looked up at me, her eyes full of anticipation. The girl with glasses added fuel to the fire. This is Serena's first time peeling shrimp for a boy. Don't be so rude. Candy also urged. Yes, don't be angry. Eat quickly. I was silent for a while, then replied coldly, no. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for refusing Serena's offer of food. Your backbone value increased by 200 points, and you are rewarded with 2 million renminbi. Please keep it up. Seeing her biting her lips and looking unhappy, I was a little shaken, but I still held back. I had given too much in the past, but in return I was just indifferent. Now I will not be soft-hearted easily. The girl with glasses was unhappy. Jerome, can you stop pretending? I just didn't reject your proposal 99 times. Why are you being so pretentious? Now Serena is peeling shrimp for you herself, and you are still putting on a bad face. Isn't this too much? Chapter 14, Seafood Allergy. I don't want to eat it. Are you going to force me to eat it by moral blackmail? Besides, I didn't ask her to peel the shrimp for me. This is entirely her personal behavior. I said as I handed the shrimp peeled by Serena to David. Alan suddenly said, Musi is allergic to seafood and can't eat shrimp. The whole place was silent, and Serena was stunned. How is that possible? Didn't you eat a lot of seafood with me before? David shook his head, his tone calm, but poignant. Yes, every time after eating, Musi has to go to the hospital for N4 and take anti-allergy medicine. David, I whispered to him. There was no point in talking about the past. What's past is past. I don't regret it, but I don't need her sympathy either. Serena lowered her head, with a look of guilt in her eyes. I ignored her and continued to concentrate on eating, but she obviously had no appetite. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a little tense, so Xiaoya stepped out to smooth things over. Okay, stop arguing and let's eat. By the way, I heard that the suspect is out. Let's go watch it together this afternoon. David agreed. Yeah, Musi, haven't you been waiting for this movie? If you don't watch it now, it will be out of theaters. I actually wanted to watch this movie, but I was a little reluctant when I thought about going with Serena. But when Serena whispered, if you don't go because of me, then I won't go, Candy insisted. If you want to go, let's go together. Otherwise, no one should go. I made up my mind and said calmly, go. Serena's eyes flashed with joy, but my next words shattered her joy. I'm going to the movies. It has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to watch a movie, that's all. It has nothing to do with her. When I arrived at the cinema, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. I clicked the lottery without hesitation, and the next second, a surprising prompt appeared on the screen. Congratulations to the host for winning the luxury car garage, which contains 30 luxury cars. The garage is located in the Jianglinjuan Duplex Sea View Villa. Ferrari, Porsche, Rolls-Royce. Each one is a priceless dream car. I was excited, but the system quickly poured cold water on me. Please note that the maintenance and insurance costs of these sports cars are huge expenses. Please pay for them yourself. I calmed down instantly. Indeed, these luxury cars are both wealth and burden to me. However, fortunately, I have a system, and making money is not difficult for me. When it was time to buy the tickets, Serena took the initiative and said, I'll buy them. I don't need to spend your money. I took out my card and said in a low but indifferent voice, I want 11 tickets for suspect in the VIP room. I clearly saw her face turn red instantly, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. But I didn't care. I refused her to pay the bill, not to hurt her, but because I didn't want to owe her anything. Alan patted my shoulder, his face full of shock. Musi, the VIP hall ticket is too expensive. The regular hall will be fine. I smiled calmly. It's okay, I have money. Chapter 15, The Heroic Spirit. The regular hall will do. Serena whispered, looking like she wanted to save money for me. I knew what she was thinking, but at this moment, I wasn't going to go along with her. Since you are watching a movie, you have to experience the best sound effects, and only the VIP hall can provide that. I said lightly, my tone brooking no room for rebuttal. Everyone looked at me as if I had suddenly become very generous, especially Alan, who looked incredulous. Musi, when did you become so generous? I ignored them and bought 11 VIP tickets. After all, with the system helping me make money, this little money was nothing. After entering the theater, Serena ran to buy 2 cups of Coke and a bucket of popcorn. She handed over a cup of Coke and said, Here you go. No, I don't like carbonated drinks. I refuse coldly. This is a fact and also an attitude. I don't want to take any advantage of her anymore. She was stunned for a moment, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. I pretended not to notice and walked straight to my seat. When we sat down, her besties deliberately arranged her next to me, and Serena gave them a grateful look. What a hassle. The movie started, and the 3D effect of the blockbuster was indeed shocking. While enjoying the visual feast, I sighed that I made the right choice. However, some thrilling scenes in the movie scared the people around me. I heard a soft cry beside me. Before I could turn around, a petite body approached me. How scary. Serena's voice was trembling. Her breath sprinkled on the side of my face, and her head even leaned slightly against my shoulder. Her pitiful appearance might move other people, but not me. I didn't even look at her, stood up, and changed seats without hesitation. With a loud bang, her head hit the back of the chair, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Are you okay, Serena? Candy asked concernedly. It's okay. Serena blushed and lowered her head, rubbing her head, looking extremely embarrassed. But I was so focused on watching the movie that I didn't even glance at her. After the movie, she suddenly plucked up the courage to ask me, "Do you have any activities later?" "No." Her eyes lit up, as if she felt there was an opportunity. "Then can you?" I interrupted her. "I want to go back to bed. I'm sleepy." She was stunned, her face flushed as she swallowed back the second half of her sentence. "I can accompany." Realizing that there was something wrong with her words, she quickly changed her words. "No." The corners of my mouth slightly raised and my tone was calm. "I'm leaving first." She was left alone, lost and dazed. On the way, the system's voice came. "Congratulations to the host, coldly rejecting Serena and receiving a reward of $5 million. Chapter 16 DR Ring is only given to one person in a lifetime. Serena said seriously, "I can't force him to stay. Now that he can see me, I'm already very satisfied. He has been waiting for me for so long, and I have only waited for him for a short while, so what does it matter?" Her words were like a knife, piercing my heart, both painful and sweet. I once pursued her, and at that time, she felt that everything about me affected her studies. She despised my existence and always pushed me away indifferently. But I was still infatuated with her, and I let her reject me and waited like a fool. But this time, I didn't force her, but felt lucky because she finally understood my efforts. Serena whispered, "It turns out that only when you are here, reading becomes interesting." I suddenly realized that I had become a part of her life. "Then shall we go back to the dormitory now?" asked the round-faced girl, interrupting my thoughts. "Let's go buy a ring." Serena shook her head and said firmly, "Buy a ring?" Kenny was obviously surprised. Serena nodded and said, "I didn't find the DR ring he lost before, so I will buy a DR ring and give it back to him." Her words warmed my heart. She finally understood what love is and what it means to cherish. She was willing to do this for me, which made me feel endlessly touched. Candy was a little surprised. "But the DR ring is so expensive. Do you really want to buy it?" "I've thought it through," Serena answered firmly. "Since Jerome gave me his only one before, what if I give him my only one too? He is my only one, irreplaceable." Her eyes were as firm as a sword cutting through the sky, leaving no room for rebuttal. I knew her decision, and I felt both guilty and relieved. When they went to the mall, the salesgirl couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her buying a ring alone. This beautiful girl was actually here to buy a ring to chase someone? Who was this blind guy who missed such a stunning girl? Serena still looked at the DR ring intently. The saleswoman introduced, "This is DR's favorite model. The price is 8,600 yuan. "It costs 8,600 yuan? It's so expensive. I thought it was just an ordinary model costing 2 or 3,000. Candy couldn't help but exclaim. "Oh, I remember now." The girl with glasses also suddenly remembered. Gao Kai said before that Jerome worked part-time for many months and saved money by eating frugally. It turns out that he wanted to buy this ring for Serena. Hearing this, my heart ached. I had worked so hard for this girl, even saving money just to buy what she wanted. She didn't realize it at the time, and I was still immersed in my feelings for her. Have I really missed such a precious person? Serena whispered to herself. At that moment, I felt that her heart had begun to move closer to me. She put the ring on her hand, almost trembling with a long-lost tenderness in her eyes. "This ring is the most important thing in my heart, representing my determination for you. I think this ring is not just a simple ornament. It carries the emotions between us and is her deepest commitment to me. Let's go buy a ring," she said with a smile, a hint of anticipation on her face, as if this was a beautiful beginning for us. Then, she suddenly said, "I want to wear it after I propose to Jerome successfully." Serena's eyes were firm, but her voice was filled with a hint of nervousness that was barely noticeable. "If I fail, the most I will do is lose face. But if I succeed, I will get a person, so I will win no matter how I look at it." Her words, like a warm current, instantly melted my heart. She was no longer the girl who had rejected me, but the one who was willing to risk everything for love. Her decision shocked her friends. The girl with glasses couldn't help but ask, "Serena, have you thought it through? That's a marriage proposal. If it fails, many people will watch. Wouldn't it be embarrassing?" But Serena smiled with a hint of courage on her lips. "If I fail, I will lose face, but if I succeed, I will get a person. So it's a win no matter how I look at it." Her optimism instantly infected everyone around her. Who wouldn't want to risk everything for true love? Youth should be so vigorous that you won't regret it. At that time, I felt a little confused and excited. Everything seemed to be developing in the direction I expected. However, when I thought of her, another scene came to my mind. After watching the movie, I took a taxi back to Jinglinjuan, my duplex sea view villa. This place has more than 1,000 square meters of luxurious space, is close to the sea, and has a pleasant scenery. Every time I open the curtains, I can see the sea and the beach, as if I have merged with the world. Indeed, such a life is really comfortable. The tides rise and fall during the day and are as quiet as a painting at night. It seems that life should be so leisurely and comfortable. However, I'm not here to enjoy the sea view today. Thinking of the row of luxury cars, my heart beats faster. Thinking of my previous efforts and struggles, today, I can finally freely choose my life and my car. In the garage, the neatly arranged luxury cars stun me. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach S580, convertible Ferrari 458, Porsche 918, and the Mercedes-Benz SLR 722. Each car was worth a lot of money, and I was dazzled by the sight. As someone who lives in this kind of environment, driving luxury cars is common, but every car makes me feel a deep desire. I tried sitting in each one and felt the ultimate luxury and comfort, especially the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The texture of that luxury car made me feel like I was the king who controlled the world. Finally, I chose the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost and decided to drive it away. It was awesome. This car was like flying when it ran, and the convertible design gave me an unprecedented sense of freedom on the road. The moment the wind blew over me, I felt very comfortable. However, the cold wind was a bit strong, so I closed the canopy. I drove my car to the shop across from the school for maintenance, and when the clerk saw me walk in, his eyes almost widened. To be honest, spending tens of thousands of dollars to maintain a car is nothing in my eyes, but seeing their surprised eyes, I couldn't help but smile in my heart. As expected, being a rich second generation is different. Just swipe the card and spend tens of thousands of dollars easily without even blinking an eyelid. This surprised the clerk very much. This must be the legendary rich second generation. He is so rich and willful. Night slowly fell. The moonlight hung dimly on the treetops and sneaked into the window. I saw. Chapter 17. There is no love in esports. I looked at the computer screen. Arya in front of the screen had focused eyes, her fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, and her mouse movements were also unusually smooth. She was wearing a black suspender and denim shorts with a graceful figure, and her chest trembled slightly from time to time because of nervous movements. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the world of eating chicken, her eyes fixed on the screen, her lips tightly bitten, and her face was full of concentration. Just as I was about to continue concentrating on my work, the door of the room was pushed open with a creaky sound, and Lou walked in wearing a sexy outfit and carrying an LV bag. She looked at Arya and was stunned for a moment, then showed a hint of surprise. "Don't you not play games? Why are you suddenly playing PUBG?" I couldn't help but smile when I heard her words and paused my operation. Milu had also asked Arya to play games with her, but Arya was never interested in such games and even uninstalled them directly. But now, Arya is concentrating on playing PUBG. She smiled and replied, "The boy I like really likes playing PUBG, so I want to practice my skills." Arya's words. It turned out that she decided to learn this game for me and wanted to play duo with me. I really didn't know how to respond, but a warm feeling inexplicably rose in my heart. Milu obviously didn't understand her thoughts. She smiled and said, "What skills are you practicing? Don't boys want girls to be a little bit worse so that they can be more passionate about taking care of girls?" Arya answered seriously, "I looked up some information. There is no love in esports. Chicken girls are nothing. I don't want to be the one who holds them back." She paused, her eyes firm. "If possible, I want to fight alongside him, give him a level 3 helmet, a level 3 armor, and a level 3 bag. I can eat chicken with the person I like. That's the best." After hearing her words, Milu seemed to be a little moved. "Your level is really high, worth learning." As she sighed, she looked at Arya with eyes full of admiration. However, at this moment, the words "killed by AWM" suddenly flashed on the screen, and Arya stopped in the top 10. "Damn, I almost won." She pouted, looking annoyed. "I've been Voldemort for a long time now. I have to try again." Milu couldn't help but tease. "Arya, you are so cute. It's a great honor for a boy to be favored by you. I wonder what luck that boy has that makes you like him so much." Arya blushed like a ripe apple when she heard this. Her eyes sparkled, and her face was full of happiness. "Of course he deserves my love. I am very proud to like him." Arya talked about Jerome. Her eyes sparkled. He is good at studying, has a good personality, works seriously, is devoted and loyal, is kind and enthusiastic, and most importantly, he is handsome. And, okay, stop, I know everything. Milu interrupted her impatiently. It was obvious that Arya couldn't stop talking when she mentioned Jerome. Milu's teasing made Arya even more shy. So what underwear did he buy you today? Milu smiled mischievously and blinked. Arya looked panicked. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head and dared not look at her. Go ahead, Milu was obviously very happy and tickled Arya. Arya smiled shyly, biting her lower lip and whispered, he bought pure cotton? Milu was suddenly excited after hearing this. Wow, you found a treasure. Arya was a little confused. Why? Milu raised her eyebrows and smiled a bit devilishly. If he bought lace, it means he is an experienced driver. If he bought ice silk, it means he is quite coquettish. If he bought pure cotton, it means he is a reserved and coquettish person. As she spoke, she made a teasing gesture, which was full of gossip. Just push him down. Arya blushed immediately when she heard this. Her cheeks were like freshly picked peaches, revealing an attractive blush. Isn't this not good? She was as shy as a kitten, lowered her head, and her heartbeat accelerated. Although she had fantasized about falling in love with Jerome, holding hands and hugging, she still felt that it was unlikely for her to take the initiative to pounce on him. Milu seemed unwilling to let her go and continued laughingly. Actually, it's not difficult to knock down a boy. Although I haven't done it, I have watched a lot of idol dramas. If it doesn't work, we can get him drunk, and then... She smiled wickedly until Arya's face was as red as fire. Sister Milu, I want to continue playing games. Arya suddenly changed the subject and hurriedly restarted the game. However, she couldn't concentrate on the game at all, and her mind was full of unspeakable fantasies about Jerome. She imagined him drunk, his shirt slightly open, his sexy Adam's apple looming. Just as she was daydreaming, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the game, and Arya was killed again. Wow, why did he die again? She was stunned and almost cried. At the same time, Jerome was also playing the game of PUBG, preparing to team up with his roommates David and Hogan. Seeing that they were short of one person, David suggested, we are short of people. Let's invite a friend. Jerome looked at his friend list and saw a familiar name, Firefly. He didn't think much about it and directly invited him into the room. Luing entered the room and immediately changed into a brand new skin. It was obvious that he was a dollar player, but his level was only unyielding silver. Hogan asked curiously, Luing, is that a girl? Muzi, when did you add me? Jerome was also a little confused. How could he have a friend like Luing? Until this moment, Arya's voice came from the screen. I am Arya. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole room froze. Hogan almost dropped his phone and asked in surprise, Cold School Beauty? Why are you playing PUBG with Muzi? Jerome was stunned for a moment, and his cheeks became hot when he recalled Arya's confession. At this moment, he suddenly fell into deep thought. What should he do? Kick her in or not? Chapter 18, The Mysterious Gift from the Goddess. Just as I was digesting the rare gifts Arya gave me, Hogan suddenly spoke excitedly. Don't worry, Cold School Beauty. We are here to make sure you win the game. I'm a gun god. David also nodded beside him. Yes, we will definitely help you win. As long as you follow us, you will be safe. I couldn't help but glance at David and joked. Who was the one who was beaten up just now? David quickly laughed and said, Don't expose me. The Cold School Beauty is not inferior to Bayin. It's not difficult to get her into the car. I looked at my roommates who were very enthusiastic, and I didn't want to reject Arya too much, so I said softly, Okay, get in the car with us. Soon, the game prompt sounded, and gift messages popped up on David and Hogan's screens at the same time. When they saw it, their expressions instantly changed from excitement to shock. This is the ice and snow crystal core set that I want the most. Hogan almost jumped up, so excited. David was also very excited. How is this possible? It's actually a hunter coat. Isn't this something you can only get by lottery? How did you get it? Arya responded calmly. My family has a collaboration with Photon Studio, so I just said hello. This sentence, understated, instantly made everyone present green their eyes. Everyone knows how rare these skins are, and many players may not be able to draw them for several seasons. Arya got it easily with just a greeting. Seeing the two of them staring in amazement, I felt a little sorry for them, but I didn't want to spoil their fun. Just as they were still envious of Arya's resources, Arya whispered, You can't be the luckiest. Her voice was a little shy, but with a hint of confidence. Suddenly, my game background started to receive email notifications. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the long list of rare gifts. A lot of fantastic equipment almost made me stare at it, especially the golden Maserati. I used to think that its price of more than 2,000 yuan was too expensive, but now it has become the ultimate luxury car in my dreams. Moreover, these skins are not only valuable but also very rare, and the chance of winning them is extremely low. At this moment, I even doubted whether I was dreaming. Hogan and David were also stunned. Hogan quickly came over and said, "Your account is amazing. Lend it to me. It's really awesome." David took a breath and said, "How much will this cost?" At this moment, I felt a little stressed. The things Arya gave me were obviously not cheap. Although I was not short of money, I didn't want to always accept her kindness, especially such expensive gifts. I said, "These things must have cost you a lot of money. I can pay you back." Hogan couldn't believe it. He grabbed my wrist and said in surprise, "What did you say? This is a lot of money." I waved my hands and whispered, "It's okay, I can afford it." In the past, these gifts might have seemed like astronomical sums to me, but now, I am no longer the ordinary college student who just graduated and struggled to make a living. Now, I have my own business, and although I am not particularly wealthy, I am well enough to no longer rely on charity from others. Arya didn't care about the amount of the gift. She just smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It didn't cost much. Just think of you as my companions. Help me to improve my scores." I nodded. "Okay, let's score together." Hogan and David were obviously looking forward to this game, especially seeing Arya playing the game with us so enthusiastically. They couldn't hold back their excitement. Arya gave me so many gifts. I also had the responsibility to play with her and not let her lose face. After entering the game, my equipment and the golden Maserati immediately attracted the attention of other players. The screen was immediately filled with comments. "Wow, this car is so cool. Can a rich person carry it? How much did you spend on this Maserati? Wow, this is the supreme golden dragon suit. Are you really here to show off your wealth? Rich man, can you take off your clothes and change?" I looked at these messages and couldn't help feeling helpless, thinking to myself, how could they know that these were all sent by Arya? However, as we started the game, the reactions on the public screen became more and more enthusiastic, and even the players around us were attracted to us. "There's a girl ahead. You rich man. You can't take her all for yourself?" Hearing these words, Arya was obviously a little shy and replied softly, "I won't let him die on the spot. I will protect him." Her voice was crisp and moving, and instantly made the boys around her scream wildly. "Wow, there's a girl. Protect the girl in front." Those players who once laughed at me and said they wanted to beat me up were all envious and jealous when they saw Arya's response. "It's really enviable. A Krypton gold tycoon is with such a girl. It's really double happiness." Chapter 19, Jerome, you're lucky. Before I jumped, Hogan and his friends had already started teasing me. "Musi, you are so lucky." His envious tone made me feel a little embarrassed, but I just smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" I responded indifferently, but I felt a little proud in my heart. David replied, "Even the cold campus beauty is here to defend you. You have a bright future." This time, my face turned red unconsciously. "Don't talk nonsense." I smiled lightly, turned on the world microphone, and teased, "No matter how much you quarrel, don't forget, my one-shot headshot technique didn't lie to you." My tone was relaxed, but a sense of self-confidence and laziness came through. Then, the game went viral. The rich guy made a shocking statement. Could this be the legendary sharpshooter? "Rich guy, I'm not saying anything about you. I'm trying to curry favor with someone." Several people started to speak, obviously shocked by what I said. "I think he's just showing off. Wait and see how he gets killed." A player laughed and mocked. However, Arya's voice suddenly came over, and her tone was firm. "Jerome, don't listen to them. I believe you can do it." Her words stunned me. She spoke so sincerely and firmly, as if I was the most powerful person in the room. David said in surprise, "This is the most words I've ever heard Lung say." "I don't believe you." Hogan shook his head, obviously not optimistic about me. He always felt that I would fail again today. Just like before, I would always be defeated at the critical moment, especially in those popular places. But today I felt more confident. After all, I just redeemed the professional god skill, which instantly made me feel fearless. Those so-called masters were nothing but a piece of cake in front of me. "Where should we jump?" I asked Hogan. "G-port, that's too dangerous." Hogan was a little hesitant. He knew that there were many people in G-Port, and the competition was fierce. But I decided to be safe this time and didn't want to embarrass Arya. It's too dangerous. Let's go to another place. I said calmly. Arya suddenly said, if you are here, even Port G is not dangerous. My heart started beating faster as soon as she said that. Her voice was full of trust, which surprised me and made me a little excited. Hogan and David were obviously shocked and couldn't believe their ears. The school beauty Lung is so nice to you, Musy. What kind of shit luck do you have? David even laughed and said, the school beauty Lung usually doesn't like men. Why did she suddenly become like this today? I can't believe it. But Arya herself seemed to realize that she was too straightforward, and her cheeks blushed. Just jump to G-Port. I believe you. Her words, I believe you, were like a shot of adrenaline to me. Okay, G-Port. I decided and jumped to G-Port with Arya, Hogan, and David. As soon as I jumped down, I saw the dense crowd around me, and I felt a little uneasy. Oh my God, why are there so many people? Hogan's voice came, and I couldn't help but frown. It's over. We're really going to be killed this time. David sighed. Indeed, the popularity of G-Port is a bit high, especially when we have become the target of public criticism. We are almost facing a wave of concentrated fire. But I was no longer panicking. Calm down. We can't kill them all. I calmed everyone down, and at the same time opened my skill bar in exchange for the professional god skill. The system's voice was still echoing in my ears. Skill exchange successful. Start god level operation. I was no longer worried. Even if I faced a group of enemies, I had enough confidence to deal with them. As expected, Hogan was targeted by an enemy as soon as he landed. Before the man could react, I knocked him away. Musy, you are awesome. Hogan was stunned. He had never expected that I could defeat the enemy so quickly. It's just a matter of luck, I replied calmly, but I was secretly happy in my heart. Then I quickly found Arya in the warehouse and gave her all the equipment I could use. Do you have a helmet? I asked her. Not yet, she replied. Here. I took off my second stage mask and handed it to her. She was a little surprised. What about you? I'm fine, no one can kill me, I said confidently. Then you have to be careful. Arya looked concerned. Okay, I responded, with a hint of determination in my eyes. Our group of 4 was able to stand firmly in this dangerous place, poor G. It was simply a divine operation. Arya, loot. I gave her the task, and she obeyed obediently. Not only did she take me to loot the best equipment, she also gave me all the top equipment without hesitation. Level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, 98k, and various ammunition, all in hand. Here you go. She handed me the equipment with a smile. Just take it. I was a little confused. No, I looted the loot just to give it to you, she explained with a smile. You have the best equipment, so you can lead us in a battle. I was suddenly touched when I heard her words. This was not just a cooperation in the game, but more like her trust in me. So I smiled and said, you bet on the right person, and we can win the game this time. Chapter 20. I thought he was a bronze player, but turned out to be a king? Jerome accepted everything Arya gave him. Of course, he would not let Arya down. He drove the golden Maserati and took Arya to get the airdrop. After Arya licked the airdrop, gunshots were heard. Go, Jerome ordered. Arya got in the car quickly. Jerome was the driver. He was naturally shot while driving, and his health was very low. Arya was very angry. She actually dared to hit the boy she liked. She couldn't tolerate it. Be careful. When Jerome was worried about Arya, he heard a burst of fierce gunfire. It was Arya who was shooting with an AKM assault rifle. The shooting is extremely accurate. The enemy just shot Jerome once, and now he is being swept by Arya's storm of fire. Arya's operations killed all the enemies around her. Jerome was very surprised. I thought he was a bronze player, but he turned out to be a champion. David and Hogan were very shocked and admired. Lung School Beauty, you are so amazing. Jerome also nodded. Very strong. Arya said shyly, it's just SO. Okay, get the blood packs. In fact, Arya was very happy and had a strong sense of happiness. She would never admit that she had practiced in the novice field for a long time just to be able to play with Jerome. When the car stopped, she jumped out and gave 20 blood boxes directly. But Jerome was shocked. He chuckled. Although I am low on health now, I don't need so many. One will fill my health. Arya's face immediately turned red. Then I'll keep it for you. You'll need it later. She started putting the blood box away again. The girls all know how to play, so they naturally deserve to win the chicken in this game. After playing several games in a row, they were always number 1. Even after the lights were turned off, I still felt unsatisfied. When Alan came back from his date, he was completely stunned to learn about their 10-game winning streak. Not to mention that when he found out that the person playing games with him was actually the school beauty Lung, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. What did you say? The cold school beauty. Don't be ridiculous. Doesn't she never play games? Alan heard that Arya doesn't play games, let alone this kind of shooting competitive game. Before, there was a boy who wanted to play games with Arya, but Arya rejected him mercilessly, saying that she had no interest in games at all. But now everyone starts to tell him that the female player on the opposite side is the cold school beauty. Are you sure this isn't April Fool's Day? It is true, Jerome said firmly. Arya's pleasant voice rang out from the other side. Hello, I'm Arya. Alan was completely stunned. It is absolutely true. It is Arya's voice. But not so cool anymore. Why do you suddenly want to play games? Alan was still surprised. I want to chase someone. As soon as Arya said this, everyone looked at Jerome and started laughing. Jerome blushed. He scratched his head, not expecting Arya to be so blunt. He's the only single guy. Although Arya did not name him, everyone can understand the meaning. Jerome pretended to be calm and said, It's late, go to bed early, good night. He disbanded the team immediately. As a result, Alan got anxious. I haven't finished talking to the cold school beauty yet. What are you talking about? Go to sleep. Jerome glared at Alan. Alan shook his head. You are so lucky. During the day, school beauty Xia pursues you, and at night, school beauty Lung plays games with you. TSK, 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 are you going to be the King Shin of Chi? How about I go talk to Suya and tell her you want to be indecisive? No, Musy, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? If you go and tell them, it will be strange if Suya can forgive me. Look at you, you have so little backbone. I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. Jerome subconsciously went to the bathroom to wash up, then climbed into bed to sleep. When he took a look at his phone, he found a WeChat message. I clicked on it and found it was from Arya. Arya, thank you for playing games with me today. I am happy. Good night and have a good sleep. Jerome subconsciously thought of the scene where Arya helped him get revenge in the game, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised. At this moment, Arya was holding her cell phone, waiting nervously. She sent the message for a long time, but received no response. Although she was very sleepy, she was afraid of missing any news, so she didn't dare to sleep. Ding dong. The phone rang with a reminder. Arya eagerly picked up her phone and took a look. 1%. Good night. Arya couldn't help but smile sweetly and just rolled around on the bed, extremely happy. Great, he replied to her message. Arya held the phone against her chest. The little rabbit jumped up and down excitedly and couldn't control himself at all. The night gradually deepened. In the early morning, the sun is shining brightly and everything is growing towards the sun. As the morning dew slowly dripped down the leaves, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a shout. Look, the cold school beauty is standing downstairs of the men's dormitory with breakfast. This caused the students to become restless. The boys who were originally sleeping soundly in the dormitory now quickly ran to the balcony to see what was going on. Sure enough, the cold campus beauty they had been dreaming about was standing downstairs of the men's dormitory. Arya stood there gracefully, with long and dense eyelashes softly covering her eyelids. Her skin, outlined by the sun, was pretty and white, as pink and beautiful as a peeled lychee. She was wearing a beige fine-knit sweater and a pleated short skirt, which made her look pretty and sexy. Her black hair was lazily tied into a bun. Her delicate features were calm, and her eyes were sparkling but faint. I didn't have much interest in those boys who were drooling over me. If she hadn't been holding a bag of hearty breakfast in her hand, most people probably wouldn't have associated her with someone waiting for someone. I could see her waiting under the men's dormitory with breakfast in hand. Obviously, she is waiting for a boy. Everyone became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Which boy is the cold school beauty waiting for? Is she in a relationship? I'm so envious. I also want to eat the breakfast of the school beauty Lung. Has the school beauty Lung been waiting here for a long time? I see her little face is red from the cold. If it were me, I would have come down to get breakfast a long time ago. Why would I let her wait downstairs? Who is so ungrateful? No way. Is there still a boy that a cold school beauty would chase after? Is he too arrogant? Or does he think I can't hold a knife? Amidst the discussion, another voice interrupted. She's not waiting for Jerome? is she? Didn't someone take a picture of them walking together? As a result, someone immediately poured cold water on him. You're overthinking it. How could it be Jerome? Jerome couldn't even catch up with school bell Sia. How could he catch up with school bell Lung? He must have something extraordinary to make school bell Lung risk her all. That's right. Didn't someone clarify last time that Jerome and Arya just met by chance? Arya definitely wouldn't be waiting for Jerome. While everyone was talking, Arya, who was originally calm and composed, suddenly had bright eyes after seeing something. Jerome! As her cheerful voice rang out, everyone saw a handsome boy appear in front of them. Chapter 21, What Bad Intentions Can a Cold School Beauty Have? She's just a kitten. The boy had bright eyes, was tall and handsome, and was only wearing a simple white shirt, but he looked very dignified. Everyone was shocked. The cold school beauty, who was always known for her aloofness, now smiled as brightly as a flower and ran in front of Jerome blushing. When she smiled, it seemed as if the whole world began to brighten. There is deep admiration hidden in her bright eyes. Without hesitation, she raised the breakfast in front of Jerome and said with a smile, I brought you breakfast. I wonder if you like it. Now many boys are jealous. Not to mention that the cold school beauty brought breakfast. Even if she smiled at them, it would be worth it. Jerome is so lucky. There is always a silver lining after a dark cloud. Although he failed to catch up with the school beauty Xia, he was favored by the school beauty Lung, who is prettier and richer than her. Jerome is definitely not simple. You have to know that Lung Xiaobel is the most popular, otherwise how could she be the first among the four school beauties? Jerome was also very surprised. He never expected that Arya would come to bring him breakfast. He knew that Arya had a crush on him, but he didn't expect her to be so bold in public. Jerome also knew about Arya's past. She liked to be quiet and never wanted to be in the spotlight. But to be able to have breakfast delivered to you in front of so many people, you must really enjoy it. Jerome was immediately flattered. This was also the first time he received breakfast from a girl. She's also a super campus beauty. Jerome's ears felt hot, and he said, well, I've already had breakfast, so you should have it. This is not a lie. Jerome just ate some milk and bread while he was upstairs. But he didn't expect Arya to be waiting downstairs with breakfast. When Jerome returned the breakfast to Arya, everyone was shocked. You must be kidding. This was the breakfast sent by the cold school beauty, but Jerome confiscated it? This is a super straight man. Now, there is a group of people who are very disappointed with what they have. You have to know that they are envious, jealous, and resentful, but they can't get it, and yet some people don't even want it. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Congratulations to the host for rejecting the breakfast of the cold school beauty. I will reward you with 2 million and increase your backbone value by 500. Please keep up the good work. The system prompt surprised Jerome. This is not a system that rejects freeloaders. This is a single dog system. It wants him to be alone forever. But it's better to refuse breakfast so Arya can give up. Now he really has no intention of having a relationship. If possible, he just wants to study hard and make money. Arya received the breakfast. She did not start crying pitifully. Even though she was a little disappointed, she would not give up on herself because of this rejection. Then can I continue to bring you breakfast tomorrow? If that doesn't work, we can go to the cafeteria to eat together. Arya looked at Jerome with eyes as clear as a deer's, still refusing to give up. Jerome looked at her innocent face and suddenly felt a little reluctant. Arya added hastily, just treat it as your reward for playing games with me, okay? She carried desire. When Jerome was hesitating about how to reply, Alan and Hogan came down and replied excitedly. Okay, let's have lunch together. What are you doing? Jerome glared at the two animals who were arm in arm with him. Why did you agree to it on his behalf first? How could the cold school beauty have any bad intentions? She just wants to have a meal with us, and it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Alan said with a smile. Hogan nodded. Yes, we have to be gentlemen for once. We're just having a meal together. Can you spare a piece of meat? Jerome felt that it was not gentlemanly to refuse directly. Besides, there were so many people watching, and he couldn't refuse her face. After all, she is a girl. Oh well, Arya immediately said shyly. See you at noon then. She smiled and left. Jerome glanced at the smiling Hogan and Alan and said, how come you two are happier than me? Musi, you are really promising. The school beauty Lung came to bring you breakfast early in the morning and also asked you to have dinner with her. Yes, you are the light of our dormitory. I didn't expect that bachelors are so popular nowadays, and the cold school beauty can have a special liking for you. Jerome thought about it and it was indeed a rare thing for a girl to be so proactive. Especially this person is the popular Arya. To bend down and chase after me, he must be very open-minded. Jerome can already feel the envious and jealous eyes coming from all directions. In everyone's eyes, it must be a glorious thing to be pursued by a cold campus beauty. But seriously, Musey, are you interested in Lung the school beauty? Alan asked curiously. I don't know, Jerome said. In fact, I haven't adjusted myself yet. After all, I just got out of my last relationship, and I didn't expect to enter the next one. Actually, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Try look around first. Maybe you will like her after getting to know her. Hogan put his arm around Jerome's shoulders and said, Besides, Lung is so pretty and has such a hot body. It doesn't hurt to try and understand, Hogan said. Jerome didn't want to rest on his laurels and felt that what they said made sense. He wanted to try to see the new world and maybe discover new scenery. Thinking of this, Jerome no longer felt too much pressure. While Jerome and his roommates went to class, dormitory 306 was in chaos. Candy said excitedly, I heard Arya went to deliver breakfast to Jerome today. Is this true? The girl with glasses widened her eyes. She didn't expect that the usually reserved and cold school beauty could be so bold. Of course it's true. The news spread all over the campus network, and Jerome became famous overnight. All the boys in the school envy him to death, Candy said excitedly. I heard that the cold school beauty invited Jerome to dinner. Then there was a loud bang outside. Serena, who had just walked in, dropped her cell phone on the ground. Did he agree? Serena asked anxiously. Candy subconsciously began to tell Serena. Of course I agreed. After all, it was the cold school beauty who invited me. After hearing what Candy said, Serena was immediately heartbroken. She had never expected that Jerome would agree to have dinner with Arya. Seeing Serena's particularly lost look, the girl with glasses immediately began to encourage Serena. What's wrong with eating together? We are not in a relationship. As long as we are not together, we still have a chance. Maybe he is here just to piss you off. Serena's eyes suddenly began to light up. Yes, she absolutely cannot give up. Arya really succeeds. She will regret it to death. Since the person she likes is Jerome, she must give her all. So at noon, when Jerome had just finished class, he heard a commotion outside. Soon someone started to come to Jerome excitedly, saying, Hurry up, someone is looking for you outside. Chapter 22 New Love and Old Love. Jerome was very confused. Is someone out there looking for you? Who is it? Jerome subconsciously started to go outside. As a result, he found the beautiful Arya standing at the door, with bright eyes, white teeth, and particularly tender red lips. After seeing him, a smile broke out on her originally calm face. Jerome, you're here. Her voice is also sweet. Why are you here? Jerome was confused. You forgot. We're going to have lunch together. Jerome then suddenly realized. He almost forgot about it. Arya really took it very seriously and came here early in the morning. Okay, let's go, Arya said to Jerome, subconsciously with a smile. Jerome nodded and went into the classroom to call Alan and others. A group of people began to enter the cafeteria in a mighty manner. Arya was obviously much more enthusiastic than usual. She asked with a smile, Whatever you like to eat, just order whatever you want. It's my treat today. I'm so sorry, Alan said, but he was not soft-hearted at all. He subconsciously said to the aunt, Annie, I want braised pork ribs. Give me more broth. Please don't shake the spoon. Jerome was very depressed. Look at what Alan has accomplished. I'll pay the bill. Jerome couldn't let a girl pay the bill. No, I'm already very happy that you're willing to come and have dinner with me today. How can I let you treat me? Arya subconsciously began to say to the cafeteria Annie, Give me 1 serving of salt and pepper chicken, 1 serving of stone pot tofu, pork with preserved vegetables, 3 fresh meatball soup, steamed fish, 1 serving of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and 1 serving of meatballs. Thank you. Soon after Arya ordered the food, she immediately started handing it to Jerome, smiling and saying, This is for you. Jerome was surprised. Didn't you order it for yourself? Of course not. I ordered it for you. Aren't these your favorites? Jerome was surprised when he heard Arya's firm tone. How do you know these are my favorites? Eaten with Arya before. As a result, Arya began to feel guilty and her face turned red. Egoist. After all, these are popular dishes. But don't you like them? Arya's beautiful eyes were fixed on Jerome, a little nervous. No, I like it very much. I like it very much. These are all Jerome's favorite foods. His preferences are simply grasped perfectly. That's good. Arya breathed a sigh of relief. She had been watching Jerome eat. She knew by heart what he liked to eat. So how could she not know? After Jerome put the food on the table, he started to help Arya carry the plates. After all, the plates were too hot, and it was not good to burn a girl's hands. Faced with Jerome's very gentlemanly behavior, Arya's face turned red, and she became even more fascinated by Jerome. Jerome is really nice. Serena really doesn't know how to cherish. If Jerome could agree to be her boyfriend, she would definitely be twice as nice to him. No, 1,000 times better. Arya sat in front of Jerome with great happiness. Even though she was not having dinner with him alone this time, the face-to-face distance was enough to make Arya's heart beat fast. Jerome is her favorite person. It is a very happy thing to be able to watch the person she loves having a meal with her. Just as Arya's heart was beating fast with shyness, a shadow fell on her. The cafeteria is too crowded. Can I sit here? Arya suddenly raised her head and followed the sound to see the beautiful Serena in front of her. Her little face suddenly turned pale. Her red lips bit the chopsticks, and it was obvious that she didn't want Serena to insert it. The students who were watching began to get excited. Now Campus Bell Lung and Campus Bell Xia are actually facing off, and they are still together with Jerome? This is new love and old love. Everyone wanted to know who was better, and now they all started talking about it. Wow, Jerome is so lucky. If it were me, I would have been surrounded by girls. Who said before that school beauty Xia ignored Jerome and that Jerome was just a one-way person? Didn't you see that school beauty Xia is still approaching him now? It's obvious that she cares about him. That's right. Campus Belle Xia is Jerome's fiancé after all. Are the two Campus Belles competing for one man? How exciting. I wish I was the one competing for him. Jerome was also a little surprised to see Serena appear. Sharing tables again? His eyes turned cold, and he said decisively, "There aren't many seats around, there's no need to sit here. I don't want to eat with strangers." This time Jerome will not give her another chance, and he doesn't want to have too much interaction with Serena. Jerome hates most his tangled relationships. Lingering ties are not his style. Arya's eyes, which had been dull, immediately lit up. She saw the determined Jerome. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. The other students were amazed. Shocked. Is Jerome rejecting the invitation from the school beauty Xia? And you still say that school belle Xia is a stranger? That's impossible. Jerome liked campus beauty Xia so much before. Serena's eyes suddenly became moist. She didn't expect Jerome to be so heartless and not give her face in public. She put down her dignity, but what she got was his cold rejection. No, she doesn't want it. But she was too spineless to sit down forcefully. When Serena saw the mocking eyes of others not far away, and saw such a perfect rival Arya sitting in front of her, her heart was broken when she saw it all. Serena ran away immediately. Alan and others were extremely impressed. Jerome is really a man of integrity. He remained calm and even refused the olive branch extended by the school beauty Xia. Jerome is really a credit to men. Campus Belle Xia is talented and rather arrogant. Jerome had suffered a lot in his pursuit of her. It is true that karma has its own way, and heaven will never let anyone off the hook. I guess even the former school beauty Xia would never have thought that one day she would suffer a setback. After the meal, Jerome left amid everyone's envious gazes. When he returned to the dormitory, Jerome was surrounded by a group of boys. Apparently, word of Jerome's glorious exploits had spread among the group. They began to ask Jerome questions all at once, their words full of envy. How did you meet the cold school beauty? I heard that she was pursuing you. Is it true or false? Jerome, you are so amazing. The school hunk next door has been chasing after the cold school beauty for a long time, but the cold school beauty didn't show any interest in him. But he finally fell in love with you. I was blind before and thought you were a bootlicker, but it turns out you had a trick up your sleeve. Now both Campus Belle Lung and Campus Belle Xia are vying for your favor. You're really fighting for us men. When can you publish a book and explain how you managed to seduce these two goddesses? Which goddess are you more interested in? I have a girl I really like. Please help me to get her. Chapter 23, Imitating Your Proposal 99 Times. Will Goddess Xia also be interested in me? Jerome before now started to be humble. They all had no doubt that Jerome could help them. One by one, they either gave Jerome game consoles to play with or stuffed snacks into his mouth. All of them were trying to bribe Jerome. Jerome was looking at these boys who were eager for knowledge and felt both amused and confused. How did he become a love guru? The previous reputation improved overnight. Jerome said pretentiously, "It can only be understood but not expressed in words. So if I imitate you proposing to me 99 times, will Goddess Ya be interested in me?" Someone asked excitedly, but was immediately discouraged. "Do you think everyone is Brother Jiang? It's all about looks. Our Brother Jiang is handsome, suave, and good at flirting with girls. Look, he has already won over 2 goddesses. No one thinks the other party is flattering. After all, what the other party said is true. Jerome is handsome and good-looking. Although he is not the most handsome boy in the school, he is still a super handsome guy. Many girls had fallen in love with him before, but he didn't even look at them. Of course, just being handsome is not enough to make the 2 goddesses surrender to him. After all, the school hung from the neighboring school had pursued the school Belle Lung and the school Belle Xia before, but in the end, neither goddess took the other seriously. When Hogan and his roommates saw that the dormitory was overcrowded, they were stunned. Jerome has become a hot commodity, and his popularity seems to be even higher than those goddesses. The most important thing is that Jerome suddenly became a love expert and had a lot of followers. It took Jerome a lot of time to get rid of that group of people. Alan ate the snacks that the boys bribed Jerome with gusto, which was considered a blessing. "Musi, you are really amazing now. 2 school beauties are fighting for you, and now a group of boys are treating you as a love textbook. It's really impressive." Hogan nodded. "Yeah, these snacks are a lot. They could be our food for half a year." Not only did his roommates not expect this, even Jerome himself did not expect this. But Jerome was not affected by these. He started packing his suitcase and was going to take the high-speed train back to his hometown. Jerome packed his luggage and went downstairs, ready to take a taxi to the high-speed rail station. All the cars that the system rewarded him with had been sent for maintenance by Jerome. Besides, it would be too ostentatious to drive a luxury car home. So Jerome planned to give his family some mental preparation first, and then drive back when the time came. Jerome was about to hail a taxi at the door. He heard a beep. Then a white Maserati sports car stopped in front of Jerome. "Get in the car. I'll take you there." A gentle voice sounded. Jerome shuddered and immediately looked over and saw Arya driving the car. Her skin was snow white, with a soft glow under the sunlight, bright eyes and white teeth, and she couldn't help smiling at Jerome. She is no longer as cold as the rumors say. She is now gentle and graceful. The other students who saw it were all shocked. After all, it was the first time that the goddess took the initiative to drive to pick someone up, let alone smiled at them like that. "It's simply a miracle." "No, I can call you." Jerome refused. Arya's thick eyelashes covered her eyes, and she looked a little disappointed. "Are you so unwilling to take my car? It's not easy to get a taxi here. It will be bad if you are late." Seeing Arya's lost look, Jerome didn't hesitate and opened the car door directly, fastened his seatbelt, and said, "Then take me to the high-speed rail station. I will attend my cousin's wedding tomorrow." After seeing Jerome get in the car, Arya's eyes sparkled and her mood was obviously much better. "Okay, I'll take you there. I promise we'll be there soon." Arya raised her eyes slightly, suddenly full of energy. When Arya drove Jerome away, she attracted a lot of envious looks from people. God, luxury cars and beautiful women, how many people fantasize about it? But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find it. Jerome had it easily. Having any one of them would be enviable, let alone Jerome, who now owns both a luxury car and a beautiful woman. Arya drove the car. She subconsciously said, "There must be a lot of people taking the high-speed rail. If you want to go somewhere in the future, tell me and you can take my private plane. If it's inconvenient, you can take my helicopter." Have a private jet? There are also helicopters. She is indeed the daughter of a chaebol, so rich that she can act as she pleases. Jerome was flattered and said, "No need. You can take the high-speed train directly there. It's not a holiday, and it won't be too crowded." "It doesn't matter. My private jet is always idle anyway, and the pilot is at work as usual. I'm just too worried about when to let it fly. It just so happens that you can solve a big problem for me." Arya said sincerely, "Thank you for your kindness." Jerome said. Arya was not discouraged. After sending Jerome to the high-speed rail station, she immediately took out the car key and handed it to Jerome, saying, "This is for you." "What?" Jerome was very surprised. "Since you don't want to take a private plane or a helicopter, you can drive." Arya's eyelashes curled slightly with hope, It will be much more convenient to have a car when you are out and about, so just take it. She was afraid that Jerome would feel a lot of pressure, so she paused and said, I didn't tell you about your birthday gift in the past, so I'll give you this to make up for it. This way, it's like I didn't miss your birthday in the past. Arya is very charming with her sweet smile. Jerome's heart was pounding. He never expected that Arya would want to give him a luxury car. The world value of this sports car is estimated to be tens of millions. The result was given to him easily, or given to him in the name of his past birthday gift. Isn't this making him a blatant gigolo? I'm sorry, I can't accept this gift. Although you didn't give me a birthday present before, I didn't give you one either. Jerome handed the car keys back to Arya. Arya's cheeks immediately turned red. If you want to give it to me, I don't mind. She also wanted to get a gift from him. It would be best if I could spend my birthday with you in the near future. No, not just birthdays. After that, she wanted him to be with her on every holiday, and it would be best if they could celebrate their wedding anniversary together in the future. Thinking of this, Arya became even more shy. Really, no need. I can buy a car myself. Thank you for your kindness. It's getting late. I'll leave first. Jerome smiled at Arya and then started to get his suitcase and walked towards the high-speed rail station. System reminder. Congratulations to the host for refusing Arya's luxury car. Your backbone value increased by 30 and you received $1 million. Jerome was very satisfied. When he was about to catch the high-speed train, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, etc. Jerome turned his head sharply. The girl, who was as fast as the wind, couldn't stop herself and bumped her head into his chest. Jerome subconsciously raised his arms to hug the other person in order to steady him. The soft touch made Jerome's ears start to turn red. He could clearly feel her plump breast trembling against his chest when she pounced on him. The contact was hard to ignore and made Jerome's breathing hitch. Jerome swallowed his saliva instantly. Not to mention that the other person's petite body was in his arms, and the tempting peach scent faintly passed by his nose. Chapter 24, The First Love Letter from the School Beauty. Jerome felt his throat tighten, and he sank a little too deep. I'm sorry. Arya didn't expect to fall into Jerome's arms and be hugged by him. Now her nose was filled with Jerome's pleasant masculine scent, which made Arya feel relaxed and happy, yet distracted. She was in a very good mood, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. She felt her whole body steaming with heat. She looked up at him secretly, gazing at his handsome face, which was chiseled with a knife, in fascination, her face becoming increasingly red. What's wrong? Jerome let go of Arya awkwardly, but his palms were still burning from hugging Arya. Here, it's for you. Arya mustered up all her courage, took out a pink envelope from her pocket, and handed it directly to Jerome. Arya once wrote 99 love letters to Jerome. Serena wrote as many love letters as he proposed to her. Her love for Jerome was converted into words and recorded in love letters. This was her 100th love letter to Jerome, and it took her several full nights to finish it. She just wanted to express her strongest love for Jerome without reservation. Jerome's heart beat faster when he looked at the pink envelope. He is not stupid. How could I not know what was in the pink envelope? Had written dozens of love letters to Serena before, almost one a week. But he never expected to receive a love letter from Arya now. Arya lowered her oval face, too shy to meet Jerome's deep eyes. Her voice was filled with joy and excitement, and she could even laugh at the air. You must watch it, and I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, she handed the love letter to Jerome and ran away subconsciously. Too shy. She didn't dare to look at his expression when he read the love letter. So it's better to slip away quickly. Watching the girl running away, Jerome felt like he was dreaming. The pink love letter still retains Arya's unique fragrance. Jerome instantly felt that this love letter was heavy. At this moment, the system starts to remind. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed into the high-speed rail, and now you have received $1 million. Congratulations to the host. You signed in on the high-speed rail for 10 minutes, and you will be rewarded with $200,000. Congratulations to the host. You signed in for half an hour on the high-speed rail, and you will be rewarded with $500,000. After waiting for half an hour, Jerome finally got on the high-speed train with the crowded crowd. After sitting down, Jerome opened the love letter. As a result, as he watched, his heart began to beat faster. At that moment, he seemed to see a miniature of himself in the letter, the foolish self who had loved Serena to the point of being unable to extricate himself. Ask you a silly question. What should I do if I fall in love with you? I don't want to confuse you. I just want you to know that no matter how the moon waxes and wanes, or how the tides rise and fall, I will always love you. There are many people who like you, and I am not missing one, but there are few people I like, and you are enough for me. I am not a person who is good at expressing myself, but my heart has always been expressing my love for you. I can't stop my heartbeat just because I want to, unless you can stop exuding your charm. You like playing basketball. You like the three-step layup the most. You like wearing the number 8 jersey the most. You like to lift up your jersey to wipe the sweat off your head. Well, don't do it again in the future. I will blush when I see your abdominal muscles. If possible, can you only show them to me? Well, don't think I'm shameless. I'm already ashamed when I write this. I'm serious. I want to be the girl who cheers you on the basketball court. And I also want to be the girl who gives you water and wipes your sweat. I want to put my hand in your pocket in winter and drink a glass of soda with you in summer. But I am too stupid. I don't know how to make you like me. Although I am stupid, I work hard. It is said that the early bird catches the worm. I wonder if I can fly up quickly. You are in my heart, shining day and night, and it will never change. Her handwriting is very clear and neat, just like her personality. The most important thing is that Jerome can deeply feel the sweetness and love of a young girl in love from her words. Jerome's heart was so warm that he couldn't get enough of watching it once, so he watched it several times to savor it. At the end, Jerome discovered there was a sketch behind the love letter. Jerome couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't know when she drew it, but it was obviously a scene of him playing ball. He has sharp eyebrows and a determined look. He is wearing the number 8 jersey and has very strong muscles. He is dunking the ball on the playground, and sweat is dripping from the ends of his hair. Her painting was very delicate and skillful, and it definitely could not be completed in a short time. She captured all of his charm. Jerome watched and suddenly started to grin foolishly. This idiot, when did he steal the painting? He has no idea. Jerome smiled, folded the love letter carefully, and put it in his bag. He looked out of the sky. The sky is blue and the clouds are well white. His heart also became clear. His hometown, City A, is not far from here and can be reached in just 1 hour by high-speed rail. Jerome was bored, so he started to draw lots with 1,000 points of backbone. 200 points of backbone value can be used to draw a lottery once. Jerome came up with a 5-draw streak. I won 4 times in total, and the winning rate is very high. Congratulations to the host. I got a charm buff of 20 points. I am handsome, and I have a girl. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 30 points of force, and you are invincible. Congratulations to the host. You have won a Rolex watch, which is now in your backpack. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 2-day European Emperor Experience voucher. Jerome was particularly curious about the last European Emperor Experience voucher and asked, "What is the European Emperor Experience voucher?" The European Emperor Experience voucher means that you have extremely good luck within 2 days. You will win every bet, win every lottery, and become a real koi. Jerome's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes this. I'm so lucky to have drawn this. Jerome opened the backpack and found a real Rolex watch inside. It's still the latest model. Jerome had only seen it on pictures on the official website before, and now it looks particularly stylish on his wrist, and most importantly, it suits him very well. Jerome couldn't let it go and kept wearing it. After arriving in City A, Jerome came out of the high-speed rail station. From a distance, he saw his parents, who were dressed very simply. His skin is not very white, but rather dark, but he is very honest and simple. Both my parents worked in factories and raised me with great difficulty. Look, the clothes I wear are so simple now. They must be frugal in their daily life. Now that he has the super rich system, he wants to lead his parents to live a good life. Jerome immediately decided to buy more meat tonight to have a meat dinner for the family. But he didn't expect that everything that happened next would be completely beyond his expectations and catch him off guard. Chapter 25, it turns out that our family is a hidden rich family. Dad, Mom, Jerome called out enthusiastically. Seeing their handsome and tall son appear, John's father and mother were very happy. Son, you are here. John's father wanted to help Jerome with his luggage, but Jerome smiled and declined. No, it's not heavy, I can carry it. Okay, let's go home. Father Jiang said lovingly. Dad, Mom, we're taking a taxi over here. Where are you going? Jerome watched his parents heading towards the parking lot in the opposite direction and became immediately confused. Silly boy. Of course we'll take a car. John's father said with a smile. Why should we take a taxi? Car? How can we have a car? Jerome looked confused. Normally, I can't even bear to take a taxi and would rather walk a long way to take the bus. Now you say you have a car? Did someone send you here? Jerome asked curiously. Father Jiang nodded. Yes, the driver delivered it. Oh, you called a special car. I guess it's Didi Chuxing. It's cheaper to call a taxi via mobile phone. Jiang's mother shook her head and said, it's either a special car or our car. Huh? Jerome was completely confused now. You'll know in a moment. Jiang's mother said mysteriously. Jerome was even more confused. Is there anything you want to hide from him? Soon they arrived at the parking lot. Come on, my dear son. Get in the car. Father Jiang waved at Jerome proudly. Jerome took a heavy hit. He found that his parents were leading him to a black Rolls-Royce stretch phantom. There was a neatly dressed driver who got out of the car politely and opened the door for them. Master, madam, master, please get in the car. After hearing what the driver said, Jerome was shocked. What's going on? Why are you still calling him master, madam, and young master? I must be dreaming. John's mother smiled and said to Jerome, we'll talk slowly in the car. Jerome quickly got in the car. This car is truly luxurious, extremely spacious and comfortable. Not only does it have a luxurious sofa, it even has a wine cabinet and a refrigerator. Jerome looked around in surprise. He found that his parents were looking at him seriously. Son, you have to be prepared for what we are going to say next. Jerome swallowed his saliva and said, could it be that I was taken away from the hospital by mistake and am actually the only child of some rich man? He has copied all the scenes from TV. Son, how could such a melodramatic plot happen? Zhang's mother rolled her eyes at Jerome. What is that? Jerome is now full of curiosity. Father Jiang took a deep breath and said, your aunt inherited billions of dollars in assets, and now you are her only heir. When she dies in the future, all the billions of dollars in assets will be yours. What? Jerome was shocked. My aunt, didn't you say that my aunt went to Africa to work? Is it so profitable to work there? John's father said, I was just kidding you. She went abroad to get married, but she married a rich old man who could be her grandfather. Now the old man is dead, and she has no children. She decided to make you the heir to her property, so she returned home. A huge fortune falls from the sky. Jerome was totally shocked. When he was a child, he had imagined that he was a rich boy who was taken away by mistake, or a wealthy man whose parents pretended to be poor because they were afraid that he would squander their wealth. However, this never happened. But his parents are not rich, but his aunt is rich. Jerome was very ecstatic. The system really didn't deceive him. The European Emperor Experience voucher is so cool. Jerome was so happy. Soon, the driver drove to a super luxurious villa, which was no worse than the duplex sea view villa in Jiangling Garden given by the system. It can be said to be very luxurious. Jerome just got off the car and heard a super happy voice. Jerome, you're here. Jerome looked over in the direction of the sound and saw a beautifully dressed woman running towards him. This was the first time he met his aunt. He had only seen her in photos before, and at that time he knew that his aunt was a super beauty. Now that I see her, I feel that she is even prettier than in the photo. Moreover, so many years have passed, and she has maintained herself very well. She looks to be in her early 30s. You can't tell that she is almost 50. Are you my aunt? Jerome asked blankly. Yes, Jerome is really a handsome man. When Annie left, you were just a little kid, still drinking milk in the cradle. And now you have grown into such a handsome boy. Annie said with a smile, come on, come in. This is your home. My home? Jerome was surprised. My aunt smiled and said, I bought this house especially for you. It's my gift to you. Jerome didn't expect his aunt to be so generous. He was flattered and said, Aunt, no, I can't accept it. Give a mansion as a gift upon meeting? It directly refreshed Jerome's cognitive perspective. We are a family. You are my heir, and what's mine is yours. You can't bring it with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die. I, your aunt, am happy to spend money on my heir. The aunt was very confident. But it's okay. Come on, you must be hungry. Annie has prepared a table of delicious food for you. Annie touched Jerome's head lovingly. The more she looked at Jerome, the more satisfied she became. What a kind young man, with a good family background and good looks. It's such an honor to be her heir. Besides, blood is thicker than water. I felt close to him the first time I saw him, and couldn't help but want to be nice to him. The aunt felt that her idea of making Jerome the heir was correct. Even if she tried to train a new heir, could she find someone better than her nephew? Besides, good things should be kept within the family. Naturally, My aunt still wanted to leave the property to her own family. After all, how could she give away the property that she had earned through hard work and youth for free to others? Jerome arrived at the restaurant. He was completely stunned. There were more than 40 dishes on the table, which filled up the table completely. Each dish was presented on a plate with carvings. Well, it was a delicacy that he couldn't normally afford. It looks very expensive. As if sensing Jerome's surprise, the aunt smiled and said, I don't know what you like to eat, so I prepared a little bit of everything. I have prepared all 8 major cuisines. If it's not enough, tell me again. Aunt, that's enough. That's enough. Jerome couldn't finish all these dishes even if he ate them for a week. That's good. And he began to pick up food for Jerome very enthusiastically. Jerome's bowl was full to the brim. It was only because Jerome said it was too much that his aunt stopped taking more food. It's so enthusiastic. Eat slowly. The lawyer will be here soon, said my aunt with a smile. Lawyer, what is this for? Chapter 26, Billionaire Heir. I just want you to sign a property inheritance agreement. This is a big deal, and your aunt needs to finalize it as soon as possible. Although I'm still old, it's hard to say which will come first, an accident or an illness. Aunt sighed. Aunt, don't say that. You will definitely live 100 years. Jerome said firmly. Then my aunt started to giggle and said, well, I will definitely live a long life. I want to see you get married and have children as soon as possible. Puffed. Jerome was eating when he was suddenly frightened by his aunt's words and almost spit out his food. Aunt, I'm still young, not so early. Jerome's face flushed. It's not too early. You're at marriageable age now. You're 22 and can start a family and build a career. My aunt said with a smile. Zhang's mother said, your aunt is right. Your father already had you when he was your age. Jerome scratched his head and said, it's a different era now. What's wrong? Is Serena unwilling? Zhang's father asked, realizing something. Jerome was very excited to get married before. Why don't you want to get married now? As an old father, he definitely understands his son, and he probably thinks that something went wrong with Serena. Jerome sighed and said, Dad, Mom, to be honest, I've given up on Serena. She and I are from 2 different worlds. I am a fish, and she is a bird, so I have broken off my engagement with her. Although John's father and mother were surprised, they quickly began to comfort Jerome. It's okay. The child marriage doesn't count anyway. Just think of it as a joke. That's right, my son is so outstanding, he will definitely be able to find a better girl. My aunt nodded and said, Jerome, it's okay. She didn't want to be with you because she was blind. You are no longer the same as before, but you are my nephew. There are so many girls throwing themselves at you. Why worry? I promise to find you a better girl. Aunt, thank you for your kindness. I just want to study hard now. After all, I'm a student now. Hearing Jerome's words, the aunt was very impressed. That's great. My vision is right. You didn't get carried away just because you're going to inherit a large fortune. You know how to be down to earth. I'm relieved. There's a party the day after tomorrow. I'll take you out to see the world and make some connections. Thank you, Aunt. After dinner, the lawyer arrived. Jerome was stunned when he saw the full list of properties on the inheritance book. More than 30 luxury villas at home and abroad. More than 40 stores and 20 shopping malls around the world. 40 chain enterprise companies. 2 sets of private beaches. The largest piece of property among them is the Chun Group that my aunt inherited from her husband. My God, the Chun Group is one of the top 10 largest companies in Asia. So now he's the first heir to Chen's enterprise? The future CEO? No wonder my aunt is looking for an heir now, which is equivalent to looking for the future person in charge of the Chun Group. Jerome's breathing hitched. He was already shocked. He started signing immediately. If you don't grab such a big pie when it falls, you'd be an idiot. In this way, Jerome successfully became his aunt's first heir, and after his aunt passed away, all the property under her name belonged to Jerome. Logically, I have to attend my cousin's wedding tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early. But how can I sleep in such a situation? Jerome was in a good mood. His cell phone rang with a ding-dong reminder. Jerome opened it and found it was a message from Arya. Arya, the moon is very round tonight. Have a good dream. A picture of the moon at night is posted at the back. The hazy and bright moon hangs in the sky, bringing with it a sense of artistic conception. Jerome's eyes softened. He subconsciously looked at the moon outside. At this moment, Arya was lying on the rabbit pillow, holding a mobile phone in her hand, waiting for news. Ding dong. There's news. Arya was very excited and clicked it immediately. Then I found a picture sent by Jerome. A faint crescent moon hangs in the night sky. It was obviously his moon. Arya felt the urge to fly over and watch the moon with him. It was strange. He had only been gone for 6 hours, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So why did she miss him so much? Then another voice message came from the other side of WeChat. Good night. A magnetic male voice sounded. Arya's face began to heat up. She immediately started to reply, good night. Then Arya slid her finger upwards and clicked on Jerome's recording, looping it in times. It sounds so good. I never get tired of listening to it. Arya's mouth was raised high in a frown, and she couldn't raise it down at all. My face started to get hot for no reason. Arya subconsciously used the bunny pillow to cover her face, but her exposed ears couldn't help but reveal signs of redness. Autumn mornings are beautiful, and the air is filled with the scent of spring grass. The wedding is about to be held on the endless grassland. The scene has been decorated in a particularly beautiful and romantic way, and a large number of people have gathered there. Everyone was talking to each other happily, when suddenly a tall figure appeared and immediately grabbed everyone's attention. He was wearing a black suit, his black hair was styled with mousse and stood up, his sideburns were flying, welcoming the morning dew and morning light, and he looked extremely handsome. He is obviously not the groom, but he attracts more attention than the groom. Some girls have already started to blush and kept looking at him. They began to ask questions to those who knew the situation like crazy. Who is he? He's so handsome. Is he a star? The other party replied, he's the groom's cousin, but I was really surprised that he could come. I thought he would not want to show up at the wedding. This made the girls wonder, why? He's in love. He's obsessed with the school's most beautiful girl and proposed to her 99 times, but each time failed. He must be the laughingstock of his school now. While others were gloating over his misfortune, my cousin's unhappy voice rang out. You were wrong. Not only did he not become a laughingstock in their school, but he became a celebrity instead. The person being criticized blushed immediately. He has been rejected so many times for proposing. He must be notorious. He is a bootlicker. No matter how many times he proposes, the other party is not interested in him. You only know one side of the story. Do you know that the school beauty he proposed to 99 times has now even pursued him to his wedding? Said the cousin confidently. What? Impossible. This shocked everyone. Jerome, not far away, and said, this is the real evidence. Chapter 27, Proposal. Jerome looked at the girl in a white dress in front of him in surprise. She was very beautiful, with fair skin, and she was smiling at him. Her rosy cheeks were like bright peach petals, and her big, watery eyes looked at him sincerely. It seems to contain thousands of words, and is particularly affectionate. Why are you here? Jerome asked in surprise. Serena said shyly, what's the matter? If you can attend the wedding, why can't I? Besides, I know your cousin too. He definitely won't mind paying an extra share. In fact, she missed him. So even if the high-speed rail tickets were sold out, she would still take a 2 or 3 hour train ride. Even if she vomited from the ride, she would still appear in front of him. Not to mention that she had the most important and sacred thing to do. Jerome had a complicated look in his eyes and a gloomy mood. He really had no way to restrict Serena's personal freedom and prevent her from appearing here. But it doesn't matter. No matter what she does, he will not be shaken. Even though she walked around in his world, Jerome remained calm and unperturbed. Whatever you want. Jerome took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out. Serena immediately chased after him, completely following him, and asked, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink something? No thanks, Jerome said expressionlessly. Can we sit together later? Serena asked shyly. The seats have been arranged, sorry. Jerome refused flatly. Congratulations to the host for rejecting Serena and gaining 200 backbone points. Serena's heart trembled for a moment, and she forced a smile. I'm not familiar with them, so I have nothing to say. Serena, the best relationship we can have is just friends. Jerome pursed his lips and looked straight at Serena. Nothing else is possible. Serena's eyes were full of grievance. Her lips moved. She wanted to say something, but she could only bite her lips. She couldn't say anything. Everyone was very surprised after seeing Serena being rejected by Jerome. The girls even began to question the boy who just said Jerome was not a good boy. Is this called a dog licker? Where did he lick? He is cool, okay? Yeah, I only saw girls chasing boys. Did you hear that from hearsay? The boy who was being criticized was immediately criticized to the point where he had difficulty refutation. He himself was confused. What went wrong here? Isn't it said that school beauty Xia ignored Jerome and Jerome couldn't get her love? But the actual situation was completely different from what he saw today. The wedding was held quickly, and Serena naturally couldn't sit next to Jerome. She could only sit in the next seat, back to back with Jerome. This was the only time she could be close to Jerome. Serena watched the bride come out and immediately began to envy her. It would be a very romantic scene if she wore a wedding dress and walked in the wedding hall with Jerome. I will also get everyone's blessings just like I do now. Serena looked at the cold boy next to her with admiration, her face flushed pink and rosy. But now she could only watch his back from a distance. Serena bit her thin, red lips. She regretted very much if she had agreed before. That way, she wouldn't break up with him. My cousin and his wife came to toast. Serena saw that Jerome's glass was filled to the brim and subconsciously said to Jerome's cousin, "He has a bad stomach, I'll drink for him." But Jerome took the glass coldly and drank it all. "Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. I'll drink it myself." Serena's face turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes. He still didn't forgive her. After the newlyweds' toast, it is time to present the flowers. Jerome had no interest in grabbing the bouquet. After all, he had no intention of getting married now and did not want to get involved in this mess. Jerome heard the sound of a chair moving next to him. He was very surprised to find that Serena was eager to try. She wants to grab the bouquet? Under Jerome's surprised gaze, Serena went straight to the crowd who were about to receive the bouquet. She has a relatively gentle personality and is never the type to fight for anything. After all, what she wants has already been prepared for her. Bare hands. But this time, Jerome saw that Serena was completely determined to give it her all. She was much more ferocious than usual. She was fighting with a group of people for the bouquet. It was obvious that she had no advantage, but she was able to use all her strength at the critical moment and desperately protect the bouquet in her arms. Even though she was pushed to the ground, her hair was a little messy from the struggle, and her skirt was stepped on several times, but she still held the bouquet tightly. Serena fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Jerome's lips moved as he watched this scene, and a complex look flashed across his eyes. Serena, who was wrestling, didn't feel cold. Instead, she smiled brightly because she grabbed the bouquet. She fixed her eyes on Jerome, raised the bouquet in her hand high, and shouted, "I got it." Serena had her hair disheveled, but she was still radiant. Jerome frowned and noticed that she was walking closer to him. "I naively thought that no matter how far I ran, you would always be there waiting for me. But now I understand how wrong I was. Why should I feel so noble and make you, who likes me so much, so humble? You made me realize that eating alone is not as happy as eating with someone, sleeping alone is not as warm as sleeping with someone, and walking alone at night without someone else may not be able to go on." Serena looked at Jerome tenderly and smiled. Then, in front of everyone, she knelt on one knee, took out a diamond ring, and said to Jerome, "Since you won't propose to me for the 100th time, please allow me to do it." "Jerome, I love you. Will you marry me?" Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that someone would start proposing at weddings. And it was a girl proposing to a boy. The chances of this happening are too rare, which shows that a girl has to like a boy a lot before she can take the risk. Not to mention that this girl is a super beauty. After a while, everyone started talking about it. I envy him so much. It was the beautiful Serena who proposed to him. If it were me, I would have agreed right away. This young man has a promising future. I'm in my 30s and still single, and no woman has proposed to me, but he looks like he's only in his early 20s and has such an honor. Who said it wasn't true? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Okay, young man, just agree to it. When everyone was urging Jerome to agree to Serena, Jerome was unusually calm, and this calmness gave Serena a sense of panic. Chapter 28, you can get my body, but not my heart. She only saw his cold eyes pass over her, and he said quietly, "I will not marry you." Serena's expression suddenly turned very ugly. Everyone around was shocked. How can you refuse such a beautiful fairy? This young man's vision is going to the sky. An uncle immediately advised Jerome, saying, "Think about it carefully. The girl loves you so much. How can you bear to reject her? You are too cruel." Serena burst into tears and said, "Uncle, don't say that about him. He is not that kind of person. If rejecting her once is cruel, then her rejecting me is a heinous crime." Jerome smiled self-deprecatingly. "It doesn't mean that all deep love can be rewarded with true love. At least my sincerity was cruelly betrayed once. I won't take back what I have lost, and I won't look back for what I have missed." He looked directly at Serena and said, Those who can't get what they want will always be in turmoil. Ask yourself, do you love me as a person, or do you love the unwillingness of not being able to get what I want? He doesn't need belated infatuation. He had already decided that he would do it no matter what happened. But if he decides he doesn't want it, he won't keep it no matter what. Serena said anxiously. Of course I love you as a person. Really? Jerome smiled sarcastically. Then why did you come back to me after rejecting my proposal 99 times? He pursed his lips and said, I have been your backup from the beginning to the end. When this backup might fall into the hands of someone else, you get nervous and concerned. You are unwilling to accept it. You want to save it and even want to take it back, right? Perhaps without her giving up an Arya as pursuit, Serena would still ignore her. He had lost all hope and didn't want to have any emotional involvement with Serena. Jerome's sharp words didn't give Serena any face at all. Serena panicked. Her whole body felt a painful tremor. Tears raged down her cheeks. Her voice became hoarse on the spot. No, it's not like that. I don't treat you as a backup. If you proposed to me 100 times, I would agree, but you didn't give me this chance. Why should I give it to you? How can I be sure that the 100th proposal will be the last one? What if I need another 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times? Since you decided to agree after the 100th time, then were the previous 99 confessions just teasing me? Jerome scolded. Serena burst into tears and shook her head. But I couldn't say a word in reply. Jerome hardened his heart and said, please don't disturb my life in the future. Then he turned to his cousin and said, I'm sorry to disturb your wedding. It's okay. My cousin was very generous. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. I wish you and my sister-in-law a happy marriage and a son soon. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jerome said lightly and then left the wedding scene. Jerome, I really love you, Serena shouted at the tall figure. Jerome shuddered and chose not to look back, but to leave the scene resolutely. Serena clutched her chest, feeling the tearing pain. She cried so sadly that her eyes were swollen and her makeup was smudged. She kept holding the sparkling DR ring and crying miserably. Everyone looked at Serena with sympathy, and some people tried to comfort her, but Serena just kept crying. She was so heartbroken that she picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. She couldn't drink, and when she took the first sip, she felt a particularly strong, spicy taste, which immediately choked her and made her cough. Serena hesitated for just a few seconds and was stimulated by Jerome's ruthless look, so she gritted her teeth and finished the glass of wine. After finishing one cup, I want another. Seeing Serena's hurt expression, the cousin advised, drink less. My cousin didn't mean what he said. Maybe you hurt him too badly before. Serena smiled bitterly and said, yes, I hurt him too much, so I deserve it. I deserve it. It's normal for him to ignore me. As she said this, she drank up the glass of wine in one gulp. At this moment, her beautiful face was covered with tears. The alcohol took over her. Her cheeks flushed, and she fell drunk on the table, crying and laughing. I deserve it. Who made me a slut? Oh, it's all my fault. Those who see it feel sympathy, and those who hear it feel sad. But what can we do? Love is something that is hard to understand and hard to force. And you can't stay together forever just by wishing for it. Even if you are heartbroken, it's just the pain and sleeplessness you suffer alone. Serena thought that if she cried and made a fuss, he would come back. But until the wedding was over, no one else showed up. Serena knew she had lost everything. After leaving the wedding, Jerome returned to his aunt's house. My aunt has asked the counter staff to send a bunch of luxury goods, either clothes, men's bags, watches, or brand-name sneakers. Come, these are all picked by your aunt for you. Take a look and see which one you like, and wear it to the party tomorrow. Aunt asked Jerome with a smile. Jerome was dazzled by this. He didn't expect the treatment to be so good. Aunt, this is too much. Jerome actually doesn't have any pursuit for luxury goods. He just wants the clothes to be comfortable, and he doesn't care too much about whether they are expensive or not. Jerome was still surprised to see so many luxury goods coming directly. As a result, my aunt burst out laughing and said, that's not a lot, my silly nephew. I even had a lot of them custom-made. I'll send them to you when the time comes. Anything else? Jerome was dumbfounded. Of course, if others have it, my nephew must have it. If you like something else, just tell your aunt directly, and I will buy it for you. Aunt smiled. She is serious about doting on her nephew. After all, he is her heir in the future. If she doesn't treat him well, who else can she treat well? Jerome felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life all of a sudden. These things that ordinary boys dream of have become within his reach. Aunt, these are enough for me. As expected of my nephew, you know how to be content. You are really pitiful. You must have suffered a lot in the past to be so sensible. Now that your aunt is here, she will definitely not let you continue to suffer. The aunt subconsciously handed Jerome a bank card and said, "Keep this card. I will give you 10 million every week as your pocket money. You must spend it all by the end of the month. You are not allowed to save money for me." Jerome was surprised. Is this possible? 10 million a week, that would be 40 million a month. 40 million as pocket money? That's too extravagant. You can buy a villa with it. Chapter 29. Brother Jiang is the favorite at the banquet. Jerome said to his aunt, "Aunt, this is too much. I don't need it." The aunt immediately said to Jerome angrily, "Silly boy, why are you still being polite to your aunt? As a successor, you must know how to make money and spend money. If you don't know how to spend money, what's the point of making money? If you don't listen to your aunt, she will be angry with you." Seeing that his aunt was struggling with him, Jerome could only agree and said, "Okay." The aunt nodded with satisfaction, then picked up a few sets of clothes and said to Jerome, "Come on, change into them and show them to your aunt to see if they fit you. We have a very important banquet to attend tomorrow." Jerome nodded and went to change. It is true that people need clothes, and these brand-name clothes look different when worn on the body. Jerome felt a little more casual and noble. After seeing him dressed, his aunt praised him nonstop and immediately ordered one of the suits for Jerome to wear at the party tomorrow. Jerome also liked it and agreed. The next day, it was getting dark. Aunt took Jerome to a banquet at a 5-star hotel. Before leaving, he also said he would prepare a mysterious surprise for Jerome. Jerome was confused. Mysterious surprise? What is that? But fortunately, we will know soon. Jerome is still looking forward to it. The banquet was filled with cheers and was attended by many people from the upper class, including many dignitaries and many big stars. This was a completely different world that Jerome had never been able to access as a student before, and he made the leap to a different class all at once. System reply. Ding. Successful signing in for the banquet. Reward you with $1 million. Jerome out with a smile on her face. Many people's eyes were on the fair and handsome Jerome. But apart from being polite to Jerome's aunt, he was indifferent to Jerome. After all, they all thought that the guy their aunt brought was just a gigolo, probably someone who was being kept by someone. They were used to it in this circle. Some even smiled disdainfully at Jerome. Jerome curled the corners of his mouth coldly, with disdain. He stood there, just drinking his wine quietly, not showing much interest in these people. However, my aunt noticed the discriminatory looks from outsiders and became a little unhappy. This is too much. He actually dared to neglect her nephew and didn't give her face. So my aunt took Jerome to several bosses and introduced them with a smile. "Boss Chi, Boss Jiang, this is my nephew Jerome, my heir and the future successor of the Chun Group." So, this young man is not just a kept gigolo. He has an important background. He is actually the future successor of Chun Group. God, the Chun Group is a well-known large group. Jerome not only has a bright future, but his net worth is definitely over 100 million. Originally looked down upon, Jerome suddenly became enthusiastic after learning of his identity. So he is Mrs. Chen's heir. What a handsome man. He's really handsome and a good match for my daughter. I just don't know if he'll be interested in my little girl. I have 2 daughters. I can introduce them to you. Jerome showed no interest after hearing this. Let them fight as they please. Now there are more and more people coming to flatter me. Is this the world of rich people? They change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. They were so cold just now, but now they start to make friends with me. Jerome said to his aunt calmly, "I'll go eat something over there." My aunt nodded and let him go. No one else dared to say anything, even though Jerome's attitude was cold. Who would dare to find fault? After all, he is the future successor of the Chun Group, and no one present can afford to offend him. Jerome glanced at the buffet area. The food here was very exquisite and made to look unaffordable. When he picked some food and put it on the plate, he suddenly heard a bang, and something seemed to spill on his shirt, which was immediately soaked. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." The waitress' eyes were red, and she was obviously feeling guilty. She had never expected to bump into Jerome when she was trying to get the wine glass. "How about I compensate you?" "It's okay." Jerome didn't pursue the matter further. The red wine stain is not large and can be washed off. Besides, it doesn't seem like the other person did it on purpose. "Thank you." The waitress nodded gratefully. Jerome was about to deal with the red wine stain on his shirt. He picked up a wet towel and wiped it, but the stain became darker. "This won't work." I have a solution. As Jerome struggled with the stain, a familiar female voice sounded. Jerome raised his head in astonishment. It's you? The wash basin in the toilet. Jerome leaned against the marble sink, his black suit casually taken off to the side. While her slender fingers were resting on the edge of the sink, a slim and sexy figure was lying in front of him, busy with something. Call! Jerome gasped. The other person's cold hands and the warm towel formed a world of ice and fire. It quickly made Jerome's body tremble sensitively. As soon as he trembled, the girl in front of him blushed and asked, "Did I hurt you?" Her clear and innocent eyes were as pure as a fawn. She bit her red lips, worried about him. Jerome couldn't help but smile. "It's okay. My shirt is just wet and a little cold. It will be done soon." Arya's mild. White wine mixed with salt can effectively remove stains. She lowered her head and continued to wipe the stains on his shirt with a hot towel. "I don't know." Jerome laughed. "I'm a girl, and I'll have to take care of my husband in the future, so I have to understand a little bit," Arya said casually, and immediately felt the boy's fiery gaze. She suddenly felt ashamed for her outspokenness, so she quickened her pace and said, "Okay." Jerome nodded. "Thank you." He looked down at his shirt and saw that the stain was gone. Jerome went to use the blow dryer, and soon the shirt was dry, and there was no sign that red wine had just been spilled on it. "I'm lucky to meet you today." Jerome curled his lips. "I happened to receive the invitation, so I came." Arya's eyelashes were lowered gracefully. In fact, she didn't say one thing. She flew over only after she was sure that he was on the list. Otherwise, she would have no interest in this kind of banquet. That's quite a coincidence. Jerome was a little embarrassed. After all, he had just received Arya's love letter, and he didn't have much experience in relationships, so he was a little helpless when facing such a sincere girl. "Have you found a female companion?" Arya asked cautiously, biting her cherry lips with her pearly teeth. "Female companion?" Chapter 30, Is There Cream on My Lips? "There's a dance later," Arya hinted shyly, "and I haven't found a date yet." Jerome understood. He had heard about such a process. "But I can't dance." I can teach you. I'll step on your feet and embarrass you. But you still want to teach me?" Jerome said jokingly. Arya's eyes were still shining, and she said expectantly, "Yes." She lifted her shoes again and showed them to Jerome, smiling slightly. "Look, I'm wearing black shoes today. They're hard-wearing and durable." That was a very cute move. But Jerome also recognizes his own dancing level. Well, it's horrible. Arya was so cute, he couldn't bear to step on her. Arya were to embarrass herself in public. He would be under a lot of pressure. "I'd better not dance, sorry." Jerome rejected her. "Okay." Although Arya felt a little disappointed, she didn't force it. He didn't like? Whatever his choice, she respected him. At this moment, the system began to remind Jerome. "Congratulations to the host for rejecting Arya's invitation to dance. Your backbone value increased by 300, and you are rewarded with $1 million. Jerome received the official reward. He returned to the party with Arya. At this time, the aunt saw the two of them and asked in surprise, "Jerome, Arya, do you two know each other?" "We are schoolmates." Jerome was a little surprised. "Aunt, do you know her?" My aunt smiled and said, "Of course I know her. The Lung family and the Chin family have close ties. I wanted to introduce her to you today. I didn't expect that you two already knew each other. It's really fate." Jerome then realized that the surprise his aunt was talking about was Arya. The implication is obviously to bring him and Arya together. Arya understood what her aunt meant, and her face turned red and her heart beat fast. "You guys have a good chat. I'll go have a good chat with my old friends," Andy said with a smile, and whispered in Jerome's ear. Seize the opportunity. Jerome felt helpless when he saw his aunt leaving with a smile. This aunt is really unreliable. She just left him like that, and also wants to bring him and Arya together. He glanced at Arya. Her snow-white little face was lowered with a faint smile. When she looked at him, her eyes were filled with love and sweetness. "Do you want to eat cake? The cakes here are very sweet. You can try it." Arya broke the deadlock first and said with a smile in her eyes. There is absolutely no sign of him being aloof in front of outsiders. This made Jerome feel even more special to Arya. Well, okay. Jerome did not reject Arya as kindness this time. Isn't it just a piece of cake? The cakes here are all custom-made, and it would be a waste not to eat them. Arya immediately brought a piece of cake over, and when Jerome was about to take it, Arya scooped a piece of cake with a fork and handed it to Jerome's mouth. Ah. Her rosy lips were slightly parted, and her watery eyes looked at him expectantly. Jerome couldn't help but open his mouth and took a bite. The sweetness fills the mouth. Very sweet and delicious. Is it delicious? Arya asked with a smile. Good. Arya lowered her head and took a bite herself, saying happily, it's really sweet. This was beyond Jerome's expectations. He didn't expect that he and Arya would share a cake, just like a normal couple. Jerome felt the sweetness in his mouth seem to spread even more. Arya scooped another spoonful to Jerome and said, Here, have another bite. Jerome didn't hesitate and took a bite. Why think so much? The cake is simply delicious. Is there any cream on my lips? Arya asked with her watery eyes, tapping her lips with her hand. Jerome's eyes fell on her lips, full and red. The color of cherries is very tempting, and the cream on the corners of your mouth is particularly tempting. Jerome looked at it and felt a little dry in the mouth. Yes. Jerome stared. Then can you wipe it for me? Arya raised her little face and licked it with the tip of her pink tongue, but missed. Okay. Jerome lowered his head and was about to apply cream to Arya, but Arya suddenly stood on tiptoes. Bang! The two people's faces were very close to each other. Jerome's breathing quickened. The girl's beautiful face was close to him. Her pretty eyes looked deeply into his. Her cheeks turned red instantly, and she shyly stretched out her hand. Jerome thought she was going to put her arms around his neck, but her slender fingers fell on his collar. A trace of ripples flashed across his eyes. He could clearly feel her slender fingers brushing across his burning neck, and a flame popped up like a dragonfly touching the water. Your collar is messy. Let me fix it for you. She gently fixed it for him, her pleasant voice lingering in his ears. For Jerome, his ears are the most sensitive. His ears swelled up, which was rare. After a moment, the heat faded and she pulled away, grasping his hand and exploring the cream on her lips. Like a coquettish kitten, she let his fingertips rub against her little by little. Jerome's throat went dry. Arya said slyly, No more cream on your mouth? Jerome stared, clean and without any cream. Arya lowered her head and started eating the cream again, obviously in a very happy mood. This also affected Jerome, and his appetite increased. The two of them quickly divided the cake. As a result, Arya sighed. How sinful. She pinched her waist subconsciously and said angrily, I'm definitely going to gain weight. How could that be? You're very thin. Jerome's eyes fell on Arya's figure. She is really thin with a slender waist. Her breasts are so full that they cannot be held with one hand. It's not a slightly plump figure, but it's definitely top-notch. Her skin is white and creamy, and her figure is well-proportioned, and you can tell she is very well-endowed. Arya's eyes sparkled when she heard Jerome's words. She smiled sweetly. That's good. Suddenly the lights dimmed, and the host began to announce the start of the dance. Couples have started to move to the center of the dance floor. Jerome saw Arya, but didn't move. Aren't you going to dance? He asked. I want to accompany you. I prefer being with you than dancing. Arya said, and her face began to heat up. She had never said anything shameful before, but this time she was absolutely emotional. Jerome heard this. He felt like smoke was coming out of his body. I really can't understand how a cold school beauty can say sweet words. I'm going to the bathroom. Jerome said calmly and went to the bathroom. Arya waited obediently for Jerome to come back. After a while, a dark shadow covered her. Arya looked up with a smile, and when she was about to speak, she realized it was another boy. Will you dance with me? This was a rich second-generation man who was attracted by Arya's beauty and went straight up to her to strike up a conversation. Arya was very cold. Her beautiful eyes were cold and without any warmth, and she replied in a cold tone, Not interested. Stop pretending. You must be happy that I invite you to dance. Why pretend to be so noble? Playing hard to get is out of date. The rich second generation subconsciously reached out to grab Arya's hand. Chapter 31, Anyone who dares to disrespect you will be punished no matter how far away he is. Arya slapped the rich second generation in disgust and said, Get lost. Pa! The slap made the rich second generation stunned. The slap was so hard that his face was swollen. The rich second generation gnashed his teeth and said, Stinking bitch. He raised his hand, ready to hit Arya. Arya didn't have time to dodge and thought the slap was about to fall, but she didn't feel it. Pa! Arya opened her eyes in surprise and found a tall and handsome figure standing in front of her. With a cold face, he grabbed the rich second generation's face fiercely and slapped him hard without hesitation. The rich second generation was beaten so hard that he saw stars and started to curse. Who do you think you are? Pa! Pa! Two loud slaps were heard again. The rich second generation was completely stunned. I'm your father, Jerome shouted angrily. If you curse me again, I'll make you live in vain. Arya looked at the heroic Jerome and was immediately fascinated by him. So charming. This gave Arya an indescribable sense of security. The rich second generation was obviously scared by Jerome's scolding and said, Do you know who I am? When the aunt saw the daring rich second generation, she strode forward and kicked him with her red high heels without hesitation. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are to mess with my nephew? Jerome was shocked when he saw his aunt's tough appearance. As expected, don't mess with women easily. Or a woman like my aunt. Jerome felt pain in his balls after hearing the scream. The rich second generation was in such a miserable state that he lost all joy in being a man. He rolled on the ground in unbearable pain, holding his crotch. My aunt said angrily, Someone carry him out. The bodyguard hesitated. He is young Master Jean. I don't care whether he is a gold, silver, or bronze lord. As long as he messes with my nephew, I will make him bankrupt right now. The aunt made such harsh words that people gasped. Everyone present knew that she was not bragging. She really had the ability. She got mad today, which was enough to prove that Jerome's status was very high and prominent. Jerome now? The rich second generation also realized the seriousness of the matter and began to beg for mercy. I was wrong, Let me go. He had already been dragged out by the security guards. The sharp roar of the rich second generation could be heard from the corridor. The aunt subconsciously said to Jerome, Nephew, I protect you. Anyone who dares to disrespect you will be punished no matter how far away they are. She has a lot of energy. After hearing this, everyone present began to be glad that they did not offend Jerome. Otherwise, he would be treated as a thorn in their side. Although Jerome's own strength should not be underestimated, with the support of his aunt, he is like a tiger with wings. He was even more confident than before and said, Thank you, aunt. At this time, Jerome heard a gentle female voice. Thank you for saving me. Arya was very grateful. It's okay, are you hurt? Arya shyly replied. No. That's good. Arya, you must be frightened. Jerome, please take her back to the hotel. Otherwise, it will be unsafe for her as a girl. What if she encounters such a thing again? Aunt said to Jerome. Jerome agreed without hesitation. After all, there are so many bad guys in this society. If I hadn't shown up just now, Arya might have been molested. So Jerome drove the Koenigsegg sports car that his aunt lent him to take Arya back to the hotel. In the car, he and Arya didn't talk much, but he could clearly feel her presence. The cell phone rang. Jerome was not wearing his Bluetooth headphones, and when he was frantically trying to get them, he suddenly felt a slightly cool touch on his ears. When the other person's thin and soft fingers touched his ears, Jerome subconsciously shrank his ears. He looked over and saw Arya, who had pink and tender skin. She shyly put the Bluetooth headset on him. Then she pulled up her little head, pulled the brim of her cap, and said, You answer the phone. I don't want to listen. Jerome narrowed his eyes and suddenly felt more cheerful. He answered the phone and said, Hello. Son, are you back? It was my mother calling. Still on the way to send someone back. Jerome said honestly. Zhang's mother asked, Did you bring your ID card? Then I won't leave the door open for you tonight. Zhang Ma said with a smile. I've heard from your aunt that we are very open-minded people. You should treat the girl well. This instantly made Jerome's face turn red. Mom! Arya glanced over secretly, her eyes innocent and clear. Jerome's heart was pounding, and he immediately lowered his voice and said, I'll be back in a minute. I'm driving. Bye. He took off his Bluetooth headset. How can my parents have such an idea? It's so disgusting. He just wanted to send a girl back home. He didn't have any evil thoughts at all. Is this your parents' number? Arya said. If it's urgent, I can call back. No. Jerome interrupted very seriously. How can we do that? What if we get into danger? Arya felt warm in her heart after hearing this, and her beautiful face, like a rose, was filled with satisfaction. He is caring about himself. It makes me happy that I didn't like the wrong person. He is really responsible. Jerome quickly took Arya to a high-end 5-star hotel. Bye. Arya felt a little reluctant, but still waved to Jerome. Bye, Jerome said. Arya walked forward, but her eyes were full of reluctance, and she looked back every 3 steps. Look out, she heard Jerome shout. She was still a little confused, And when she reacted, there was a sudden bang and her head hit the glass of the entrance door. It hurts. So embarrassing. Arya immediately covered her little head, smiled foolishly at Jerome, and said, it's okay, but her pace obviously quickened, and she slipped away quickly like a little rabbit. Jerome couldn't help laughing. Is she really the cool school beauty with an IQ of 180? Why are you so silly and confused? It seems that the rumors really have a big misunderstanding about her. She is not aloof at all, but rather very cute. But Jerome didn't know that her cuteness was only directed at him. When you like someone, no matter how smart you are, you can't help but act stupid. 2 days later, the sunlight refracted through the gaps between the leaves, and 3 figures were walking on the road tiredly, carrying large and small bags. Alan, Hogan, and David were just coming back from shopping in the supermarket and preparing to go back to school. It's all your fault, Alan, for buying so many things. They're so heavy, Hogan complained. Alan retorted, I am stockpiling because I am too lazy to buy. Besides, today is a sale in the supermarket. Only a fool would buy more. Do I have to wait until the price goes up before buying? David sighed. If only Musi were here now, at least he could help us. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a beep from the roadside, and the 3 of them saw a luxury car driving alongside. The luxury car had special anti-peeping glass, so no one could see what was going on in the car. However, the 3 people were amazed by the car's cool design and brand. Chapter 32, Future CEO. Alan gasped. Isn't this a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Wow, I'm seeing a real car now. Hogan was very envious. This is my dream car. It's so luxurious. Wow, I wish I could ride in a car like this. Who said it wasn't? This car is really cool. But why is it following us? We don't know the owner. David was very confused. They were not blocking the road, and the car was moving along with them at a very slow speed. This was too strange. The 3 people were sure that they would never know such a wealthy car owner. It's good enough for their friends to be able to afford a monthly DD bike pass. But can they also drive a Maserati Silver Ghost? Impossible. They didn't think much about it and just thought it was a coincidence. As they were trying to carry their things to school, the top of the sports car began to drop, and the car suddenly became a convertible. Then someone nearby shouted, Hey, why are you ignoring me? When the 3 heard the familiar voice, they all looked over. Why does it sound so familiar? It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but once I did, I was shocked. The boy sitting in the car was wearing a black brand-name shirt. His black hair was slightly messy but stylish, and his face was filled with a bright smile. Musi, it's you, the 3 said in unison. All of them were shocked. Otherwise, I would have thought it was someone else. Jerome stopped the car, gave him a look, and said, Come on, get in the car. He had just returned from City A and went to pick up his car that had been sent for maintenance, but he didn't expect to meet his 3 roommates on the way. Alan's eyes widened. Oh my God, Musi, where did you borrow this car? David took a breath and asked, How much did you rent it for? Hogan even circled around the car. He was more excited than anyone else. Holy crap, it really is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Otherwise, do you still think it's fake? Jerome smiled helplessly. This car is not rented, it's mine. The 3 of them couldn't wait to get in the car. Alan excitedly said to Jerome, What's going on? Did you go back to your hometown and hook up with a rich woman and become a live-in son-in-law? Jerome glared at Alan. Go to hell. You are so petty. How else could there be such a nice car? Alan touched it here and there, unable to let it go. Hogan also became excited and started taking selfies with his phone, of course including the luxury car. I can actually ride in such a nice car. David asked worriedly. Jerome, you didn't do anything stupid, did you? You're overthinking it. I didn't do anything wrong. Jerome said, I bought it with money. With only $1,000 a month for living expenses, how can you afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Don't tease me. Even a sow can climb a tree. Alan snorted. Go to hell. Hurry up and climb the tree. I want to see. Jerome kicked Alan lightly, and Alan asked with a playful smile, What's going on? David said, Won the lottery? Jerome put his hands on the steering wheel and said confidently, I inherited billions of dollars. Pucci, haha. Alan burst into laughter. Brother, I can't help it. I'm going to laugh first to show my respect. Hogan smiled and said, You don't want to say that your parents are invisible rich people, but they are afraid that you are too proud and have been hiding their identities from you? Jerome said, Pretty much. Then he told his roommates what had happened. They were completely stunned after hearing what Jerome said. This kind of plot that even TV dramas dare not show actually happened. What kind of shit luck is this? Oh my god, why didn't it fall on my head? Hogan was heartbroken. David was surprised. So you were the heir of Chin Group? The future CEO. Oh my god, my roommate is so awesome. Alan sighed. I suddenly want to go home and ask my parents if they have such an awesome aunt. I envy you so much. I really want a fortune to fall from the sky. Jerome looked at their surprised expressions and shook his head. He hasn't even told anyone about his system, which is even more amazing. But even if he said it, I guess these people wouldn't believe it. After all, it's too magical. Do you like this kind of car? Jerome said to the three people. Of course I like it. Alan blurted out without thinking. Then I'll lend it to you guys when the time comes. Jerome said with a smile on his face. Damn, they just lend us such an expensive car, so casually? Alan was shocked. Hogan nodded. Yes, it's too expensive. We dare not drive it. If the car gets a scratch, it can make people go bankrupt. Jerome snorted. You guys are so petty. Do you think I'm such a calculated person? I've paid millions in insurance premiums. Do you think I care? As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted a lot of envious looks. Other people's insurance is only tens of thousands at most, but Jerome directly asked for millions. Wow, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Okay, fasten your seat belts and sit tight. I'm driving. Jerome said to the three people. Jerome, are you a good driver? Alan asked. The South City driving god is just saying that casually. He's an experienced driver, okay? Jerome quipped. Okay, the veteran driver is driving. Everyone hold on tight, Hogan said with a smile. Jerome started driving. When his top-of-the-line luxury car drove onto the campus, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, how could such a cool luxury car not attract everyone's attention? Everyone was curious. There were only a handful of rich people in their school, so who was driving such a cool luxury car today? When everyone was confused, they found that the car stopped, and then they found out that the driver was actually Jerome. When did Jerome become so rich? He leaned lazily against the car door and took out the car keys. He looked so handsome and alone. He was chatting and laughing with his roommates, as if he didn't care about their surprised looks at all. Before, everyone only knew that Jerome was handsome, good at basketball, and infatuated. All people care about is his gossip. But now Jerome actually drives in such a luxurious sports car. Or is it the legendary Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost that you may not be able to buy even if you want it? Oh my god, so Jerome is not only a handsome guy, but also a super invisible rich second generation. Jerome drove a luxury car into the school and quickly became famous on campus. Especially his candid photos were directly posted on the campus network. It also caused a heated discussion. Jerome doesn't pay attention to the campus network and doesn't have much interest in knowing any gossip. When he was playing the game, Alan next to him suddenly became emotional. Damn it, this is unbearable. What's wrong? Jerome looked over. Chapter 33, The Cold School Beauty, is supporting you. Someone on the campus network said you. Just say it, it's not like we haven't said it before. Go your own way and let them talk. Jerome said lightly, his attention still on the game interface. Alan spat. But those bastards actually said that you were a gigolo and were being kept by the Cold School Beauty. The Cold School Beauty even bought you a sports car, and you drove it to school to show off. Jerome's hands suddenly slammed on the keyboard, making a loud noise. He was particularly dissatisfied and said, How can I be a gigolo? This is not only an insult to him, but also an insult to his system. His system is called the no freeloader system. How could a man with such a strong character like him be a freeloader? That's right. I have to scold him to death for saying that to my brother. Alan rolled up his sleeves, ready to become a keyboard warrior and scold those who said Jerome was not a black fan. But suddenly he refreshed his phone and was shocked. Jerome saw Alan's surprised expression and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Alan became excited. The Cold School Beauty really loves you. When Jerome had only half understood what was going on, Alan quickly took the phone from him. Jerome subconsciously saw a new highly praised post on the campus network that questioned Jerome's gigolo status. At Arya, he is strong enough and doesn't rely on others for money. I will work hard to improve and stand shoulder to shoulder with him soon. The number of likes below has reached 2,000. It's directly ranked first in the highest praise. The comments were all full of envy for Jerome. Jerome's eyes became a little hot. Alan chuckled. Is the Cold School Beauty clarifying this, or is she confessing to you? Did you hear that? She wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, as soon as possible. The hint is obvious enough, isn't it? Okay, you're the only one who can interpret. It's not like I haven't learned reading comprehension before. My grades are much better than yours. Jerome snorted. Well, I have a girlfriend. Do you have one? Alan boasted. I want a girlfriend, and I can get one easily. Jerome disdains this. Alan instantly wilted and felt a little lacking in confidence. I really envy Jerome. He is handsome, has good grades, and can play basketball. There are tons of girls who like him. Even the two campus beauties are completely obsessed with Jerome and are jealous of him. You really are attracting hatred, but this cold school beauty is really infatuated with you. I think she just registered the account. It seems that she is afraid that someone will be wronged, so she quickly jumped out to explain. After hearing what Alan said, Jerome felt that he had to do something. So Jerome got up and went to the balcony and started calling Arya on WeChat. The call was connected in a second. Hello. A light voice sounded. Jerome could even feel the other person's uncontrollable trembling of excitement. Thank you for helping me explain the post on the campus website. Jerome said calmly, I'm sorry to drag you into this. It's okay, Arya said shyly. As long as it's about you, I don't mind. Especially when his name appeared together with her name, Arya felt very happy. How could she mind? She wished that the rest of her life would be involved with Jerome. Jerome felt his ears warm after hearing this. He asked, Do you want to play PUBG? Huh. Arya was very surprised. I'll help you get higher scores. After all, the other person helped him, and Jerome didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing. There has to be some substantive thanks. Good. Then log into your account. Jerome's bass voice was so magnetic that Arya blushed and nodded in response. So Jerome went back to the dormitory and took Arya to play PUBG again. Arya and he worked very well together. In 10 games, he won at least 8 times. Jerome would deliberately treat the enemy as low health and let Arya finish him off. Wow, I got more than 10 heads. Arya was obviously very happy, and her voice was filled with joy. Jerome's mouth curled up, and he directly let Arya get the MVP and helped Arya score points. When it got dark, Arya had to go to evening self-study, so the game stopped. Arya said reluctantly, Then let's play games tomorrow? Good. Arya was very surprised after hearing the clear and magnetic sound. She was very happy and filled with happiness. Okay, it's a deal then. I'll go to class first. After turning off the game, Jerome stretched. Looking at the time, he remembered that he had not handed in his professional homework, so he went to hand it in to his professional teacher. The second floor of the teaching building. Milou was leaning on the handrail. She was texting on her cell phone. Her brown curly hair was draped over her shoulders, and her pretty face was gentle and generous. The burgundy off-shoulder tight-fitting dress makes her figure sexy and hot. Her soft skin is flawless, and her plump breasts make the skirt bulge out. Her cleavage is obvious, and she has a thin waist and long legs. Her body is supported on the armrest, making her look even more graceful. Classmate. Milou heard a cold male voice from behind. Suddenly, she curled her red lips. Without even thinking about it, I knew he was here to chat me up. After all, this happens to her every day. She is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Her pretty face and sexy figure alone can make people crazy. She was spotted by a modeling agency before she graduated and has already become a well-known catwalk model in the circle. There are countless rich second generations and big bosses pursuing her. But Milou never agreed to anyone's pursuit. After all, she hadn't met anyone she really liked, and these stinky men just liked her pretty appearance. Milou looked back with her seductive eyes and saw a handsome boy. Not bad, he is quite handsome. He is also quite tall. It's a pity that he is too young, like a junior student. I'm sorry, When Milou subconsciously wanted to refuse the other party, she found that the other party quickly passed by her. Milou was dumbfounded. Aren't you here to chat with her? Milou suddenly looked in the direction of the boy's figure, but she didn't expect that the other party quickly caught a male classmate hiding in the corner with a panicked look. It was obvious that the male classmate was trying to run, but the other boy quickly chased after him like a cheetah, and a particularly thrilling scene occurred under Milou's surprised gaze. The boy pressed the man's face hard to the ground, then pressed his back with his legs and tied the man's hands behind his back. Let me go. The boy struggled, but was hit hard on the head by the boy. Behave yourself. The boy lowered his head and rudely snatched the cell phone that the male classmate was trying to hide. Milou was shocked. Then her heart began to thump. He was stern and proud, with a hint of wolf's wildness between his brows, and he was fearless. Deep eyes, thin lips, cold and ruthless. The moment the mobile phone was snatched away, there was a breath of murder. Handsome, so handsome. He is obviously younger than her, but so manly. Chapter 34, Sexy School Beauty Seduction. You've been secretly photographed. After looking at his phone, Jerome pointed it at Milu. Milu took a look at the photo album and was shocked. She was photographed up her skirt. She was just looking at her phone and didn't notice that the other person was sneaking around and taking revealing photos. Although Milu was wearing sexy clothes, she hated these obscene men secretly taking pictures of girls. Especially now that her career was still on the rise, these photos would cause a bad storm if they were leaked. Thank you. When Milu subconsciously wanted to delete the photo, Jerome stopped her and said, "Don't delete it." Why? Milu didn't want anyone to have any evidence against her. Call the police. This is the evidence. Jerome was very calm. How can we let the evidence be destroyed? That would be a great benefit to this wretched man in front of us. Hearing Jerome's words, Milu immediately began to appreciate him. The other party is so thoughtful, smart, good at fighting, and handsome. It was strange that she had been in school for so long, but she had never noticed this treasure boy. Jerome called the police immediately and accompanied Milu to bring the obscene man to the police station to make a statement. The obscene man has been detained. The school has been notified, and he will definitely be severely punished. Jerome came out of the police station. He heard the sound of high heels running behind him. Then his arm was held by some soft hands. The other person's plump breasts pressed directly against him, and her sexy body rubbed against him, almost hanging on Jerome's body. Jerome was very surprised. He looked at the beautiful Milu's charming eyes and kept sending him signals, saying, "Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I really don't know how that pervert would molest me. No need to thank me. I just helped out when I saw injustice." Jerome subconsciously wanted to pull his arm out of the other person's turbulent embrace, but the other person squeezed even tighter and was unwilling to let him go. Milu pursed her lips and said lovingly, "How can this be possible? I've been taught since I was a child that whoever helps me should be rewarded. Really, no need. I have something else to do." Jerome curled his lips, trying to get rid of Milu. But Milu was very enthusiastic and kept trying to keep Jerome. "Wait a little longer before you leave. I'll treat you to a meal, okay?" Jerome expectantly. In fact, Milu is very confident. She believes that no man can refuse her. If her pretty face can't conquer her, then use her sexy body. She will surely surrender and fall at your feet. "No, I'm not hungry." Jerome resolutely pried Milu's hands apart. Milu was very surprised. She has always been pursued by others, but the boy in front of her seems unmoved. He was the first one who could reject her beauty so resolutely. Milu raised the corners of her small mouth slightly and said coquettishly, "Then I will treat you to a meal next time. After all, we are in the same school." Milu quickly took out an Armani lipstick from her Hermes bag and grabbed Jerome's hand. She simply used lipstick to leave her number on Jerome's hand. Jerome affectionately, exhaling sweetly, "This is my mobile number. You must call me. By the way, my WeChat is also this mobile number. You can search it directly." Jerome looked at Milu's seductive look. As an adult man, he definitely understood her hint. He said, "Oh, perfunctorily, if you don't agree, the other party will definitely continue to pursue you. So it's better to pretend to agree first. Then shall I take you back to school?" Milu winked at Jerome, and half of her breasts trembled brightly, looking sexy and shy. "I have a car." "Well, okay." Milu felt a little regretful, but she didn't give up. Instead, she reminded Jerome, saying, "You must call me." Jerome nodded and left immediately. Jerome's tall figure reluctantly. Originally, she had no interest in him, but now she was very moved. Milu felt it was a pity that she had never been in a relationship until now. It would be really nice if your first love was each other. Half an hour later, Milu returned to the dormitory. She held the phone tightly in her hand and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Arya, who was lying on the bed, saw this and found Milu's behavior very abnormal. "What's wrong with you?" Arya asked curiously. Milu smiled and lay down next to Arya, saying happily, "I'm in love." "Really?" Arya was also happy. "Yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a nimble boy. He's a hero saving a beautiful girl. He's so handsome." Milu covered her hot face with her hands in a crazy way. "I used to think it was good to be an independent girl, but now I think it's also good to be a little woman in his arms." "Who was he then? How did you know him?" Milu paused and suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right, I haven't asked his name yet." Then how do you contact him? Lu shook her phone and said with a smile, I left my phone number. He will definitely add me on WeChat. That would be great. Sister, I have found my love, so you should also make a grab and grab the boy you like. Lu made a grabbing gesture, making Arya's face turn red. Arya whispered, I've gotten to know him quite well. He even took the initiative to play games with me today. Is this true? Then you'll be single soon. Lu became happy and threw herself at Arya. Arya giggled, hugged Lu's slender waist, and said with a smile, I hope so. She wanted more than anyone else to be able to walk hand in hand with Jerome on campus. Just thinking about that scene makes one feel excited. Okay, I have to take a good look at my phone. I can't miss any application messages. Lu is concerned about WeChat. But Mila stared at the phone screen for the whole night, but Jerome didn't even add her. Lu was very depressed. What happened? Did I add the wrong person? Of course I did. Little did he know that Jerome didn't add any at all. He went straight to wash his hands after arriving at the dormitory. He didn't know that because of his action, an innocent girl stayed awake all night for him. So much so that Lu was furious the next day. She hugged her plump and proud breasts and said through gritted teeth, Good boy, you really didn't add me. I will find you even if I have to turn the whole school upside down. Chapter 35, Deep Love. Jerome was sleeping soundly, while Mila swore with a resentful look on her face that she would dig deep into the ground to find him. I slept until noon. When he woke up at noon, there was hot food on the table. It was the meal that David brought him from the cafeteria. Sweet and sour meatballs, shredded pork with fish flavor, pork with preserved vegetables, and 3 fresh baby cabbage. Wow, that's a lot. Jerome enjoyed the food very much and felt that this day was really wonderful. As a result, David didn't return to his seat, but stopped next to him. Jerome bit his chopsticks and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is David okay? David scratched his hair shyly. Xiaoya's birthday is coming soon. I have an unsolicited request. She doesn't want me to celebrate her birthday. Does she? Jerome asked doubtfully. No, it's the campus beauty Lung. David found it difficult to speak. Seeing that David was shy, Alan immediately spoke for him. He wants to know where he bought the light blue dress that the cold school beauty wore on Tuesday morning. David nodded. Xiaoya likes it very much and wants it very much. It's her birthday soon, so I thought of buying her one. I am embarrassed to ask the cold school beauty myself, but you know her. She will definitely tell you if you ask her. Jerome finally understood what David meant. This is not difficult for me. I'll give it a try. After all, if a brother needs help, you should help him if you can. Seeing Jerome agreed, David was very happy. Thank you so much. You are such a good brother. I will buy you food for a week. Since he promised David, Jerome must be honest. So Jerome picked up the phone and started asking Arya. Jerome, Arya, the light blue dress you wore earlier was very pretty. Arya was doing yoga in the dormitory, panting and her face flushed. But when she received Jerome's WeChat message, she was stunned. Then her cheeks turned red. He noticed what he was wearing. He also praised her for her beautiful outfit. Do you want to wear this skirt when you go to meet him today? Ding dong. Another WeChat reminder came. Arya immediately looked at the message. 1%. My roommate David wants to buy a skirt for his girlfriend, and he just happened to like the one you bought. Where did you buy it? Arya felt a little disappointed. So that's how it is. But Arya soon began to cheer up. She thought for a moment and replied. Jerome soon received a WeChat message. Arya, what a coincidence. I'm going to buy clothes today. I'll take you to the mall. I happen to have a membership card and can get a discount. When are you free? Jerome replied, I don't have classes today. I'm free. Arya, then see you downstairs in the dormitory at 12 o'clock. Jerome began to tell his roommates exactly what Arya had said. We'll leave for the mall soon. Unexpectedly, Alan said, I want to go to the library with Suya. Hogan said, Yeah, I want to accompany my girlfriend too. What about you? Jerome looked at David. David said embarrassedly, Xiaoya wants me to accompany her to IKEA today, but I'm afraid I can't. Please go with me. So, I'm the only one going? Jerome pointed at himself, looking depressed. Okay, just help him to the end. David really can't leave. Besides, the cold school beauty is not a jackal or tiger. What are you afraid of? Have fun today, Alan said with a smile. In fact, the three of them had a tacit understanding not to go, because they just wanted Jerome and Arya to have a date alone. The cold school beauty has hinted so obviously, it would be a real spoiler if they went. Besides, the cold school beauty is really good. Jerome should seize the opportunity. As brothers, we should create opportunities for them. Jerome was not shy. He thought it was just going to the mall to buy clothes, and he was going alone. What was there to be afraid of? Wait downstairs of Arya's female dormitory at the appointed time. Jerome only stood downstairs for a few minutes, and many beautiful girls blushed and stole glances at him, and some even couldn't take their eyes off him. Look, isn't that Jerome? He's so handsome. That's right. He's exactly what I want in a partner, woohoo. It's a pity that such a handsome man can't be given to me. But who is he waiting for under the girls' dormitory? Could he be waiting for the cold school beauty? As a result, someone said disdainfully, how could it be that he is the cold school beauty? He must be waiting for the school beauty Xia. Jerome is so infatuated with the school beauty Xia. He proposed to her 99 times before. I heard that the school beauty Xia has changed her mind, and they are probably together now. Soon, a girl responded unconvincedly, but school beauty Xia was looking for Jerome in the cafeteria, and Jerome ignored her. The person sitting next to him was school beauty Lung. I can't tell. Is Jerome using Belle Lung to annoy Belle Xia? Belle Xia is his first love, and men will never forget their first love. Can't they just get back together? But I feel like I'm waiting for Campus Belle Lung. Campus Belle Xia is too heartless. She rejected Jerome's proposal 99 times, hurting his dignity and playing with his feelings. If I were him, I wouldn't go back to Campus Belle Xia. No wonder you're single. How can you understand a man's mind? Besides, Jerome is a famous romantic. I don't believe he would let go of the school beauty Xia. When a group of girls were arguing fiercely, a familiar and slim figure suddenly appeared. Everyone began to hold their breath, very excited. The girl has long flowing hair, red lips, and white teeth, and she looks bookish, literary, and beautiful. The pure cotton forest-style long skirt makes her look like an elf. Her eyes were shining as she ran quickly to Jerome. This is Serena. Just supported Serena, now started to feel complacent. See, I was right, Jerome must be waiting for the school beauty Xia. This made the others feel ashamed, and they were particularly envious of Serena. Serena is so lucky. Why can't Jerome forget her? Well, there's nothing I can do about her being beautiful. If I were a boy, I would also be deeply in love with her. I really misjudged Jerome. Jerome is too spineless. Even though school Belle Xia hurt him so much before, he still came running here. He deserves to be abandoned by school Belle Xia in the future. Amid the complaints of passersby, Serena was in high spirits. She was already very disheartened after being rejected by Jerome, and she lay in bed for 2 days and 2 nights without any energy. After returning to the dormitory, I felt even more depressed. But a few minutes ago, she was informed by her roommate, Xiao Miao, that Jerome was waiting for her downstairs. She instantly became energetic and ran down quickly. Jerome is waiting for me downstairs in the dormitory, now clearly shows that he has changed his mind about me. That's right, he likes me so much. How could he not want her? Serena couldn't hold back her excitement and smiled at Jerome. Jerome, you finally came to see me. You finally forgave me. Let's start over? Okay? I won't do anything to upset you again. Chapter 36, please don't be so sentimental. Jerome saw Serena appear. He said coldly, I'm not here to see you. Please don't be so self-indulgent. Serena's face turned very pale. Of course, her eyes started to turn red like rabbits, with tears welling up in her eyes. He was clearly smiling, but his eyes were full of sadness. If you're not here to see me, then who are you here for? I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Stop being angry with me, okay? Serena felt that Jerome's words were just spoken in anger. He obviously has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He's here to see me. A cold voice sounded. Serena shuddered and turned back sharply to look at the other person. The girl was aggressive. Her cold face was beautiful and resolute, and her beautiful almond eyes swept across Serena with a hint of displeasure. She stood in front of Serena and turned to Jerome and smiled. Let's go. Serena's eyes slightly opened. She saw Jerome turn around indifferently and really leave with Arya. Just abandon her like that. We're also shocked by this reversal after seeing Jerome and Arya leave. We're standing next to Arya. We're very excited. Jerome is awesome. Serena deserves it. She didn't cherish it when she had it, and she regretted it when she lost it. Wow, Jerome is so cool. That's the school Belle Xia. How many men can refuse the school Belle Xia? Even if the school Belle Xia comes to keep him now, he will not be moved. He is much better than those big pigs. I feel so good now. It's because of the school beauty Xia that she pretends to be noble just because she has some talent and beauty. Jerome has really vented our anger for us. He deserves to be liked by the school beauty Lung. Serena, the protagonist of the topic, burst into tears. Amidst the comings and goings of people, she could hardly hide the sadness and pain in her heart. She squatted down, buried her face in her arms, and sobbed. Serena. Candy ran over and calmed Serena down. Serena cried until she was out of breath. She buried her head in Candy's shoulder and cried loudly. I really did something wrong, but why didn't he forgive me? Woo-woo. And I left with him. Wow, wow, wow. I really gave up a lot for him. Why can't he be soft-hearted to me just once? Candy looked at Serena, whose makeup was coming off because of her tears, with mixed feelings. She rubbed Serena's forehead with her head and said, he has given up a lot for you too. If you could have softened your heart for him once before, why are you suffering so much now? Serena held back tears. Her eyes were red, and she choked up. I really regret it. I don't want him to be with her. I want to marry him and stay with him forever. Okay, I understand. Candy could empathize. She was also an experienced person, and there were also boys she loved passionately. Candy said to Serena, you were only sad a few times, but Jerome was sad 99 times. You can still express it, but he keeps it all in his heart. Serena was stunned. Yes, she had always seen him being optimistic. She thought that since she didn't accept his proposal, he would be indifferent. But now she realized that she was extremely wrong. It was not that he didn't feel uncomfortable, but that he didn't want her to see his discomfort. I was just arrogant and thought that he didn't feel any pain. Then she should also learn from Jerome's spirit, like the indestructible cockroach that resurrects with full health, instead of crying here. Tears can't solve any problem. Serena wiped away her tears stubbornly and insisted. You're right. I have no right to sigh here. If I really like him, I should get him back. That's right. It's easy for a girl to pursue a boy. Besides, he loved you so deeply before, so he must have some feelings for you. Boys are very nostalgic, especially for their first love. Otherwise, why is the first love the nemesis of so many women? Candy began to encourage Serena. They say that if you want to capture a man's heart, it's better to capture his stomach first. Candy's reminder made Serena suddenly enlightened. Why didn't she think of that? Candy, thank you so much. If he and I get together, you will be our matchmaker. Seeing Serena's happy look, Candy said with a smile, hey, just give me a big red envelope when the time comes. I'm still waiting to be your bridesmaid. Serena nodded. She had made up her mind. No matter how difficult it was, she would not give up on Jerome. At this moment, Jerome has already brought Arya to the mall. When they arrived at the designated clothing store, the salesgirls were particularly attentive, serving them tea and water or explaining things to them, and they did not dare to neglect them. This is the skirt I was wearing before. Arya picked up a light blue skirt and said to Jerome, okay, wrap it up then. Jerome nodded, pointed to a lavender slit halter dress next to him, and said, take this one off for me too. Aren't you buying a skirt? Arya asked curiously. I bought it for you. Jerome's words surprised Arya. Her tender red lips opened slightly. Do I have a share too? Yes. Jerome nodded. After all, you made a trip and brought me here to buy a skirt. You helped me with this. I have to give you a gift. Otherwise, it would be really shameless of me. Arya was secretly happy in her heart. She didn't expect that he would think of her. This was a surprise to her. My taste is not very good, and I seldom buy things for girls, so I'll just ask you, do you like this skirt? Jerome's eyes subconsciously fixed on Arya. Arya's face immediately turned red, and she nodded vigorously and said, I like it very much. Then go try it on and see if it fits. Jerome compared it with his eyes and said, it should be your size. I'll go take a look. Arya smiled gently, blushed, grabbed the clothes, and ran straight into the closet. Jerome sat on the sofa outside for a while, and then a boy sat down and said with empathy, dude, you are also waiting for your girlfriend to change clothes, right? Jerome was stunned. This store is super expensive, but my girlfriend loves shopping, so I have no choice but to spoil her. The boy said with a smile on his face. Jerome was about to explain that he was not waiting for his girlfriend. He heard the door of the fitting room click, and then a beautiful figure walked out. Jerome heard the boy exclaim excitedly, wow, so hot. You are amazing. You found such a beautiful girlfriend. Jerome couldn't hear any sound. Now all his attention was on Arya. Arya's skin was fair, which matched the light purple very well. Her light brown hair was now tied up, with only some fine strands of hair hanging on her cheeks. Her facial features were charming and beautiful, and she looked a little shy, with a rosy complexion and her watery eyes always looking at him. Her figure could fully support the slit long skirt. When she walked slightly, her very slender legs were smooth and charming, and an alluring white background spread to the bottom of the skirt, casting a dark shadow. She was wearing a pair of champagne-colored high heels on her feet. Her light pink toes were plump and beautiful, a little fleshy. She could be said to be a beauty on earth. Not to mention that she is covering her chest a little embarrassingly now. But from between her fingers, you can see that it is very low cut. Her breasts are very well endowed. After all, they are 36D. And when she wears a low-cut dress, her breasts are surging and full of passion. Chapter 37. A view of the mountains, a familiar scenery. What? Arya half bit her cherry lips and looked at Jerome shyly. Very pretty. Jerome was not being disingenuous. He was complimenting her when it was due. She was extremely pretty. How could she be bad when she was one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus? Arya's face grew hotter. She kept covering her chest, looking very young and tender, just like a peach waiting to ripen, very delicious and appetizing. In fact, she had never worn such a revealing skirt. It's low-cut and has slits, which really shows off your figure. She would feel even more embarrassed if she wore it in front of the boy she liked. When Arya was shy, she suddenly felt a shadow approaching her. Before she could react, she felt heat on her shoulder. Arya blinked her long eyelashes and found a light white fox fur coat draped over her. She met Jerome's dark eyes in surprise. Sorry, I thought it looked good when it was hanging there, but I didn't expect it to be so revealing. Maybe it would look better if I put on a coat. Jerome said sincerely. Arya was delighted and said shyly, Thank you. I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. Then change your clothes, and I'll ask the salesgirl to pack them for you. Jerome said to Arya with a smile. Arya shook her head and said, No, I'll just wear this one. Okay. Jerome had no objection, as long as she likes it. So Jerome went to check out, and Arya immediately handed her membership card to the salesgirl. The salesgirl smiled and said, Today we have a promotion, buy one get one free, so the total charge is 3,000 yuan. Jerome was shocked after seeing the list. It was much cheaper than he thought. He originally thought that things in such a luxury store would be extremely expensive, but now he finds that they are quite cheap. After Jerome took Arya out, the boy who had just chatted with Jerome said excitedly, Is there a promotion today? Buy one get one free. The salesgirl said expressionlessly, Sorry, there is no event today. But I just saw you giving them a discount. The boys started arguing. The salesgirl said expressionlessly, That's an activity for Miss Lung alone. She's a VIP of our store, and she will pay for it later. There was no promotion in the store, but Arya had already made arrangements in advance. When they came to the store to consume, she would try to give Jerome the lowest price, and she would reimburse the rest of the money. Arya has only one goal, which is to keep Jerome's spending to a minimum. She didn't want Jerome to spend more money, so she helped him save money if she could. Although Jerome became a billionaire heir, he hadn't really inherited the property yet. Besides, being a rich man means daily expenses are very high. It is easy to make money, but also easy to go bankrupt. She wanted to leave more money for him to run the company in the future to prepare for future troubles. For example, the fur coat just now costs 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. How could it be only around 1,000 yuan? It was just to give Arya face, and Arya would pay the rest of the money herself to the owner. At this moment, Arya and Jerome are walking in the mall. Arya gathered her fur coat and said to Jerome with a smile, Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. I will buy you a gift as well. What gift? Arya then pointed at the cotton candy in the hands of a vendor not far away and said, This. This was quite unexpected for Jerome. He originally thought that the cold school beauty would only give him a car, but he didn't expect that she would also give him this little thing, which was quite childlike. Jerome chuckled. I'm not a child. Why are you buying me cotton candy? Arya stuck out her pink tongue shyly and said, I won't say I want to eat it. Besides, I want to coax you. It doesn't matter if we are adults or children. Okay, then you coax me. Jerome chuckled subconsciously. Just when Arya was about to run to buy marshmallows, she suddenly noticed that the supermarket manager was pushing a large number of shopping carts towards her and was about to hit Jerome. Her pupils widened slightly. Careful. Jerome heard a quick shout, and then he felt his body being pressed, and then he was pressed against the wall by a soft body. A hot, sweet scent nestled in the crook of Jerome's neck. He was even a little flattered. With her palms wrapped around the man's slender waist, she pressed him against the wall. Jerome glanced up and saw Arya in front of him, and his blood suddenly boiled. When she pounced on her, the white fur coat had subconsciously slipped to her wrists, revealing her round and petite shoulders. A large area of beige skin is as delicious as cream, with light highlights coupled with a swan neck and deep collarbone. It is a vivid scene. Not to mention taking off her fur coat, her chest rose and fell due to nervousness, and her full breasts pressed Jerome very tightly. The touch is 100%. It is like having a panoramic view of all the mountains below, and the scenery is familiar to me. Jerome was screaming in his heart. Looking at Arya's pretty face and her seductive posture, Jerome was obviously intoxicated. Her sweet scent fills my nose. It's not perfume, but her natural body odor, which makes me feel relaxed and happy. I'm sorry, are you okay? Arya was panting, and a light cherry pink had spread on her face, making her lips look plump and rosy. Fortunately, the shopping cart did not hit Jerome. It's okay, I just didn't expect that I would be pushed against the wall by a girl. Jerome's mouth corners raised. Arya's ears suddenly turned red, and she explained, "It's an emergency, so I—" Although his chest was strong and his palms were warm, Arya was reluctant to let go, but she had to be reserved. When she subconsciously tried to move away from Jerome, a surprising scene happened. Arya felt a hot hand on her shoulder. This was like a stone thrown into the lake of Arya's heart, causing it to surge in an instant. Her face turned red quickly, and her skin, as white as jade, was more beautiful than spring flowers. Jerome pulled Arya's fur coat up without hesitation, simply because he didn't want her to be exposed or catch a cold. The skin was very smooth, but Jerome had no evil thoughts at all. I just wanted to help and didn't want to take advantage of the girl. But he didn't know that Arya's heartbeat was beating like a small drum because of his actions. The whole world seemed to be radiant. Let's go buy some cotton candy. Jerome looked at Arya and then went to find the vendor. Arya smiled excitedly and followed Jerome like a little fangirl. Give me 2 marshmallows. Jerome gave the money directly. Arya was surprised. Didn't I treat you? You treat, I'll pay. Jerome curled his lips and smiled meaningfully. I can still afford the marshmallows, so I'll just treat you as a favor. Jerome's unintentional words made Arya secretly happy. The two of them sat by the fountain, without any extra words, simply eating marshmallows, but Arya felt an indescribable sweetness. Jerome ate the marshmallow in no time, and the sweet taste lingered in his mouth. I don't know since when he has rarely eaten marshmallows, but now he has the chance to eat them. Although it's quite childish, but Jerome narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl next to him, who was eating marshmallows cutely. It's quite interesting. Is there something on my face? Arya looked at Jerome's burning eyes and asked cutely. She touched her face with her little paws randomly, but felt nothing. Jerome chuckled and said, "This." Arya felt his fingertips brushing against her lips. He might have simply been wiping away the marshmallow stain, but to Arya, it was all passion and passion. She held her breath, and her chest rose and fell with force, making the lines even deeper. Okay. Jerome wiped the marshmallow off Arya. His fingertips were still hot, and he didn't know if it was from the temperature of her mouth or the heat from the melted marshmallows. Nice touch. He likes it. Arya nodded shyly, biting her red lips. Okay, let's go back. Jerome stood up. Arya was stunned. Going back now? Otherwise, do you want to do anything else with me? Jerome looked at Arya puzzled. Chapter 38, You've Become a Bad Person, Cold School Beauty. Arya blushed and shook her head, then got into the car with Jerome. When Arya returned to the dormitory, Lu, who was checking student information on the computer, immediately turned her head and looked at Arya. You're back. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered a new world, and was very surprised. Wow, this is not what you wore when you went out. You've learned bad habits. Facing Lu's teasing, Arya's face turned red. It's not what you think. He bought the clothes for me. He took the initiative to buy you clothes. It's really a blessing. Lu was excited. Then she frowned and said, but the heating is on in the room. Aren't you hot? It's a bit hot, but I can't bear to take it off. This is the first gift he bought for me. Arya fell on the Simmons bed contentedly. She sniffed the clothes, which still lingered with Jerome's scent. Arya's face was burning, and she couldn't suppress the joy on her face. Oh, I really envy you. At least you know who you like. I'm still looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu sighed dejectedly. You haven't found it yet? Yeah, Lu muttered. There are tens of thousands of people in the school. It's too hard to find him, but I don't believe that I can't find him if I just sit there and wait. Come on, Arya Milu. Beautiful lung, you are so cute. Hurry up and catch up with your boyfriend, then I can bring my girlfriend along, and we can go out and play together. Arya said shyly. Whether I can catch him or not depends on whether he likes me or not. You are a beautiful lady with a pretty face and nice figure and money. Which man would not like you? If nothing else, just throw yourself on him. I don't believe there is any man who can remain calm when you are in my arms. Milu is not trying to flatter Arya. This is the truth. Milu thought she was already a super beauty in the school. At first, she was a little dissatisfied that she was not the most beautiful girl in the school. Until she saw Arya, she thought Arya was simply stunning. She has a beautiful appearance, elegant temperament, hot body, and is the daughter of a wealthy family. Arya is the leader among the 4 school beauties, the real deal. Who can compare to her? After hearing Mila's praise, Arya also began to look forward to it. Jerome has the same idea as Sister Milu. How embarrassing, but she has to work hard to get Jerome. In the dormitory, Hogan, Alan, and David were playing a game in full swing. Hogan, watch out. There are people on the mountain, lie down. Alan commanded. You're still blaming me. Can you please drive more steadily? You're going to wipe us out like this. I don't want to ride in your car anymore. Hogan roared. David was very depressed. You two are being quarreled. You're going to be outflanked. You are finished. You are going to die. With a few wails, Alan and David were beaten to death, leaving only Hogan. As the hope of the whole village, Hogan was under tremendous pressure. Hogan said, Fuck, you 2 bastards died so early. How can we still eat chicken? Alan spat. Be steady and keep your gun steady, idiot. You're not only missing the target, but you're also exposing your position. David got excited. Hey, pay attention to the southeast. He has spotted you and is aiming at you. Shoot. Where is the southeast direction? Hogan was in a panic. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly felt a heat in front of him. Suddenly his mouse and keyboard were taken away. Boom, boom, boom. Hogan and others looked at the boy, who suddenly appeared in surprise. He opened fire directly and quickly, very skillfully, and never missed a shot. The attacking enemy was killed instantly. Jerome's shooting skills were excellent at all. Even though he was surrounded by enemies, he was not afraid at all. He controlled the character nimbly and fired quickly. Then he heard gunshots nearby until there was no more. All in one go. The chicken-eating logo now appears on the page. 1. The 3 of them were stunned. Jerome said calmly, simple. Alan yelled, Fuck, you've got me. But why are you back? So soon. Are you a man? I came back straight after shopping. Jerome took a sip of milk and said calmly, What else do you want? I saw you brought your ID card today, so I thought you had finally gotten it, but you still disappointed me. Alan said regretfully, She's the cold school beauty, and she likes you. If you don't go for her, are you a man? Jerome rolled his eyes and said, I brought my ID because shopping malls now randomly check IDs. What are you thinking? Besides, you and Suya have been dating for so long. Didn't you play werewolf all night when you went to the hotel? Alan, who was exposed, felt a little embarrassed. Suya didn't agree, so I have to prepare myself mentally. Besides, she is my girlfriend. It's only a matter of time. He glanced at Jerome and said, It's you who should act quickly. The cold school beauty is so popular and so many people like her. If she runs away, you will cry. Jerome said confidently, Don't worry, if it's mine, no one can take it away. If it's not mine, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Besides, Arya and I haven't even started dating yet. We're just trying to get in touch for now. As they're getting to know each other, Jerome has a slight liking for Arya at most. He is not disgusted by her, but it has not yet reached the level of liking her. He is not in a hurry to build a relationship. There is no need to settle just to be single. This is his responsibility to Arya. Of course, if he was sure that he liked Arya, he would cut the Gordian knot and be with the person he liked right away. That's his principle. Hogan sighed. You are so blessed that you don't know how to appreciate it. All the boys in the school envy you. They all think that the school beauty is so attracted to you, but you don't know how to cherish her. Don't just blame me. Talk about you guys. Don't you have a date with your girlfriends? Why are you all in the dormitory? Jerome joked. Are you being fooled? Are you huddling together for warmth? Fuck you, Suya and I are fine. Alan was dissatisfied. We just created a space for you and the school beauty lung, and you are not grateful. Don't think too much. Stop doing this kind of useless work. Jerome snorted and handed the skirt to David directly, saying, Here, the skirt is ready. David was very happy when he saw it. It was the light blue skirt that the cold school beauty was wearing. How much is it? David asked. This is for you. Jerome raised his eyebrows. We are all brothers. Why be polite? This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Jerome. It's nothing at all? No, I can't take advantage of you. After all, I bought it for my girlfriend. David insisted on paying. Jerome nodded and said, Okay, just give me 1,000. David nodded, and he directly transferred the money to Jerome, saying, You are such a good brother. I owe you a favor. Then when you bring me dinner in the evening, add a boiled egg and chicken drumstick to it, Jerome said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Jerome just lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He just waited for the night to come, when David would bring him a delicious meal. Just thinking about it made him feel that such a life was so comfortable. When Jerome woke up, it was already dark outside. Alan and Hogan went out. It went without saying that they were going to see their girlfriends. The only person in the room was David, who was doing his homework. David saw Jerome and said, Are you up? Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Please feed me. Jerome was too lazy to get up. David nodded and said, Okay, I'll bring you some food. Jerome was waiting on the bed. After playing with his phone for a while, he found David coming up quickly. Wow, that's the speed of light. Isn't the cafeteria crowded today? Is the food so fast? Jerome was a little surprised. David immediately smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't go to the cafeteria to get food. If you didn't go to the cafeteria to get food, then where did you go? Why are you still holding a lunchbox in your hand? Where did it come from? Jerome looked at David in confusion. Chapter 39, Mysterious Bento. David said, Xiaoye and her roommate signed up for a cooking class and learned how to cook. This is the extra food, so they brought it for us to eat. Musi, get out of bed and eat. So, I'm the guinea pig? Jerome's mouth curled up. Do you want to eat it? David asked. Eat. I'm hungry. Let me see if there's anything delicious. Jerome immediately started to get down from the upper bunk. He opened the lid impatiently and was delighted. It's quite rich. There were 4 dishes in the bento, including stir-fried vegetables, cola chicken wings, onion beef, and a large piece of chicken steak, as well as a bowl of soup, which turned out to be beef meatball soup. It is very tempting to put it there, and it makes people hungry. It is obvious that it was made by a girl, and it is very delicate. It looks good, but I don't know if it tastes good. Jerome picked up the chopsticks and started eating. How? David asked. Jerome frowned. You can tell you're a newbie. The chicken wings are obviously a bit old. There's too much soy sauce. Let me eat some more vegetables. He tasted it again and said, The dish is okay, but a little bland. Jerome saw that David didn't move his chopsticks, so he urged him, Why don't you eat? I just ate something, and I'm not hungry now. You eat. David waved his hand. Okay, I'll eat it when I'm hungry. Overall, it's pretty satisfactory. Not too delicious, but much better than some dark cuisine. I can eat it. There's a lot of room for improvement, Jerome commented. David said, Then you can eat tomorrow? Jerome was surprised. What else? David nodded and smiled awkwardly. Indeed, there's some. After all, you have to go to class during this period, and you are not very good at giving face, so they must need your advice. Okay, it turns out that the real purpose is not to drink. Jerome chuckled. Do you think I'm too sharp-tongued? That's right, they are all girls. How can they have any bad intentions? Seeing David anxiously explaining, Jerome said calmly, Okay, I'm just teasing you. Okay, then let them make it for me. I don't mind. Why not eat the free lunch? At present, it has not reached the point where he can't bring himself to take the poison and die. Besides, she is David's girlfriend, so Jerome couldn't refuse her directly, so he gave his friend some face. Jerome finished his meal in no time. He said, It is exquisite, but it is a pity that it is not enough to eat. How big is the stomach of a boy? David nodded and took note of it silently. The next day, Jerome found that David had brought him breakfast. Jerome was surprised. How early did you get up to do this? It's only 7 o'clock today. Class starts so early. Xiaoye's roommate is using her for practice. Okay, try it. David handed the breakfast to Jerome. Jerome opened it and found a chicken fillet and runny egg rice ball inside, with some vegetables, sliced apples, mangoes, and cherry tomatoes on the side. Jerome found that the portion was obviously much larger than before. He took a bite directly, and it tasted much better than before. It suits my taste very well. It's delicious, and the seaweed is quite crispy, Jerome said with relish. That's good. Then you eat. I'll go to the cafeteria. David's words immediately made Jerome narrow his eyes and asked in confusion, The cafeteria? Yes, Xiaoye is still waiting for me in the cafeteria. David nodded. As a result, Jerome said suspiciously. Didn't she prepare breakfast for you? Since you did it together, this doesn't make sense. David broke out in a cold sweat and said to Jerome awkwardly, well, of course she prepared it. We just got our lunch boxes and went to the cafeteria to eat together. Jerome just said, oh. David quickly ran away. Then I'm leaving. Jerome bit the rice ball, his eyes showing a ripple. There is definitely something fishy going on. He didn't want a free breakfast in heaven. It was noon and David went downstairs quickly on time. When he saw the familiar figure standing in the dark, he quickly stretched out his hand and said, give it to me. I'll give it to him. Good. The lunchbox was about to be given to David. A cold voice suddenly rang out. It's such a hassle. Why don't you just give it to me directly? They were startled when they heard a sudden male voice. They looked in the direction of the voice and immediately found Jerome leaning against a pillar with his arms folded, looking at them coldly. Musi, why did you come downstairs? David said in surprise. Jerome said calmly, you've been acting so abnormal these past 2 days. I just wanted to see who gave you the lunch. He swept his cold eyes over the pale girl and said, but I didn't expect it was you. When did you bribe my roommate? The girl in front of him was Serena. She had long flowing hair, and her pretty face was now drooping sadly, with a hint of timidity in her eyes. David explained anxiously, that's not the case. She didn't bribe me. What is that? Serena immediately interrupted and said with red eyes, it's my problem. She choked up. I asked him to do it, and he had no choice but to agree to it. I wanted to cook for you, so I asked him to find an excuse to pack you a lunch. Jerome scolded. Then you can just give it to me directly. There's no need to lie to me. What he hates most is deception. Especially, he bribed his good friends to deceive him together. Jerome felt a little disappointed for a moment. No, it's not like that. Serena's eyes were already filled with tears as she moved closer. Jerome pursed his lips tightly, somewhat resisting Serena's approach, and stepped back. His clear boundary made Serena feel heartbroken. Serena bit her bright red lips and cried heavily. I'm sorry. I was just afraid that you wouldn't eat it, that you would throw it away. So I beat around the bush like this. Jerome watched Serena's tears fall one by one. He sighed deeply. Serena, you still don't trust me enough. Why did she think that if she gave him a lunchbox, he would definitely refuse it or even throw it away? To be honest, after Jerome got his lunchbox, he would not waste food even if he was angry with Serena. At worst, he could just eat the lunchbox she made and pay for it. But Serena insisted on making a very simple thing very complicated. Serena looked at Jerome's cold face and burst into tears. Don't misunderstand me, I'm too stupid. I always want to accomplish something, but I always mess it up. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Jerome walked forward coldly and took the lunchbox directly from Serena's hand. Serena's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and after noticing Jerome's actions, she welcomed the light. Now that Jerome has taken the lunchbox from her hand, does that mean he is no longer angry? When Serena looked at Jerome hopefully, Jerome took out 3 red dollar notes from his wallet, stuffed them into Serena's hand, and said, I'll buy your lunchbox. I will give it to others to eat in order not to waste it, but if you make it again next time, I will definitely not accept it. Serena's mouth, which had been raised, were suddenly suppressed. She saw Jerome's determined back as he left. In an instant, my nose turned red, and I felt so uncomfortable that I couldn't control myself. David shook his head and said to Serena, this is the bottom line. I can't help you for Xiaoya's sake. You should find someone else. If Xiaoya didn't know him a favor, he wouldn't continue to help Serena. Look, now I have offended all my brothers. The candlelight outweighs the gain. David went upstairs. Serena stood there dejectedly, her face completely lifeless, and she began to walk towards the dormitory mechanically. Her roommates were all surprised when they saw Serena walk in dazedly with obvious tear marks on her little face. What's wrong, Serena? Are you crying? Serena's eyes turned red, and she said uncomfortably, he found out that I sent him meals, and he told me not to do it again. As she spoke, her tears started to fall again. Candy and others quickly began to coax Serena. In the boys' dormitory, Jerome silently handed the lunchbox to David. David was embarrassed. This is not good. After all, they made it for you. Don't, Jerome said grimly. If Serena hadn't wanted to throw away the lunchbox and waste food, he would never have accepted it. David looked at Jerome's particularly determined expression, sighed, and opened the lunchbox. The bento was different from yesterday's. It was braised pork rice. A spoonful of gravy was poured on the hot rice. The rice was soaked in the gravy, and each grain was plump. There was also a large piece of braised pork on top, which was cut very evenly. The meat is just the right color with fat and lean meat, which makes people very hungry. There are also shepherd's purse egg rolls on the side, which are neatly cut and are matched with some side dishes and black pepper beef cubes. It looks delicious. To prevent choking, I also prepared a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. As soon as you open the lid, a fragrant aroma hits you. The entire bento was presented on a plate with small flowers carved out of carrots. It looked very careful and delicate, and it matched Serena's literary temperament. It looks like a delicious and thoughtful bento. Alan, who was on the upper bunk, was immediately awakened by the aroma. He was shirtless and took off his blindfold. When he saw the sumptuous food on the table, he immediately exclaimed, "Wow, you don't even eat such a good lunchbox. It was made by a girl again. How can you be so considerate? You are a bachelor. How can you be so happy?" Chapter 40, I want to cook for the boy I like. Alan was very greedy and asked David to feed him a bite. David picked up a bite with chopsticks and gave it to Alan. Alan smacked his lips, his eyes shining. "It's delicious. Isn't it better than those in the cafeteria or takeout? You are so lucky. Hey, let me think about it. I have a girlfriend who is just a decoration. I don't know when I can eat the food she cooks." Faced with Alan's envy, Jerome remained indifferent. After knowing that Serena cooked the meal, he lost his appetite. David next to him looked at Jerome, his lips moving. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it. Alan looked at Jerome and then at David in confusion and asked, "What's going on? You two were acting weird after coming downstairs. Did you have a fight?" "No." After Jerome finished speaking to Alan, he looked at David and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me." "I didn't betray you," David said, blaming himself. "Xiaoya asked me to do this, and I had no choice. I just thought it was just a meal, so I brought it to you. I won't do this again." Alan was still confused and obviously didn't know what was going on. "Actually, you can tell me everything clearly. There's no need to beat around the bush. If I hadn't come to see you because I was suspicious, you might still be in the dark. This is what Jerome cares about. Brothers, be honest with each other. He is not a jackal, tiger, or leopard who would get angry with his brothers. I'm sorry about this. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that it was School Belle Xia who made the lunchbox for you. If you don't go to class in the future, I'll sign in for you." David expressed his guilt. "What? Was this made for you by School Beauty Xia?" Alan started jumping up and down instantly. He was very surprised. "Yes." Jerome was very depressed. "I didn't even think it was her who did it." Alan nodded. "Who said it wasn't? This meal is really good with a lot of effort put into it. The combination of the dishes is perfect and aesthetics comes first. No wonder it smells so good. You took this to the sky." Jerome looked at Alan. "I'm telling the truth. Think about it. Xia Xiaohua is such a proud person. Her family is well off, right? Now she's learning to cook for you, and she punches in on time for 3 meals. Isn't this her intention?" Alan clapped his hands and said, "Musi, if I were you, I would just give in to her." David and Alan had the same idea. "Before, Xiao was sorry for you, but I think she has really changed for the better now. Why don't you give it a try with her? Maybe you can find the same feeling as before." Jerome frowned and said, "It feels like it's over. It's not like you can just look for it and find it. What if you're attracted to someone again? Don't make a random decision, right? Campus Belle Xia is such a good girl. Campus Belle Lung is also good. Oh, it would be hard to choose if it were me." Alan clicked his tongue. "2 famous campus belles, both of them have a crush on you. Your luck with women is a little too good." David said, "Musi, you can actually pay more attention. Of course, if School Beauty Xia wants to get close to you, don't rush to reject her. Just get along with her and give her a chance. It's okay. Anyway, you haven't fallen in love yet. Everyone has the opportunity to pursue love. You can't just sentence her to life imprisonment." Jerome saw that both brothers spoke up for Serena, so he said, "I'm not the type to rekindle an old flame. She might have given up on me even earlier than I did. Let's take it one step at a time." Jerome slapped the table and said, "At worst, I won't want anything and just be single. It's so nice to be single and not have to worry about that damn relationship. Living alone is so comfortable and harmonious. You can save money on various holidays and celebrate Double 11 in a legitimate and bright manner. If you think about it, there are many benefits." Jerome's statement made his 2 roommates shake their heads regretfully. Where did this idiot come from? I have had many romantic encounters, but in the end, I still have to be single. No matter whether it's the cold school belle or the summer school belle, any one of them can make them cry with gratitude. Jerome originally thought that after he explained things to Serena, Serena would not come to deliver food. Who would have thought that in the afternoon, when Jerome and his roommates had just returned from the teaching building after class, he would find the beautiful figure huddled in the cold wind waiting for him? Of course, there were students watching, but she didn't care at all. That pretty little face was obviously red from the cold, and a little pale as if it had been frosted. The tip of her nose was red, and she was shivering from the cold. But it was obvious that he was afraid that the food would get cold. So he held the lunchbox against his chest and held it tightly without letting go. She saw Jerome. There was a light in her eyes, and when she smiled, the corners of her mouth raised, like a jasmine flower drifting in the cold wind. Fresh, elegant, and charming. Jerome. A gentle call came out from her red lips. Alan, David, and Hogan all pushed Jerome and said, "Go." Jerome was pushed forward. I cursed the three animals in my heart for pushing myself out to take the bullets at the critical moment. Jerome looked at Serena and asked coldly, "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to do it?" "You didn't ask me to do it, but without my consent, my desire to cook for the boy I like will not change." Serena's curled eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes looked at Jerome eagerly. She couldn't wait to hand over the lunchbox. The cafeteria has too much oil, and takeout is not healthy. "You can try mine." "No need." Jerome was about to pass by Serena when he was stopped by Serena's voice. "Then what do you like to eat? I'll cook it for you, okay? I'll bring you food tomorrow. If you're not moved for 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, what about 99 times? 100 times?" Serena smiled. "One day you'll agree." Jerome pursed his lips and looked at Serena. Serena is particularly persistent. She pursed her lips and said, "You said you wouldn't waste food, so you have to eat it all." When Jerome was about to leave, Serena ran up to him, subconsciously stuffed the lunchbox into Jerome's arms, and said with a smile, "Bye, see you tomorrow." Without waiting for Jerome to move back, she waved at him, then smiled shyly and ran away. Jerome's eyes were filled with complex expressions. He didn't expect that she would become more courageous after facing more setbacks. David noticed something and said in surprise, "Xia, you are so considerate. The temperature has dropped today, and I changed to a warm lunchbox. I guess I was afraid that the lunchbox I made for you would get cold." Jerome hadn't noticed it at first, but after David reminded him, he discovered it. The lunchbox has really been changed. Alan stepped forward and put his arm around Jerome's shoulders. "Her feelings for you are clear to see. When will my girl learn from her?" "Who said it wasn't? I envy you so much, brother," David said enviously. Hogan said with a smile, "If you don't want to eat it, give it to us. We'll do it all for you. No one is allowed to eat it." Jerome glared at Hogan and said, "I am useful." Jean Jerome looked into the distance meaningfully. After returning to the dormitory, when Jerome was about to have dinner, David's cell phone rang. Musi glanced at the phone, handed it to Jerome, and said, "It's Candy, the roommate of Xia Xiaohua. She wants to see you." Jerome answered the WeChat voice message from Candy. Candy's voice rang out. "Jerome, are you listening? Have you seen Serena?" Chapter 41, You Must Strive to Catch Jerome. "Just met you." Jerome replied briefly. "She's just a big fool. She wanted to bring you food again today. It was useless for us to stop her. She was just stubborn and insisted on cooking for you." Candy sighed. "She signed up for a cooking class for you. Even though she was very tired from studying, she stayed up late to learn how to cook. She always shamelessly went to the cafeteria to borrow the kitchen to cook for you. She was a novice, and her hands were burned and blistered while she was learning to cook. Her hands were covered with scars and cuts. We were very distressed when we saw them." Jerome was a little surprised. He really didn't know there were so many stories behind it. Yes, how could Serena, a spoiled girl, cook? But Jerome didn't expect that she was learning it for herself, and it was not easy to learn. If she could do so well in a short period of time, it must have taken a lot of effort and time. Candy took a deep breath and said, "You don't know how sad she was when you rejected her at noon. Her eyes were swollen, and she even didn't go to class that afternoon. You know she never skips classes. We all thought she was going to give up, but she cheered up and cooked for you like nothing happened after crying. I'm not saying this to blackmail you into staying with her. I just want you to know that she loves you so much. For the sake of food, can you please not refuse the food she gives you?" Jerome pursed his lips tightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I accepted it to give her hope. I have asked someone to return the lunchbox to the aunt in the girls' dormitory." Candy was a little disappointed after hearing Jerome's cold voice. She called in vain. A rotten tree cannot be carved. But Candy wanted to say something, But the WeChat call was terminated. Candy was very angry. Why didn't she listen to the advice? Like Serena so much at the beginning is so heartless now. Candy went downstairs and actually found the lunchbox that Jerome had returned. When she took it back to the dormitory, she happened to meet Serena coming back. Candy subconsciously hid the lunchbox behind her. But her hiding behavior was still discovered by Serena. Serena asked, "What did you take?" "Let me see." "No, nothing, Serena." The lunchbox in Candy's hand was snatched away by Serena. Serena was completely heartbroken when she saw the bento. "Isn't this the lunchbox I gave him?" Jerome returned it. "Does that mean he has no feelings for me anymore?" Serena felt very uncomfortable. Her eyes were wet, and she bit her lips whitely. Candy felt bad seeing this, so she consoled him, "Don't think too much. He probably ate it today and can't eat anymore. He gave it back to you out of fear of wasting it." Serena smiled bitterly. "Okay, Candy, I understand." Serena opened her lunchbox with tears in her eyes and ate her meal. The girl on the upper bunk looked at Serena like this and said, "I thought Serena had to give up before. After all, Jerome is so hard-hearted. Now I think Serena can't give up." "Why?" Candy was surprised. "The harder it is to conquer a man, the more devoted he will be to you. Besides, he is so popular now. If you could be his girlfriend, many people will envy you." The girl with glasses paused. "You feel so safe when you are dating him. You don't have to worry about him cheating on you. He will be devoted to you." Candy nodded. "Serena, you have to work hard to get Jerome. Jerome is really good. It's all because I broke his heart before. I think if you work harder, you can break through his firewall against you." Serena clenched her fists and encouraged herself. "Okay, I will definitely catch him. I will never give up, no matter what. Come on, what lunchboxes do you want? Let's go to Heideleo for a meal." The girl with glasses suggested. "Only when you are full will you have the energy to chase him again." At this moment, Jerome was in the boys' dormitory, finishing his takeaway. If you eat too much and feel bloated, you will gain weight if you don't exercise. Jerome decided to go to the playground and play basketball for a while. He hadn't played basketball for a long time, so it was a good opportunity to stretch his body. So Jerome took the basketball and urged Alan and others to play basketball. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed into the basketball court and received $500,000. Your stamina has increased by 20 times, and your popularity has increased by 20 points. Basketball is Jerome's favorite sport. In addition, he is very tall, so slam dunking, which is difficult for other boys, is easy for Jerome. Jerome can shoot straight into the basket with ease." Alan complained. "What kind of feed did you eat when you were a child? How could you grow so tall? You are here now, and you are just torturing us." Jerome just raised his head and smiled, and he shot another ball in provocatively. When Jerome and his roommates were having a great time playing, a clear shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Jerome looked confused. He looked over and soon spotted a curly-haired beauty wearing 7-centimeter high heels walking under the lights not far away. She was wearing a shirt with several buttons open. She had a hot body, deep cleavage, and nice balls. She was wearing a tight skirt, which made her peachy buttocks particularly obvious. Her long legs and flesh-colored stockings were particularly eye-catching. She ran towards Jerome quickly, and he didn't care at all whether he was playing or not. He just flew across the court and copied over. That angry face made Jerome stunned. The others were so overwhelmed by the beautiful woman's aura that they dared not move, and they all thought that she was looking for trouble. Who would have thought that the other party would throw herself into Jerome's arms? Jerome was dumbfounded. He felt two very soft things sticking to him, rolling around. Not only that, her arms were tightly wrapped around Jerome's narrow waist. This not only shocked Jerome, but also shocked everyone at the scene. "Oh my God! The sexy and hot super beauty in front of me is actually one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Milu. You should know that Milu is extremely sexy. She is a well-known model and an absolute heartthrob. How many people would like her to throw herself into their arms? But Milu is sexy but not promiscuous and has never favored any man. I have never hugged a boy as openly as I do now." Jerome didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to throw himself into his arms, and he was stunned for a moment. "Sister, can you let me go?" He wanted to pull her away, but she stuck to him even tighter like super glue. The other person looked aggrieved and pouted, saying, "You lied to me so badly that night and just walked away. You ungrateful man." As a result, Alan, Hogan, and David all stared at Jerome. That look seemed to be saying, "Tell me the truth. What are you hiding?" Jerome can't clear himself from the blame even if he jumps into the Yellow River. What on earth is she saying that could cause misunderstanding? Jerome quickly explained. I didn't do anything. There is nothing wrong between her and me. He simply pulled Milou away. Jerome reluctantly, and even tapped Jerome's back with her fingertips. Why don't you contact me? Did you forget your phone number? Jerome got goosebumps from her actions. He wanted to stay away from Milou, but Milou came closer in her high heels, and her beautiful eyes were reluctant to leave Jerome. Jerome never expected Milou to be so persistent and to bring up old issues. He either forgot that day or simply didn't want to add it. It seems like we have no reason to contact each other. Jerome glanced at Milou. The legendary sexy school beauty is a little too open. She starts to touch me as soon as she comes. Men all understand that Milou has a really good figure, and it's hard to resist. Jerome didn't have such strong willpower and concentration. He would have probably defeated Mila by now. But Jerome is a man of principles. He is not such a casual person. If he casually has a relationship with a girl just because of lust, isn't that a beast? On the other hand, Jerome would rather do it with the girl he likes because that's how it feels. P.S. Right, you beasts. Chapter 42, I'm not interested in you, sexy schoolgirl. Milou twisted her slender waist and leaned her whole body on Jerome, so Jerome quickly pulled a boy forward. It was a close call. Milou almost fell into the boy's arms. The boys, on the other hand, particularly enjoyed it. They were in a very good mood looking at the beautiful goddess so close to them. He dreams of getting close to his girl. Why are you hiding from me? Milou avoided the high heels. Even if she was angry, she was just acting like a spoiled child. She looked at Jerome, who was far away from her, with some reluctance. It took me a long time to find you. Milou is not lying. She waited for a long time, but didn't see Jerome. I also looked for the school's student information, but there were so many copies that I couldn't read them all. After she had searched for a long time, she found that God still loved her. Milou saw Jerome directly on the playground. Jerome was so handsome when he was playing basketball. He was handsome, tall, and mighty, and his dunks were simply heroic. Who can contend with me? The most invincible commander is better than the other. This is what stands out from the crowd. Who can compare to it? Milou was overjoyed, but then she remembered that she had been stood up, so she didn't care whether the basketball game was over or not, and just ran up to catch the guy. She couldn't let her Prince Charming run away again. I never thought that after I found the person, he would start avoiding me. Jerome looked at Milou, who was anxious to catch him, and suddenly felt depressed. Senior, we are not very familiar with each other. What do you want to talk to me about? Just tell me directly. Jerome didn't expect that by helping others, he would get involved with a school beauty. Milou immediately said to Jerome shyly, something's going on. It's very important. Milou replied while Jerome waited. I want to date you. Milou spoke very loudly. Everyone in the playground heard it and looked towards Jerome. Jerome immediately became the target of public criticism. It is so common for girls to confess their love in school that it happens almost all the time. But now the girl who confessed her love is the school belle. That's a big deal. The person in front of me is the sexy and hot me campus beauty. She is super beautiful, has a great figure, a super nice personality, and is also a famous catwalk model. Her hot body can make people bleed from the nose. She is the first object of enlightenment for many boys. Some people even make dolls based on her face and body proportions. The school beauty me is very attractive, but she has never been seen to be intimate with any man. It can be said that she has passed through a lot of green bushes without getting hurt, let alone hearing her swearing to go on a date with someone. It's unprecedented. It's a miracle. But this miracle happened to Jerome. That's even more miraculous. Many boys were jealous and started talking about it. Jerome's luck in escaping marriage is too good. First it was Campus Belle Xia, then Campus Belle Lung, and now Campus Belle Mi is also interested in him. Could it be that Campus Belle Jiang also has a crush on him? It's very possible. Maybe the school beauty Jiang will confess to you in a few days. What kind of school beauty does Jerome have? No one's girlfriend can be beautiful forever, but Jerome's girlfriend can be beautiful. That's right. All three of these campus beauties are incredibly beautiful. They are all goddesses, but they all like Jerome. What do you think is going on? I don't ask for much, Jerome. Just give me one. Wow, why don't I have one? Jerome is simply a super girl-chasing expert. Look, all the school beauties are fascinated by him. Before, Jerome was a spare tire who was mocked by the boys as a bootlicker and could never catch up with the school beauty Xia. But now, they feel that their original ideas were really stupid. Is Jerome a bootlicker? Now 3 school beauties are chasing Jerome, and if he wants to be licked, it should be others. Even the senior, who was famous for killing thousands of people before, was not as exaggerated as Jerome. Killing thousands of people, after all, is a number, not killing so many high-quality women. Jerome was shocked when he heard me lose words. Senior, this is the second time we meet. Milu immediately smiled and said, I know, but true love doesn't depend on the length of time. I just like you and want to pursue you. Senior, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I am not interested in you. Jerome refused bluntly. But Milu said undeterred, it doesn't matter. Chasing you will take some time. After all, you're the first man I like. You are not interested in me, so we need to spend more time together. Only in this way can we develop interest, and you will want to date me. Jerome was immediately depressed when he saw Milu's eloquent speech. I'm busy. I need to play basketball. He subconsciously took the ball and was about to dunk it, but Milu groaned and hopped up and down like an angry little rabbit, saying, a real man wouldn't play with this ball. Come play with her ball if you can. That's what a real man is. Jerome looked at Milu, who was following him like a little tail. He pinched his temple in dismay and said, Senior, I can't play basketball anymore if you keep doing this. It's better if we can't fight anymore. It will be more convenient for us to go into the woods, chat, and enjoy the night view. The night is long, and it will be boring if you waste it here. Milu looked up at Jerome and smiled. What's your name? No comment. Jerome shot the ball from a distance indifferently. It went in steadily and directly. Wow, that's awesome. Milu didn't get angry. She just ran over and picked up the basketball happily. While running, Feng Xiu shook even harder. She was breathing sweetly, her eyes sparkling, and with her beautiful nails, she grabbed the basketball and handed it to Jerome, saying, My name is Milu. Remember, this is the name of your future girlfriend. Alan and others immediately started whistling and making a fuss. Jerome was helpless. He also didn't expect that at the age of 22, he would be flirted with by an older sister. How should I reject such a bold confession from the other party? Jerome thought for a moment and replied, I don't like people older than me. Why? A woman 3 years older than her husband is rich. You have a rich man. Why don't you hold on to it quickly, you little fool? Milu snorted but soon said happily, You don't like relationships between men and women. At worst, I can change my age to a younger one. Then there will be no reason to stop us from being together. She started to strike a sexy pose again, with her hands on her pretty cheeks, and threw a wink at Jerome, saying, And I look quite young. You definitely can't tell the age difference between us. Milu was indeed not joking. Although she is 3 years older than Jerome, she still looks young, with a face full of collagen and a good figure, which is very attractive. Jerome was not impressed by Milu and said calmly, Senior, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I would have helped any other girl last time. You don't have to give yourself to me. Jerome sat on the steps, and Milu sat down on him. Her slender and sexy body was very graceful, showing an S-shaped curve. Her delicate hands were on Jerome's shoulders, explaining, Don't get me wrong, I'm not giving myself to you to repay you for saving me. As for me, it's obvious that I like you. That's why I want to be with you. Jerome could feel Milu's fingers caressing him gently, and the ambiguous behavior made Jerome a little uncomfortable. When he wanted to get rid of her, her pretty face leaned against Jerome's neck, and she said softly, Why are you sweating so much? You must be so tired. Let me wipe it off for you. Then she started to wipe Jerome's sweat with a tissue, and the fragrance of her body immediately surrounded his nose. Jerome's breath hitched. He stood up suddenly, snatched the tissue, and wiped it, saying, I can do it myself. Milu curled her lips slightly in dissatisfaction, her breasts trembling, and she stretched out her pink and tender palms, saying coquettishly, Then give me your phone. That's not necessary. Why is it unnecessary? Milu became anxious, and she kept chasing after him. How can I find you without your WeChat? Jerome was puzzled. How did I offend her? Why did this get to me? I'm going back to the dormitory. Jerome subconsciously and coldly walked towards the dormitory building. Milu looked at Jerome's cold back and immediately became angry. What a straight man who doesn't understand romance. However, the more difficult the object is to deal with, the more it can arouse her desire to conquer. How could she, Milu, let the man she liked get away like that? Milu's eyes fell on the boys on the court. She raised her red lips immediately and then walked over with her graceful figure. Chapter 43, I'll wait for you downstairs. Handsome guys, I want to ask you something. Lu gave them a charming look, which made people feel soft. Alan and others were originally surprised at Jerome's indifference to Lu, but now Lu came directly to them. What's the matter? Alan asked excitedly. You guys know that handsome guy just now, right? Lu's wine-red nails lightly touched her hair, and her majestic peaks became even more towering, making it difficult for people to notice her. It's just that Alan and the others have girlfriends, so under the temptation of such beauty, they can only look away. What a sin. Yes, he is our roommate. Hogan answered very honestly. Lu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, What's his name? Which class is he in? What's his WeChat number? To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. If you catch your roommate, how can the man she likes run away? You can't betray your brothers. I can't tell you. Hogan replied. Although Lu is pretty, she is not his girlfriend. Besides, brothers are much more important than women. How could he betray his brother for such a stunning beauty? No, absolutely not. Lu's lips curled up slightly, but she was not discouraged. She smiled and took out her wallet from her pocket, took out 2,000 in cash, and said, Whoever can get him to add me on WeChat will have the money. If it's not enough, I can add more. The bright red banknotes attracted several people. I never thought that just adding WeChat would be so valuable. You know, the average male college student's living expenses are only 1,000 yuan a month. His name is Jerome, and he's a sophomore design student. Don't worry, Miss Me. Just leave me your WeChat ID, and I guarantee he'll add you on WeChat tonight. Hogan said with a smile. Lu was very happy. She quickly took out a lipstick, wrote the WeChat number on Hogan's palm, and then gave him the money. Be sure to let him add me. Lu reminded. Absolutely. Hogan smiled slightly and watched Lu leave. Alan and David were very disappointed and said to Hogan, I didn't expect you to be such a person, Hogan. Everyone kept their mouths shut and said nothing. But you betrayed Musi directly. Musi is usually so nice to us. Hogan counted the money happily. This is 2,000. 2,000 can buy a lot of things. Let's split it in half. As a result, Alan and David refused very stubbornly. No. If you don't want it, then I'll keep it all for myself. Hogan saw that the two people were not happy, so he explained, Me School Beauty is not a jackal, tiger, or leopard, and she won't eat Musi. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm stupid? I really gave her Musi's WeChat. You've already accepted the money. Are you going to go back on your word? David was puzzled. Musi has a second account that she doesn't use. I know the password. I can just ask her to add that account. Hogan said with a smile, Of course I have to accept the money. I can also take Musi out for a good meal. Alan's eyes lit up and he said happily, Wow, Hogan, you are really like a panda ordering takeout. You can even think of this trick. Isn't this a bad thing? It would be like cheating the school beauty me out of her money. David was still a little worried. She said she wanted to add Musi's account, and she didn't say whether it was a big account or a small account. I'll add her with the small account later, so we didn't lie. Hearing what Hogan said, they thought it was feasible. Hogan immediately started to log into Jerome's secondary account and added Milu. After seeing the friend addition notification, Lu accepted it immediately. She flirted hard when she came online, sending more than 30 messages in half an hour, but no one responded. Lu was very puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't there any reply? Is he using 2G network, or is he just not reading the message and not replying at all? What Lu didn't know was that Hogan and the others happily took her money, bought a barbecue and beer, totaling more than 300 yuan, and went straight back to the dormitory to have the meal. Jerome was shocked to see the sumptuous barbecue and beer. What day is today? You bought this. Come on, eat, don't be polite. Hogan urged. He smiled secretly in his heart. It was thanks to Jerome that they could have a good meal. Jerome started eating the skewers right away. Alan smiled and pushed Jerome. How did you get to know the school beauty Millie, you little kid? Now she wants to marry you. What a fate. It's not fate. Jerome replied depressedly. It's just bad fate. He told the story of what happened that day in detail. I'm going to chase you because I'm definitely attracted by your face and body. If you're pretty, you can really make a living. Campus Bellamy is a super rich woman and is no less beautiful than Campus Bellung. Alan said exaggeratedly. David nodded. Musi, you are really popular with women. Campus Belsia, Campus Bellung, and Campus Bellamy all like you. How many boys envy Musi now? But the question is, who do you like, Musi? Jerome took a sip of wine and said, I don't love anyone now, so why not just love the Empress? Paper people are not good. Although Boa is the eternal god, I only allow her to be my little wife. You are not allowed to peek. Hogan said with a smile. Jerome's favorite show is One Piece. He is obsessed with the Empress in the show and has collected many figures of the Empress. Of course, Hogan also particularly likes the Empress. Fuck you. Jerome kicked Hogan lightly with his foot. You still call her a concubine? See if your girlfriend is willing to be the first wife. You are so inconsiderate to single guys that you even snatch a paper man. Hogan chuckled, but to be honest, the figures of the three school beauties are not inferior to the Empress. Look at School Beauty Lung. Her figure is really good, and she is comparable to the Empress's curvy figure. Then look at School Beauty Xia, who has a thin waist and long legs. Although she is not as tall, she has a good proportion. Not to mention School Beauty Mi Lu, she is so hot. After hearing Hogan's description, Jerome couldn't help but start to make the comparison. Hogan said was right. The three men had different body shapes, but they all had top-notch bodies and were more powerful than paper men. She has breasts that cannot be grasped in one hand, a slender waist, and super long legs. She can handle black stockings, white stockings, and fishnets. It is so fragrant and beautiful right there. Each has its merits. But even so, the Empress still smells better. Jerome thought about this and took another bite of his kidney. Absolutely delicious. Alan then smiled and said, eat less kidneys. If you eat too much, you'll have a lot of internal heat. Who will you turn to for help? You want to eat shit? You have a girlfriend, and you can't even handle it. Jerome cursed with a smile. Screw you. I'm working on it now. I'll be able to hit a home run soon anyway. Alan said as he started to eat a bite of the mutton. Jerome was eating when his cell phone suddenly rang with a reminder. Jerome picked it up and found it was a WeChat reminder from Arya. Arya, are you available to come down now? Arya has something to ask him now? Jerome replied, okay, what's wrong? Arya, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. You'll know in a moment. Is it so mysterious? Jerome was puzzled. He took a sip of beer and said to his brothers, I'm going to go out for a while. Where are you going so late? David looked at Jerome. Alan winked and smiled. There must be a beautiful woman who wants to see him. The lights will be turned off soon. Annie is going to close the dormitory. Hey, she will not come back, will she? Hogan agreed with a smile. Looking for a fight? Jerome raised his eyebrows and waved his fist. Okay, go quickly. Don't keep the beautiful lady waiting for you. Alan urged with a smile. Jerome subconsciously started going downstairs. He immediately saw a particularly conspicuous figure waiting there. I saw that she was holding an extra large and thick quilt and pillow in her hands. The quilt and pillow seemed to be heavier than her. It was very difficult for her to stand there, and her head was almost invisible. Jerome burst out laughing. He immediately stepped forward and took the pillow from the other person's hand, asking, What's going on? What are you doing with this? Chapter 40, for I'm afraid you'll be cold, so. This is the silk quilt I had customized. The cold weather is coming tonight, and I'm afraid you'll be cold. Arya's pretty little face was revealed, her big eyes curved with fondness for Jerome. Jerome was very surprised. He didn't expect Arya to be so thoughtful and even prepare something for him. I do lack a winter quilt, as my current one is a bit thin. Thank you. I'll give you the money, Jerome said to Arya. Arya raised her red lips and replied in a very serious tone. I'm not short of money at all. If you feel embarrassed, you can treat me to mango and taro balls tomorrow. Arya doesn't particularly like mango taro balls, but Jerome invited her to eat that, which not only saved money, but most importantly, she could eat with him, which made Arya feel warm in her heart. Okay, Jerome agreed. Have you been drinking? Jerome nodded. Yes, I drank a little. Arya remembered something and said to Jerome, Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Jerome found that Arya ran as fast as a deer. He looked confused. Where did she go? Why did she run away so suddenly? Now Jerome could only wait there, holding the quilt. After waiting for about 3 minutes, I heard hurried footsteps. Jerome saw a familiar figure in the distance. She ran very fast, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her tender little face flushed, her chest swaying very fast as she ran, her long legs sliding across the night. They were pink and white, so long, straight and thin, just like the legs in cartoons. Soon Arya appeared in front of Jerome. Her breathing was still a little unstable from running, so she put her hands on her knees, and it took her a while to calm down. But when it came to Jerome, the smile in his eyes never faded. Her lips were like bright flowers, and when she smiled, the whole night sky seemed to light up. Soon, she handed Jerome a box of yogurt and said, Don't drink too much alcohol if you drink it. If you feel uncomfortable, drink a cup of yogurt. Drinking yogurt can protect the mucous membrane. You had gastritis before, so you have to take good care of your body. Jerome was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Arya just ran out to buy yogurt. He also grasped a key point of information. How do you know I have gastritis? Jerome asked Arya. Arya's face flushed suddenly. She felt a little embarrassed and said, I bought you stomach medicine before, so I know. Jerome suddenly realized who had been secretly delivering medicine to him. Did you give me all the stomach medicine and cold medicine? Arya bit her red lips and nodded shyly. A warm feeling emerged in Jerome's heart. He had never expected Arya to notice him so early. So, she has always been secretly in love with herself. But doesn't he know? Before Jerome could recover from his shock, Arya shyly said, Good night. Good night. Jerome and Arya waved. Now his heart was heavy and he had an indescribable palpitation. He never expected that all this started earlier than he thought, and that Arya had such deep feelings for him. He hadn't even noticed Arya before. It seemed that he was completely focused on Serena. So I missed a lot of the scenery. He ran away very excitedly when he saw Arya. She looked back from time to time and was in a very good mood. Jerome couldn't help but yelled, Watch the road carefully. Don't hit your head like last time. Arya's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she ran faster in shame. The last time was clearly an accident, but I didn't expect Jerome to remember it so clearly. Ugh, how embarrassing. But she had a date scheduled for tomorrow, and it would be great if she could spend the whole day with Jerome. That would be the best. Jerome watched the beautiful figure disappear, then looked at the quilt in his hand and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect Arya to be such a meticulous girl. Giving something away is really different. As soon as you arrive, I will give you a silk quilt. Jerome returned to the dormitory with a thick quilt. His 3 roommates were shocked. What happened? Did your quilt fall off? No, Musy, your quilt is not this type. David discovered Jerome's quilt on the bed. Jerome said matter-of-factly, Arya gave it to me. After hearing Jerome's words, David and others were stunned. I didn't expect that it was the quilt sent by Arya. Alan was very excited. Wow, the cold school beauty uses such a practical thing. I thought she was going to give you a sports car. Jerome said. She wanted to give me a sports car and a private jet, but I refused. Jerome spoke so calmly and indifferently that the 3 roommates wondered if they had heard it wrongly. Are you kidding? Is what you just said true? Alan was still a little unsure. Hogan said, It must be true. Lung Xiaohua doesn't have the ability to do that. But I really admire Musy. You're really a different man. You can reject a beauty like Lung Xiaohua and a super luxury car. If it were me, I would want both the luxury car and the beauty. David glared at Hogan and said, You forgot that Musy is quite capable. He is now a billionaire heir and has his own luxury car. Why would he want to go after Lung Xiaohua? But Lung Xiaohua is really sincere and is really sincere to Musy. She gave him a sports car before, and now she gives him a quilt. Giving a quilt is great. Giving it to Musy for life. What a hint. Alan sighed, full of envy. When will my Suya be so considerate and gentle? I will be so happy. After Alan's reminder, Jerome finally realized the meaning of it. His heart was pounding. Oh my God, I'm teased. No wonder she was so shy when she gave herself a blanket to wear. It turned out that was what she meant. But Jerome had seen a lot of storms, so he pretended to be calm. He put the quilt directly on the bed and tried to cover it. The size is just right, and it's really warm. Comfortable. The material is obviously good, and the silk quilt is really warm to sleep on. Jerome was very pleased, and I really liked this gift. At this moment, a message came on WeChat. Jerome discovered it was Arya. Arya, have you finished your yogurt? Later, he posted an emoticon of a well-behaved cat. Jerome subconsciously thought of Arya's expression, which was quite cute. Jerome, ready to drink. After he took out the yogurt, he took a sip subconsciously, then remembered something and picked up his phone to take a selfie. When Jerome was taking a selfie, his 3 roommates started howling. Wow, Musy, you want to take a selfie? You handsome guy. Who are you taking it for? Alan smiled. Is it the campus beauty Xia, the campus beauty Lung, or the campus beauty me? Hogan said with an exaggerated expression. Even the usually serious David was led astray. How about bringing our roommates to take pictures together? He even wanted to jump up and leave the scene. But Jerome is irritating. Hey, can't I just take the video for myself? You shameless people. Go eat your barbecue. Jerome cursed with a smile. The 3 roommates chatted with each other for a while and continued to eat skewers and drink beer. Jerome then took a photo of himself drinking yogurt and sent it to Arya. Without beauty filters, being handsome is just being willful. 1%. Drank it. Arya's face turned red after reading the message on her phone. Jerome in the photo has a slender neck, fair skin, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He is extremely handsome and makes people particularly moved. Arya's mind was full of wild thoughts, which made her face turn even redder. Without hesitation, she started saving the selfies Jerome sent her. Soon, it became a wallpaper. Arya only needs to open her phone to see Jerome. It is a kind of happiness to be able to see the boy you like every day. In the dormitory, Alan's snoring was heard. Alan, David, and Hogan were already drunk, and the three of them were lying on the chairs with their arms and legs spread out. David drunkenly hugged Alan's waist, and Alan's stinky feet were hanging near Hogan's mouth, and Hogan smacked his lips thinking it was something delicious. Jerome couldn't help laughing when he saw it. However, his attention was quickly captured by WeChat messages. Only then did he realize that he and Arya had opened up a conversation on WeChat, chatting for a long time and had been chatting for several hours. Jerome had the patience to talk to a girl for so long. It was time to turn off the lights. Jerome said to Arya, "Okay, it's late. Let's go to bed." Arya, "Good night. Don't forget the taro balls you owe me." Jerome couldn't help laughing and replied, "Little greedy cat, you're still thinking about me." "Okay, I won't forget it." Arya, "Okay, see you tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early." Jerome felt warm inside and replied, "Yes, you too, good night." After Jerome and Arya said good night, they had just put down their phones when they heard another reminder. The corner of his mouth raised. "It's news from Arya again. Didn't you say you were going to sleep?" Jerome picked up the phone, only to find that it was not a message from Arya, but a reminder from a friend. Chapter 45, I'll warm your bed today. Jerome was stunned. Jerome was very familiar with the other party's WeChat account. After all, I used to say good morning and good night to each other every day, and I always looked forward to the other party's reply. But since I was blocked, I have never done such a stupid thing again. The natural person to add him was Serena. Jerome refused without even thinking about it. As a result, the friend invitation came again, and this time there was an additional message. "Serena, exam week is coming soon. How about we go to the library to study together tomorrow?" Jerome narrowed his eyes and clicked to reject his friend. "No." Then another friend added a reply. "I can teach you English and help you pass the exam." Jerome replied, "No need." Jerome is a man who goes his own way. He has decided not to look back and will not let unnecessary feelings hold him back. There was no reply from the other end, probably because they gave up when faced with difficulty, which was exactly what I wanted. Jerome was about to turn off his phone. He heard a ding-dong. He saw the latest message from Serena. "Whether you come or not, I am here and I will reserve a seat for you, just like my desire to cook for you, which will never change." Jerome's expression paused. Serena is more persistent than I thought. It doesn't matter if she wants to. Let her do it. It has nothing to do with him. Jerome knew that Serena was a very stubborn person and very persistent. She once studied dancing and insisted on performing on stage, even though her leg ligaments were severely torn. Jerome collected his thoughts and fell asleep. His originally confused mood slowly became relaxed after he smelled the fragrance of the quilt. Jerome's mouth curled up subconsciously. There was a cold front that night with a chilly wind blowing outside. Jerome was awakened early in the morning by the complaints of Alan and others. Alan was shivering, wrapped in 4 or 5 cotton-padded jackets, complaining, "Oh my God, the weather is too cold. I am freezing. It's still autumn, but it feels like it's going to snow." Who said it wasn't true? Even a quilt wouldn't work yesterday. God knows how I climbed into bed. I was even wrapped in a down jacket, but quilts can't keep out the cold. Hogan complained. David nodded. It was really cold in the second half of last night. We had to turn on the heating, otherwise we would not be able to bear the winter. Jerome said, "Was it cold last night?" "Not so cold." He is not bragging. He really is not cold. The bed was very warm, and he didn't feel the arrival of the cold air, but the strong wind hitting the window yesterday was a bit scary. Instantly, he was met with hateful looks from several people. David said sourly, "The cold school beauty gave you a super thick silk quilt. You must not feel cold." Alan was very envious. "Yeah, it looks very warm. Musi, are you a brother? Can you lend it to me to sleep on today?" Jerome protected the blanket that was being peeped at by these people and said, "No." As a result, Alan had already climbed up excitedly and got in. As soon as he lay down, he sighed with enjoyment. "Oh my God, it's so cool and comfortable. It's so comfortable to stay in it. It's really a good thing." I want to buy a bed now. Can you ask Leng Shuehua where to buy it? David and Hogan were immediately excited and said, let me try it too. Soon they started to get on the bed and got under the covers together. Watching them pulling at the quilt, Jerome felt distressed. Hey, don't tear my quilt. I still need to sleep tonight. And you guys are not brave enough to lie on my bed. It's going to collapse. The upper bunk in the dormitory next door suddenly collapsed, so they were still a little worried about the safety of the bed. Only then did she come out from under the quilt with a sense of unfulfilled desire and left Jerome's bed. Oh, hey, I will sleep with you tonight and wait for your favor, Your Majesty, Alan winked. Go to hell. You're such an ugly concubine. Just banish you to the cold palace. Jerome hissed. But you don't want a pretty one. The three most beautiful girls in the school all want to pursue you, but you don't like any of them. Alan smiled. You have to let your brothers serve you. Tisk, even if I don't like the pretty ones, I don't want someone as ugly as you. Damn it, gender is so stuck, bro. If you continue like this, I will tell your girlfriend directly how slutty you are. Jerome glanced at the slutty Alan. Alan sighed. All right, big brother. Oh, I really envy you. If only my Suyao was half as good as the cold school belle. You said the weather is getting colder, but she didn't even ask me to buy her a quilt. Instead, she asked me to buy her some snow boots. David nodded his head. Who said it wasn't true? Hey, I have to take Xiaoye to buy gloves and scars later. Musi really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings he has. Hogan shook his head. After seeing this, I want to break up. When will my girlfriend be so considerate? Okay, I think you two are just secretly showing off your affection early in the morning and feeding me dog food. I have to go to the library. It's exam week soon. Jerome said as he picked up the books. I can handle everything else, but the CET is my Achilles heel. Jerome can only rely on rote memorization now, and he hopes that the test god will bless him and not let him fail again. The three roommates immediately became worried when they thought about the exam week. There are a lot of certificate exams piled up during exam week, such as the teacher qualification certificate, level 4 exam, computer certificate exam, and accounting certificate, which are also very important. Unfortunately, these three roommates not only failed the level 4 exam, but also failed the most basic computer test. It's already past 8 o'clock. There's no room left. It must be overcrowded. There's no room for us even to sleep on the floor. Alan sighed. That's not necessarily true. Jerome raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was sure that there would be a place for him. Musi, you go ahead. I'd better stay in bed and work on the computer. I can't hang up anymore. But Alan felt that Jerome was wasting his energy. He sighed, picked up his notebook, and climbed to the upper bunk. David wants to go shopping with his girlfriend, and Hogan also wants to work on the computer together. There was no other choice. Jerome had to go to the library alone. The library is already full of people. After all, it is exam week, and everyone is here to study. And since they can enjoy the heating, why not? Serena took her seat early. She was waiting at the door of the library before it opened. Of course, there are many people who were born as early as her. For example, Serena's eyes fell on the girl sitting in the upper right corner. The other person had fair skin that glowed like milky porcelain under the light. He was holding a pen in his hand, writing something down. His expression was indifferent, and he was not disturbed by the outside world at all. Her beautiful facial features were flawless. Even observing her from such a close distance, Serena began to admire her for having such good skin and such delicate facial features. The two people sat facing each other. There was only an empty seat on each side, but they were both occupied by the two of them. In addition, their aura was so strong that no one dared to sit down. They are all here to wait for someone. Chapter 46, The Confrontation Between Two Goddesses. Compared to the calm Arya, Serena seemed a little absent-minded. She was not here to study at all. She had already completed 20 certificates and remembered all the knowledge in the books by heart. She doesn't need to go to the library. She can study well even in the dormitory. The reason I came here is not for drinking. There is only one purpose. The boy she likes. Serena herself was a little unsure. She didn't know whether he would show up. Serena was holding her skirt and waiting nervously when suddenly a familiar figure appeared in her sight. He has a handsome face and is tall. He is dressed neatly and elegantly, with a shoulder bag on his shoulder, looking cool. He is only wearing a black down jacket, but he looks as imposing and handsome as a top star. As soon as he appeared, everyone had his background. He was hesitating about something, and his eyes gradually turned dark as he looked over. When his eyes met Serena's, Serena became a little excited. She smiles like a flower. He is here at last. Her beloved. Jerome was already walking in her direction. Serena bit her lip shyly. She couldn't wait to open a seat next to Jerome. She had reserved this for him early in the morning and put something there specifically for fear that someone else would take the seat. Serena held her head high, very confident. She felt that Jerome would definitely sit down. She never expected that the other person's tall figure would pass by her. Serena's raised mouth corners suddenly froze there. She watched in surprise as Jerome pulled out a chair and sat next to Arya. His magnetic voice sounded, "You've been waiting for a long time." Serena realized that the person he was looking at was not her, but Arya. Arya blushed and shook her head. "No, I just informed you too. You've arrived very quickly." She subconsciously handed the coffee in the thermos to Jerome and said shyly, "Try it and see if it tastes good. This is the freshly ground coffee I made for you." Arya got up at 6 o'clock. After all, studying requires a lot of energy, and it is easy to get sleepy if you read for a long time. So Arya thought of making coffee for Jerome. For Arya to learn how to make freshly ground coffee. The process took quite a bit of time, and there were some failures, but luckily, slow work produces fine results. Arya succeeded on the last try, and the coffee she made was delicious. But she didn't know if it would suit Jerome's taste. On the way here, Arya was still worried about being cold, so she held the thermos cup to her chest and jogged here. Fortunately, the coffee was hot and not cold. Arya had been waiting at the entrance of the library very early. When she was breathing heavily in the cold air, she saw Serena appear. She didn't expect Serena to show up in the library. But Arya didn't back down at all. Even if she is there, she can't influence anything. Arya immediately started to grab a seat, but when she sat down, Serena was already sitting opposite her. Arya naturally doesn't care about Serena, but she was very afraid that Jerome would mind. After all, Serena had hurt Jerome so much before, and Arya didn't want Serena to appear too much in Jerome's life. Which girl likes her boy to have too much contact with his first love? But when Arya was about to change seats, she found that all the other seats were occupied. She had made an agreement with Jerome, and she couldn't let Jerome down, so Arya could only remain in a stalemate with Serena. Arya gently asked Jerome, "Should we go?" There is actually a study room that is very quiet. She cares about Jerome's feelings. Jerome said calmly, "It's okay." He opened the thermos and a pleasant coffee aroma came out. "It smells good." Jerome smiled at Arya. "Okay," Arya urged shyly, "then drink it quickly." Serena, not to be outdone, began to pass the milk tea to Jerome and said, "A little bit. I ordered the cocoa ballet specially for you, with boba and grass jelly, hot, 3 parts sugar." Serena specifically asked Jerome's roommates about this, and the taste should be good. Jerome saw Serena staring at him nervously, then looked at the milk tea in her hand, frowned, and said, "No need." "Why?" Serena exclaimed. "Isn't this your favorite flavor?" "It's my favorite flavor, but I'll buy it." Jerome paused. "I won't wait for others to give it to me." He is no longer the foolish boy who would not turn back until he hit the wall. "I will not wait there foolishly," watching her walk forward without looking back. He will also learn to walk alone, and will limp back along the path where he has bruised and bruised his head. He will feel pain and cry, but he will lick his wounds. When all the scars have scabbed over, it will be too late and unnecessary for her to come back and treat him. Congratulations to the host for refusing Serena's milk tea. Your backbone value increases by 200 points. I also reward you with 20 learning points. I wish you become a top student soon. Jerome was still a little surprised. Now his learning value has finally increased, and he needs this thing the most now. Jerome lowered his head and looked at the English book. "Oh my God, I can understand most of it now. I will no longer be confused by not being able to understand the pronunciation, let alone the meaning." When Jerome was surprised, Serena bit her lip, her eyes were wet, and she tightened her skirt. Arya didn't feel happy at all when she saw Jerome reject Serena. Instead, she felt distressed. Jerome to make this decision. After all, his current calmness must have been earned through many painful experiences. Here's my reader for you. It has an ink screen and won't hurt your eyes. Here's the English reading pen. Just click on the part you don't understand. Here are the headphones. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Arya gently moved the things in front of Jerome, her voice full of concern. Arya gave me really solved my urgent problem. Just what Jerome needed. Jerome said thank you in surprise. Serena found it very confusing, and she wished Jerome could be more enthusiastic towards her. But she did not give up. She quickly cheered up and began to give all the books and notes placed beside her to Jerome, saying, "These are the key points I marked, as well as the English notes. They're all very useful." You can take a good look at them. This move immediately attracted everyone's envy. Everyone wants to pass the CET4. After all, it is very difficult. But now Serena was willing to lend out her notes. It is said that Serena's notes were very clear and comprehensive, and Serena was a top student and was very accurate in predicting the questions. Anyone who can copy the notes will most likely not fail the course and will definitely pass. But Serena never lent her notes to others. Except for a few close friends, no one else could borrow them. This time, Serena actually took them out and showed them to Jerome. How many people want to take a look and get a few higher points? But Jerome never opened it. This made everyone anxious. Brother, why don't you open it and let everyone see it? I want to take a look at the contents. Jerome simply gave the book and notes back to Serena and said, No, I'll just study on my own. System reminder. Congratulations to the host for rejecting Serena's note, gaining 200 points of backbone and $1 million. Jerome's words shocked everyone. The beautiful lady took notes with great effort and now gives them to you for reference. But not only did you not even look at them, you even gave them back to the school beauty Xia. This is a bit too heartless. Chapter 47, The Stars. Serena's eyes were sore. After looking at the returned books in front of her, she suddenly felt mixed emotions. If Arya hadn't been watching, Serena would have burst into tears by now. Serena is a person with a very strong self-esteem. She has always been the center of attention. No boy has ever spent so much of her energy and been willing to compromise with her. But he ignored her, even indifference, just like she ignored him in the beginning. Serena believes in karma. She has trampled on Jerome's feelings many times, and now it is Jerome who is punishing her. Serena's eyes were filled with tears, but she had a smile on her face. She said in a trembling voice, It's okay. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. Jerome just nodded slightly and started reading. He took a sip of the coffee, which had a strong milky flavor and a mellow taste. It's the taste he likes. After drinking it, I feel my body warming up. Serena continued to attack. She pretended to be natural and said to Jerome, If you like coffee, I'll make it for you today, okay? Jerome raised his eyes and saw Serena's clear eyes. She smiled to herself, but her eyes were completely red. It's very hard. Jerome paused. No need. No. Serena dragged out the syllables, holding back the tears that were about to burst out, shook her head and kept smiling. Anyway, I still have to make you a lunchbox, by the way. Bento. Arya was surprised. Yes, I want to cook 3 meals a day for the boy I like. Serena said gently. Jerome, with loving eyes, which meant something. The students sitting nearby instantly felt jealous. Whether he wants to live or not, it is already very exciting for Jerome to have 4 school beauties sitting next to him. As a result, the always arrogant school beauty Xia now said that she would personally make lunchbox for Jerome. Jerome is so happy. Everyone's impression of Jerome has always been that of a bootlicker. But what kind of dog licking is this? Dog licking will end up with nothing, but Jerome has everything he wants. Campus Belle Xia pursues him, making him the most powerful person in the school. Even Campus Belle Lung is deeply in love with him. Not only that, even the rumored sexy Campus Belle Me is also interested in Jerome. Jerome, what kind of luck is this in love? When they were lamenting in their hearts why their lives were so miserable while others were so happy, they heard the voice of the cold school beauty. Bento, I can make it, so I won't bother you anymore. You're busy, right? I'll do this tedious task. Arya was seen smiling sweetly, but there was a hint of determination in her eyes. The war has begun. 2 women fighting for 1 man. Who can continue studying now? No one wants to miss such a good show. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? Serena replied unyieldingly, I don't think it's a bother, and I can arrange my time reasonably. Besides, I know Jerome's tastes better. I'm afraid Jerome won't be used to what others cook, and it would be bad if he gets diarrhea. The implication is quite profound. Arya's eyes turned cold, and her red lips moved. Just as she was about to speak, a cold rebuke sounded. Serena, I would rather eat the dark food in the cafeteria than eat what you cook. Don't waste your energy. Also, don't disturb me while I'm studying. Jerome said coldly. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for rejecting the invitation from school beauty Xia to cook, increasing the courage value by 500, rewarding $1 million, and increasing memory by 20 points. Jerome was remembering things. He always had to memorize them by rote. Now, he can remember all the knowledge points by looking at the books. His memory has really improved a lot. Although it is not as exaggerated as reading 10 lines at a glance or remembering everything he sees, Jerome's whole brain is much clearer, and he can still remember all the words in his mind. Arya felt a little regretful after hearing what Jerome said. I shouldn't have quarreled with Serena and disturbed Jerome's studies. Besides, this is a library and it will affect other people's studies. Study hard. Arya's eyes curved gently. Jerome nodded and continued reading. Arya's little face flushed. She smiled secretly and began to study quietly. Serena was in a dejected mood. She held the pen in her hand listlessly, not knowing what she was writing. From time to time, she stole a glance at Jerome. But he didn't even spare her a glance. His eyes were fixed on the book. It had never been like this before. Every time he would secretly follow her to the library, sit very close to her, and keep looking at her. Serena took a deep breath, trying to numb the frustration in her heart. Now, in addition to memorizing words, Jerome also has text reminders on the system panel, but because Jerome has set it up, it will not disturb him. Congratulations to the host. You signed in at the library for 10 minutes and will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host. You signed in at the library for half an hour and will be rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host. You have signed in at the library for 1 hour and will be rewarded with 300,000 yuan. Jerome spent a total of 4 hours in the library and received a total of $1.2 million. Satisfied, he picked up his things and stood up. Serena on the other side had left 2 hours ago, and Jerome had accepted it silently. After all, Serena is a person who pays special attention to making good use of time. Since she can't defeat him, she will definitely give up. It's better to spend time doing other things. While Jerome was thinking, he heard Arya's sweet voice. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I remember a barbecue restaurant that's delicious. Let's go together. Jerome looked over and saw Arya with particularly bright eyes. He tasted a hint of sweetness from the spring water and felt cheerful. Okay, Jerome agreed. Arya was very happy. Jerome shyly. I'll call Alan and the others over. It'll be more cost-effective if more people come along and eat more happily. Jerome said this subconsciously, and Arya was stunned for a moment. Then she felt a little embarrassed. She actually had a little selfish motive. She wanted to eat alone with Jerome. But it's also possible for Jerome to recruit so many people now. Arya is a person who is easily satisfied. As long as she can have dinner with Jerome, she will be very happy to see him. As Arya was excitedly walking out with Jerome, a dark shadow suddenly fell on them. For you. A lunchbox was handed to Jerome, following by Jie's beautiful hand. I looked up and saw Serena's pretty face, looking eagerly awaited. You left, didn't you? Jerome was still surprised. He thought she had run away. And it came back again? I'm going to cook for you. I won't forget to prepare 3 meals a day. Serena smiled. Studying is tiring. You can't go hungry. No. Jerome had no distractions and walked straight past Serena without changing his expression. Serena's hands were shaking and she couldn't hold the lunchbox steadily. I'll still make lunch for you. Serena yelled at Jerome's back. Jerome stopped, turned around and looked at Serena coldly. You can do it or not, but no matter how many times you do it, I will not eat a bite again. Don't come to me again in the future. After Jerome didn't want to accept the lunchbox, he let Serena misunderstand that he was interested in her. He doesn't like lingering ties or getting entangled. He and Serena are not a love-struck couple. If they don't have any feelings for each other, then that's it. Why should they still be tied together? I'm a person who enjoys the present moment, and I don't like to regret. In order not to regret, I pursued you 99 times, so I can also reject your advances in order not to regret. Jerome's eyes were firm. His goals have always been firm. If he likes something, he will pursue it with a clear conscience. Proposing 99 times is the original intention. Not proposing 100 times is for the sake of dignity. System reminder. Congratulations to the host for rejecting Serena. Your backbone value increases by 300 points, and you are rewarded with $500,000. Serena's tears immediately fell. She burst into tears and ran forward. She raised her lunchbox and begged. Can you just have one bite? Just one bite. Please don't leave me, okay? You are all I have. Chapter 48. Serena, are you so humble? Serena cried until her voice became hoarse, and her eyes became red and swollen like peach pits. Arya found it very obscure and complicated. She can especially understand the feeling of liking someone, as she also felt so uncomfortable at the beginning. Serena, are you so humble? Jerome raised his head, very disappointed. Even if I liked you before, I like the confident, optimistic, and determined Serena, not the humble and sensitive Serena in front of me who begs with tears. Seeing Serena, who had lost herself, Jerome felt heavy in his heart. Serena's throat tightened, and she raised her eyes to meet Jerome's grim face. His eyes were filled with deep disappointment, and he immediately walked past her. She didn't spare him a single glance, and her attempts to keep him were unable to sway him from leaving. Serena squatted down holding the lunchbox with a broken heart. As she was crying loudly, a tissue was suddenly handed to her. She looked up along the tissue and met a pair of beautiful, yet cold eyes. "Wipe it off," Arya said in a cold voice. "You can laugh at me if you want." Serena's eyes were red as she replied stubbornly. "Why should I laugh at you?" Arya raised her chin proudly. Or do you look down on yourself? She could empathize with Serena's feelings and would not laugh at a girl who was hurt in love, even if the other party was a rival in love. However, her empathy does not mean that she sympathizes with Serena, but rather that she should give Jerome to someone else. On the contrary, Arya became more determined to get Jerome. She didn't want to be like Serena and regret it only after losing him. So she seized the moment to get into Jerome's heart and become his girlfriend. Serena was stunned. Arya had already left the scene with a cold look in her eyes. This made Serena hold the tissue tightly and become more stubborn. At noon, Jerome and others arrived at the barbecue restaurant, which was already filled with groups of people. The air was filled with the aroma of meat and the sizzling sound of grilled meat. A drop of hot oil scalds and a faint smoke spreads. The meat slices begin to ooze oil, and the very beautiful texture slowly changes color, taking on a light dark pink color, and gradually becomes cooked. Alan and the others were already licking their lips due to their greed, and even Jerome had an appetite. Jerome's system panel also received a reminder. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed into the barbecue restaurant, received $500,000, and started to receive a physique that allows you to eat as much as you want without gaining weight. Eat a lot, but not gain weight? Awesome. Isn't this his favorite physique?" Actually, Jerome is prone to obesity, which means he will gain weight easily if he eats a little, so he is quite restrained every time. If he really can't restrain himself and eats a lot, he will go to exercise for a long time. Now that he has this skill, Jerome no longer worries about gaining weight from eating. Counting calories is bullshit. The right thing to do is to eat whatever you want. After closing the message on the panel, Jerome found a seat and asked everyone to sit down. Today, besides him and Arya, there were 3 other roommates who also brought their girlfriends to eat together. The waiter had brought the menu and handed it to Jerome. Jerome subconsciously handed the menu to Arya and said, "Take a look at what you want to eat. Order whatever you want. It's my treat." Alan chuckled and said, "Why did you give the menu to her instead of giving it to us brothers? You are so obsessed with beauty that you forget your friends. Go away. There are so many menus on the table, and you don't have any hands to hold them." Jerome glared at Alan. Arya's little face was red, especially because she was protected by Jerome. She felt like she was eating honey in her heart. "I'm not picky about food. I eat everything. I don't really know how to order. You order for me." Arya pushed the menu back to Jerome and said shyly, "Okay, let me take a look." Jerome opened the menu. "Please help me order some too. I'm not picky about food." Alan started to sound sarcastic again. Hogan echoed him. "Me too. I have a dilemma about making a choice. Musi, please give me some help." Arya's ears felt hot after hearing this. Her pretty face was already so shy that it looked charming and delicate, and even her lips were bright red, making her look even more delicious. Jerome raised his eyelids and started to teach his 2 beastly roommates a lesson on the spot. "Okay, I'll order it, right? I'll order a large intestine for Alan." Jerome glanced at the menu again and said, "Order a durian shrimp for Hogan." "Oh my God, please spare me. I really can't bear to eat internal organs like large intestines." Alan screamed. Hogan was also dejected. "Is durian edible? And with shrimp, it's a dark dish. You'd better not order it. How dare you 2 continue to act so unruly?" Jerome said with a smile to their girlfriends, "Control your men." As a result, Suya winked at Arya and smiled. "Cold school beauty, you should take good care of your man and don't bully my boyfriend." Lu Jingjing smiled and nodded. "That's right." Hogan and Alan were so happy that they were clapping their hands. It was completely revenge. Cough, cough, cough. Jerome, who was drinking water, was about to spit out water when he heard Suya's words. "What the hell? What the hell is that? Suya is so tough. This woman really dares to say anything." Arya's ears turned red from being teased, and she immediately became nervous when she saw Jerome drinking and spraying water. Jerome messed back gently, and even took a tissue to wipe Jerome's mouth, with a concerned look on her face. "Are you okay?" Her delicate hands patted my back as gently as feathers. He could feel the smoothness and warmth of her fingers through his shirt, and Jerome felt like he was on fire. Not to mention that Arya was wiping his lips so innocently and lustfully, and Jerome was instantly electrified. Numb. Even he, who is super shameless, feels a little embarrassed now. Especially the few animals on the opposite side. They were staring at us with malicious eyes the whole time. He regretted bringing these animals to eat, and he also regretted letting the animals bring their girlfriends to harm him. "It's okay, nothing can happen to me." Jerome took the tissue and wiped his mouth. He looked at Suya with resentment in his eyes and said, "Can you please stop talking nonsense while I'm drinking water?" Suya said with a smile, "I'm not talking nonsense. You have nothing to hide. How can you spray water when you drink it?" As she said that, she winked at Arya. Arya smiled. Her pretty face turned towards Jerome, her eyes so gentle that they could melt people's hearts. She bit her lip lightly and said timidly, "I will work hard to make him my man." Jerome was very surprised. Not only did the people on the other side start to make noises, even Arya, being led astray. Chapter 49, The Cold School Beauty, is the ceiling of pure desire. Jerome felt hot inside. Arya's pure and lustful appearance now. I feel a little aroused.